I'm glad he's not calling himself Wiser Bear.
Alright, had a little spell from it. Now I'll unlock it for a bit more comedy.
Thank you, Jardo. I give you your, you have to have your flat Earth angle to get this 6,210 miles. That's what derives the argument. It's from what you said.
No, it's not.
That you have this flat Earth mile. No, you Matrix, this flat Jardo said it. Have this flat Earth miles. That
You don't even need the numbers,
derived
Elder
from
Bear.
this flat Earth
Hey,
angle
dumb
you're
shit.
claiming. And then you're giving
You don't need your
6,210 miles.
6,000 miles.
The Jardo will.
You need the angle,
Well,
that's
that's
all.
been the argument,
You
I'm
can't
afraid.
generate an angle off of a curve. Full stop.
You claim that.
You don't
You
start.
claim that, but
you can do it. Come on, mate.
No,
Matrix,
you claim
you
that. You don't have a hot.
Matrix, you can do.
Jardo, Matrix doesn't know anything.
You can do fuck all with angles.
Go on.
You can do fuck all with angles.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And when you get measure an angle with a sextant, when you measure an angle with a sextant, Jardo, you know that neither of the straight lines of that angle are horizontal.
Straight lines. Yeah. So you can do fuck all with an angle, except for build, fly, sail, navigate, map, scale, and everything else that we do on Earth.
You're going to need
apart from that, you can do fuck all with an angle.
For that. For navigation, Jardo, you're going to need a number, and that is the circumference value.
What is your circumference value?
That's what people have been. It's what people have been using for hundreds of years to navigate, so they know their distances.
So I can't navigate without this circumference value.
That's the claim.
That's what you're saying. Navigation is impossible without this circumference value.
Yes, that's what they use for the.
Yes or no? Navigation is impossible without this circumference value. Yes or no?
It's what's used in real life. In reality, it's what's
yes or no? Don't sidestep. You've made the claim that this circumference value is needed. I asked a simple question. Is navigation impossible without the circumference value?
Yeah, it's been used for hundreds of years.
Elder Bear, man. This is the second yes no question you've been given. Just do it. Yes or no? Go on.
Well, you've got it.
Answer the fucking question.
The flat earthers either have their
direct question.
The flat earthers
yes
tell me.
No, you listen. He's asking you a direct question. Yes or no? See if you can do it. If Matrix will ask the question
navigation of the Earth. All right, it's essential.
So yes or no?
What you've given me is a radius.
You can do it. Yes or no?
And a circumference.
Yes or no?
The circumference is necessary for navigation. No. Yes.
We're not going to listen to you.
Struggling.
You don't want to answer the question. He's a slime, eh? Like fair dinkum.
He can't
Anyone else want to have a kick around or? Because he just realised he's made himself a claim, and all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, I'm going to get backed into a corner here.
Exactly.
I don't think I know anyone that's as, I won't say dishonest, but just such a slime in not answering such basic questions. Hey, Elder Bear, do you have a mummy and a daddy? And he probably still wouldn't answer it.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Probably got two daddies. I was so confused.
100%.
tell you what, Elder Bear, put your little thing into a presentation, and we'll let you do it on our broadcast, and then we'll let you take questions, and then you can, school people and dunk on them and say, "Aha, I win! I beat FED. Nathan Oakley can suck my balls." We'll let you do the whole thing. Okay, but it's got to be a coherent presentation. You're gonna say everything yourself. You're not gonna interact with the audience until after the presentation's over. We'll give you the airtime. We'll even make it an event. We'll even send out invitations in the FED server, so maybe some FED members will watch, and then they can be hurt by your words if you so desire it.
I like what you did there, AI. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Lovely. It's just an argument. Don't worry about it. If it doesn't, it doesn't apply to.
Yeah, belly up to the bar, Elder Bear. If you want to go on the FED show, now's your chance, right?
And you're all getting butthurt about it, and you're claiming it's nothing to do with you. But you seem to be getting pretty upset for something that has nothing to do with you.
What are you talking about, dude? Hey, dude! I just offered you an opportunity to have the floor.
Argument. Not our argument. We never said that. Who said that? Where did you get that from? Who said
What's going on, guys?
Who the fuck is he talking
I never said it. Who said it? Was it you? Was it you?
He's trying to distract. He's trying to distract from the fact that when it comes time to belly up, he can't do it.
He's got split personalities. He's a nutter. Most of the time when he's answering us, he's probably answering one of his other selves.
Yeah, I think he's yellow. That's what I think.
Look, I get the premise. Look, I get the premise of his argument, but here's the problem with all the Bevtardians. Is they're so annoyingly assholerish that nobody gives a crap. That's why I offered him the ability to make it in the form of a presentation to where there's no interactions, there's no hostilities, there's no, him accusing people and them bickering back, so he can just present the argument, present it in a way where he goes, here's some ideas that people have, here's the argument, this is the way it would play out, so this is contradicting this, and maybe this can't fly with that, and he can just, lay it out, and then he can take questions after. I don't know. Guess he doesn't want to do that.
Go on, unmute him, see if he's malfunctioning.
Don't forget, they do that kind of stuff at the Bev server, but, nobody's going over there to watch it. That's not true, but whatever, you get my point.
Yeah, I don't know why I bother with you guys anyway, because, you're not known anywhere else. Nobody knows you.
You were just offered an opportunity to do your full presentation.
So, it's not like you're significant in this community, really. You just did an echo chamber over here. And you say that it's not what you do. You don't like the argument and you don't agree with it. There's no point you worrying about.
Then why don't you take up the offer and then get this room shut down? This will be your chance. This echo chamber will be gone. You take the presentation and shut it down.
No, the
guess
argument
what?
is for you to choose whether you want to follow and be compliant and be subservient to these arseholes, or you just want to repeat what they say.
I forgot you can't answer a question, can you? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, dude. Okay, check this out, brother. He literally said nobody knows who we are, right? None of us go to their server. They come here. How's that work?
Yeah, and if you say, if you think what you say it is, then like AI said, you get this server shut down.
Channel.
I'd be all for that.
Channel. We can't. Hold on, bro. We can't. No. We're a guest on somebody else's server, so we're not going to shut down the server we're being hosted on, okay? Channel. We're in a channel here. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's not about that. It's about everybody will open the mind because there is a guy who has a clear idea how everything is working, and then people will look into that and they say, "Oh, I didn't thought about this. Oh, really? This is. Oh, sorry, Elder Bear. And everybody will say, "Sorry, guy, you are correct." You know, and that's it.
Oh, also, Sasha, report to the back room for your spankings because when AV ordered you as a clear commander and you're the subservient to ask about gravity, you actually didn't. You just, not gravity, whatever the question was. You just, globe. What globe means? You actually just said what you wanted to say. So now you need to be spanked and put back into re-education camp.
Yeah, he's gonna get 10 demerits for that.
Oh my
Like
goodness,
Amig's question was, "Are you a real globe?" What was?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. That means in Elder Bear logic, first you need to know what is real, what is globe, and what is knowing.
All things he doesn't know.
Jesus.
That's ironic, though. That's ironic.
Dude, my favorite is still what is flat? What is define that? It's a visual surface condition. What kind of visual surface condition is that? The one you see.
I tell you, man, some days exposition makes your heart sing, man. I swear. I love a good exposition in the morning. Tell you what.
This dude coming in here telling us that we're in some kind of cult where you have to follow certain things, and then he's telling us, "You guys do this and you guys do that." Like we don't do that. Oh, it's on your server. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on our server. In fact, our info channels aren't necessarily arguments that we endorse. They're just storage. We might have those arguments there for later use for different purposes.
Yeah. And he's desperately trying to charge somebody with something that Jaren said.
Well, look, there are people that have used the rhetoric that he mentioned, and maybe he does have a point with some of the math that he's claiming that it doesn't add up. Okay, that's okay. And maybe it's the case that the people who are more in depth in using that argument need to address that discrepancy. That's okay. But if he's going to come to us and ask us to be involved in that, then he needs to be humble enough to recognize that we're cooperating in that critique and not come in and say, "You guys make these arguments, you guys do this, you guys do that," in like this accusatory tone. Because that's not going to fly. I don't know like what world he was raised in where you can act that way and then make friends and win people. It's like not going to happen.
Yeah,
I think yeah. Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say that invitation to FED is it's a good idea because he's been coming in days on end saying that Nathan said this and Nathan said that. I'm like, well, wouldn't it be better just for him to go on there, have a show, bring his argument, and just have it out there? Like that's what it needs to happen. At least
yeah, but he would do it here. Yeah, but he would do it. We would offer him here. So that way the FED people would be invited to come rather than him be invited to the FED. And that way they would be spectators rather than the controllers. And that way he have more freedom to present, and then he could take critiques afterward. So that's even a better deal.
Yeah, if you want to conform to the system, then they don't even allow you to speak the words of others. Not in a court of law, not anywhere.
Oh, that's so perfect. Now, I would have loved if Sasha had actually asked him, what do you mean by my globe? That would have been an interesting can of worms.
Yeah, you'd have to grab your popcorn, man. You'd have to stop what you're doing, your work, and grab your popcorn and sit back and just enjoy the show. It's like a fireworks display.
Well, you know what? It wouldn't hurt. Let's do it now. Elderbear, what do you mean by my globe? Primarily, what do you mean by globe? Because we all understand what the word my means, for goodness sakes. Let it on us.
Well, we know it's a globe. It has to be, eh? Yeah, we know it's a globe.
What?
It has to be. I mean, that's what we're told. So we know it's a globe. It has to be. That's what we're told. So, it's one that, I live on in reality, where everything that in reality comports to it. And it's not these measurements. These measurements won't fit on it, whether you want them or not. That's what I'm critiquing, the measurements. Now, I know you're all running, saying you never claimed it. I never said it. He never said it. Just because it's over there or somebody here said it and we nodded and agreed that I never actually said it or some.
You didn't answer the question.
When you say globe reality, do you mean like real water and sphere reality? Globe? Water on the outside of the globe in a vacuum? Gas pressure? That reality?
Nah, I don't think so, but he didn't really make it clear, did he? So that's why you have to ask him clarifying questions, because we asked him, what do you mean by globe? And he really didn't give a good answer. So let's see if he can, say it again without trying to rush through it and then talk about something else, because he's actually being asked a question that people want to know the answer to. Hit us with the knowledge, bro.
Just my experience of reality, it comes to these places where I think, well, those guys gave me some numbers and they don't add up in reality. So I'll go and ask them about it and see if, because it doesn't fit in my reality. So it doesn't fit on my globe. Certainly not. That wouldn't work. Because on my globe, there is a relationship between a radius and circumference. But, the guys who talk about it, they don't have that relationship. They've either got to accept 6,210 miles, in which case the equator is wrong, and then the ships are going to get lost because you do need this measurement for of the circumference of the equator.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by the radius?
Hang on.
What do you mean by the radius?
Or that's derived from the 69 miles per 1 degree increment from the North Pole to the equator.
Yeah, but what orientation is it? Oh, okay, hold on. So you're saying from the North Pole... Okay, hold on.
Horizontal.
So you're saying... Yeah, okay. So you're saying it's a horizontal radius? Holy fuck, dude.
That's what the flat earthers claim, yes. That's what the flat earth claim, yes.
Okay, so you're not claiming there's a radius.
It's flat all the way.
So you're not claiming a radius then.
It's flat. My argument isn't about what I'm claiming. It's about what people who say these things are claiming. And the claim you get an elevation angle to Polaris gives you 69 flat miles, horizontal flat Earth miles. That's what everybody says. And so 90 of those from the equator to the North Pole.
I never said that. So
is 90 times 16 is 90 times 69 miles. That's 6,210 miles.
Yeah, but this is a clear. Elderbear. But this is a clear obfuscation from us getting a detailed information as to what you describe a real globe is. It's not. You're diverting away, and then the attention from what you should be doing, which is describing what you mean by real globe, right? Now we're talking about your other point that you want to talk about. Why are you doing that? Like, are you senile? Like, are you having trouble focusing on description?
Alpha female. Somebody asked me. Where did AI say? Where did you get that from?
Yeah. Because you
And so that's
because
what I was answering. That's what I was answering.
but
Yes.
why
You
did,
following?
but my question
Get back
to you
to
is
work.
my question.
Get back
My
to work.
question to you is
Get back
why
to work,
did you?
alpha female.
Yeah,
Get back
why
to
did
work.
you just divert to that instead of just telling him what a real globe is? I don't get that part.
Because that's what because he asked me, so I responded. He asked
Yeah,
me
because you diverted
about the
away from
measurements, the
what you're
miles, the
supposed to be
distances.
doing, which is describing
No,
the real
he
globe.
asked. Well, he asked me about the radius, didn't he?
Yes, I know that, dude. Because once again,
So
you
that's why
diverted away.
That's what I was
Because you
responding to,
diverted.
not to what you're trying to obfuscate now.
Yeah, because you're running
It's
away
not
from
what you're
describing
trying to
what you're
get to
saying about
now
real
to
globe.
try and twist the argument.
I'm
Just
not
an
twisting
argument,
it, dude.
man.
I'm getting you back.
Don't
track.
worry about it.
Yeah,
Just
I
an
mean that's
argument.
fine.
Go back to work.
People can
You get
engage
fired.
you on
Come
what
on,
you're
pay
saying.
attention to your work.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Yabba yabba
yeah,
yabba.
defining what other people are wrong about doesn't define what your globe is.
It doesn't have to.
Elderberg, can I
It's
ask you
just
a
an
question?
argument. It's not about what I
know, but your
it's an
question,
argument
the question
to the figures
was,
that are being
you
given.
said it's my globe, so what the heck is your globe, dude?
And it's what I experience. I told you it's what I experience.
But
My
your
life, where all the
globe,
realities.
All right, okay. So you're just synonymizing your lived human experience as a globe, kind of like an all-encompassing word for the theater of life that you enjoy, right?
Yes.
So if somebody said you live on a globe, you might say no, I live in a globe because globe is my reality. So you're like a glober to the nth degree.
What you want is
Yeah, I
your
agree with
imagination.
you, dude.
AI.
You're a
AI.
super
This is your
glober.
imagination, not mine. You're trying to project
Well, why don't
your
you tell me what you mean
imagination
by
onto
it?
it. It's not what it is.
Okay, hold
Well,
on.
because you'll define it. Whatever I say, you'll define it.
No, we'll just mute you. We'll just mute you, and then we'll help
try
you
to
out.
fit your
You
twist.
don't know how to do logic. So everyone heard him say, "My globe is what I experience." So he's synonymizing his life experience, right, in the material realm as being called my globe. Does anyone here disagree? Is that not logically correct?
yeah, I heard him say that.
So my characterization of him saying his globe is the theater of his life, where he lives out his life in the material realm, that can all be described as his globe. I don't see how that's wrong, but does anybody else see I'm wrong before we unmute him?
No, it makes sense.
That's what I got.
He also claimed that his globe has a radius. I just want to ask him where he gets that from and what it is.
Yeah,
on his globe.
I thought I heard that too. So that's why I asked him. I tried to get him to clarify it.
Yeah, no. He said that's what his diversion was into his argument. So he kind of like veered off into that. So he kind of like smoke and mirrored everybody.
Yeah, I thought I heard him say his globe had a radius, and then I asked him about it, and he said, "No, I'm talking about other people's claim of a radius."
Yeah.
So I'm confused.
Yeah, that's his smoking. He does that. It's it's a little sly.
Hello?
What up?
Hey.
Why is there, just a quick question here, why is there like 20 people in here and nobody's like screaming over each other?
We can if you like.
We want to tight
what's
ship.
going on.
Oh yeah, anyways. Are you guys flat earthers?
Yeah.
Okay, you realize it's already been debunked.
Oh, enlighten us.
Well, we have photos. Photos from space.
Okay, cool. So let me ask this question. I'll accept your photos from space when you name me the scientific journal that accepts photos as prima facie evidence of a proposition.
Can you simplify that?
No, I'm asking you to supply a scientific journal that will accept photographs as prima facie evidence.
I don't have a scientific journal that does that.
No, nobody does, dude. Nobody accepts photos as prima facie proof alone of a proposition, dude.
I don't know what to say here.
You need corroborating evidence.
Good. I like that.
Do you wait? So then you think the moon landing was fake?
How'd you
Well,
get
let me
that
put
from
it this
that,
way,
bro?
friend. I know, right?
Well, because
Good
the
catch,
moon.
AB.
Wait, hold on. Why would the moon be round and the Earth flat?
Oh no.
I'll put it to you like this: Earth, not moon. Moon, not Earth. Different.
So every single planet is a circle except for Earth.
Every single thing that's not the Earth is not the Earth. I agree with you.
I think that statement speaks for itself, but I don't know.
I know, doesn't it? So what you're faced with is that your thought, while not unreasonable, isn't logically coherent. If that makes sense. So it's not unreasonable to think what you thought. Don't get me wrong. I'm not belittling you in any way, but it's just not logical.
It's not logical to assume that the Earth would be round since every other planet in the space is round.
It's not logical to assume it could be. Sorry, it could be logical to assume it could be. It's not logical to assume it has to be. However, coulds and shoulds and woulds are kind of those things that have to materialize before they become true. Do you agree? Holy crap.
Yeah, I'm so I don't know like
Are you
how to
okay?
even debate. I don't know how to even debate this.
Fair point. So let me ask this question, dude. Do you think that the proposition of whether the Earth is a globe or not is more relevant to be answered by the structure of the Earth itself or by things that aren't the Earth? Which one do you think is the better way to go?
I think when you put it like that, the Earth, but that doesn't debunk the argument I made at all. That's not even like.
But you never made an argument, though.
Well, I did. I made the argument. The argument I made was because every other planet in space is round. It's extremely reasonable to suspect that the Earth would be round.
Yes, right. And so I would agree with you. To suspect that the Earth is round, now we must validate that the Earth is round. So we have to take it from I think so to it is so. And that is where we run into a problem. And because that is that when you measure the surface of the Earth, it turns out that the waters of the Earth are level and arranged horizontally because they don't have curvature on the surface. And that means that the entire benchmark of the known territory is from a horizontal baseline, which means it's flat.
Okay.
Dude, are you building a house?
Who, me? What's going on?
No, he's searching for his keys in the closet or something. I don't know. There's a lot of background noise. What we're trying to say.
Oh, sorry. I'm like moving around a lot because I'm like
That's all right, bro.
I'm walking right now. So, anyways, I don't know, dude. I don't even know. It's just from my perspective, right? I don't know if you kind of can understand this, but from my perspective, this seems just so radical. Like it's just something so like out of the world, kind of a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Let me ask this question, brother. Do you think we were born believing in the flat Earth and that we've been flat Earthers our entire lives, or do you rather think that we actually grew up being taught the globe, believing in the globe, imagining all the things about the globe our whole lives, and then we were faced with a challenge for whatever reason where we had to investigate whether we knew it or not, and then we came to a different conclusion? Which do you think is what happened to us?
The second one for sure.
Correct. So that means that we were in your position before. We believed in the globe. We thought the idea that the Earth was flat was a radical idea for almost our whole lives until the point where we challenged it, investigated it, and came to a different conclusion. And the reason why majority of us came to that conclusion is because there's no demonstrable surface curvature on the surface of the Earth. And it appears to us as flat, it appears to us as stationary, just like we've been observing it our entire lives. And not only that, but when you measure it, it corroborates the fact that your experience of the Earth is correct, that it actually is flat and stationary.
So why would what does NASA and these other space hacks and whatnot gain from lying?
Oh, they're possessed by demons, bro.
So the round earthers.
Now I'm being silly, dude. But think about it for a second. Think about it, just for a second. Imagine, if you would, a world where the majority of the people in the world actually believe in a religious system. That's true, right? Billions of people adhere to Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, all these things. So they believe in greater truths than just the material world. In other words, metaphysical entities that could cause them to do the things they do. Now, check this out. It doesn't even matter whether it's true or not. They believe it, and they could be motivated by it. So the motivations of people range from pettiness all the way up to grand things about the nature of God himself telling you what to do, or Satan himself telling you what to do. So I have no reason why people lie or why people want to do a deception, but I know for a fact that that's what people do. I know people murder, they rape, they kill, they do all kinds of evil things, dude. And it's inexplicable. We don't understand why they do it because we're not interested in doing those things ourselves. But rest assured, they do it.
What about you seen the plane flights? How if the Earth was flat, you should be able to fly from California to Japan in a straight line, but it doesn't work like that. You know what I mean?
Well, what makes you think planes should fly in a straight line?
It would be faster if the Earth was flat.
Okay, but what makes you think speed is their primary concern?
It's not, but
right. So planes actually fly in pre-approved corridors, and it's coordinated worldwide. And they also fly in commercially viable corridors. In other words, certain types of stops, certain fuel to pickups ratio. Right. So they're going to fly from port to port to port to port, picking up people, dropping people off. It's not just about getting from here to there as fast as possible. So looking at a plane flight and saying, oh, this plane flight alone is going to determine the shape of the Earth for me, that's not really a sufficient thing. So, for example, I flew when I was deployed to invade Iraq in 2003. I flew from Hunter Army Airfield up to Nova Scotia, over to Ireland, over to Germany, then to Kuwait. Now, if you look at that on a map, that's practically a straight line. But it's only a straight line on an azimuthal map, which is essentially a flattened out globe projection. So does that mean that the Earth is a flattened out globe projection? No.
Hey, can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just. Oh man. Yeah, would you look at any other possibilities, like the Earth can be like a cube or something else, or you just?
Well, I think about it this way, bro. Is that a cube is a three-dimensional shape that has 6 flat sides, right? So if the surface we inhabit is flat, then certainly that surface could be on a cube. But the thing is that you said, could it be something else like a cube? The problem is that flat itself is not a shape, right? Flat is a surface property. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So why does
So the overall? Go ahead.
But why don't boaters, people riding boats and stuff, fall off the edge of the Earth?
Well, for one, boats really don't go to the extent of the most southerly regions that often. Secondly, you're assuming that the places boats could go would be able to reach a place where boats would fall off. Second, you're assuming that water would also be falling off because the boat would be in the water. And now, if you know anything about water, If it's contained in a perimeter like a shoreline, then nobody's going to be falling off of anything. They're just going to be crashing into a shoreline. So it's interesting that you would assume that a boat just going indefinitely would just fall off of water rather than crash into some shoreline. Because it's just as reasonable to think that if you have an environment, that it could have an edge or it could have a barrier. So why would you immediately jump to the assumption it's going to fall off? I think it's because you were programmed to do so with iconography in the media that told you, and by the way, there's plenty of images like that, if the Earth is flat, it's just like a disk floating in space, where when you get to the edges, you could just fall off into empty space. But if there's no empty space to fall off into, then the idea of falling off the Earth doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, where do you think the edge of the Earth is at? Like Antarctica or?
Personally, I think it's an indeterminate amount of distance directly outwards in the southerly direction. So that means I have no idea how far away. But whether it's an edge, whether it's a boundary, whether it's an infinite regenerating progression of creation that's just continually happening like an ever-expanding universe, you know? Because think about it this way, friend. Like, people who believe in this giant universe, they believe that the universe is constantly expanding, getting bigger, 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 bigger every second. Bigger, 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 bigger. But for some reason, when it comes to the Earth, they think that's impossible. Well, it's weird, because if one thing can just get bigger indefinitely, why can't something else get bigger indefinitely? Well, I think the answer is that they have a bias between things they're willing to suspend disbelief for and things they're not. So the idea that the Earth is flat does make you question things about the boundaries of the Earth. But don't forget that in the worldview that you came from, which is heliocentrism, the boundaries of the universe are unknown. Nobody knows. And so I could just as easily answer, I don't know. And I'd be correct, because I don't.
So then do you doubt, like, countries and the way they're perceived to be, look like? Because we got all that data from NASA and SpaceX and whatnot. Do you think, like, Italy can be, like, a circle and not, like, a line like the way it is?
No, I mean, the majority of the land masses are probably similar to what they're put out. But if you ever seen the map problems, the map scale problems, there's all kinds of problems with maps where countries and different maps are designed to display different countries larger. You know, like some of the maps display like Greenland really big, but it's actually smaller. And then Russia's really, really big, but it's actually smaller with the square miles, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, like maps aren't necessarily a 100% accurate description of all the relationships of the entire Earth relative to itself.
Yeah, I don't really know how to argue against this. What do you normally get, like, the arguments of bringing it up a lot?
Oh yeah, dude. I've been doing this for almost going on 10 years.
Like in this server?
Well, see, this server we became guests in over the past few years, but we actually have our own server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which has been going for 7 years, and then before that, I was in other venues. And some of the guys here, same deal. You know, some are a little bit newer, but yeah, a lot of us have been doing it for almost the better part of the decade, brother. So we've heard almost every argument there possibly could be.
Just to back you up, I've been here about 10 years too. Go ahead, I got.
Shoot. What do you guys like? I see you guys in here, like, I'll see like Crit on here, and I'll see some other guys just kind of sitting in here and microphones off. Is there like a reason for that, or?
Well, I'll tell you what. Some guys like to listen. Some guys have it in the background. Some guys are used to they logged in so they can do modding powers because you have to be logged into the call. And some guys they hang out as an invitation to people to join who want to talk about this topic. So, for example, we joined this server a couple of years ago, and we quickly became the most popular channel in the entire server to the #1 spot. And then we stayed #1 almost the entire year, only to be supplanted by the elections for a short period of time, then regained our #1 spot. But in the overall hours for the entire year, we were #1. So yeah, people like the topic. They like to come in and talk to us. We have multiple venues, 3 different servers plus our main server. We have multiple YouTube channels. We broadcast to DLive, Twitch, YouTube, Rumble. We have shows on Twitter.
Yeah, so you guys are like probably the most popular like Flat Earther people.
No, not at all. There are flat Earth venues that are much more popular and much more attended, but those venues tend to be more liberal in the type of content that they entertain and the type of flat Earth arguments that they're willing to promote. I'm going to use this word loosely. We're kind of more strict here. We kind of more focus on empiricism, facts, things you can actually validate rather than speculations.
Okay, and you guys are more like centrist. You guys aren't too progressive.
Well, I don't really know what you mean by that.
Because you brought up like liberal, so.
In what way?
Well, because like liberal meaning, like, do you mean like liberal as in like politically, like liberal, conservative?
No. Didn't I say I'm to be liberal with this thing I'm about to say?
Oh, I misheard.
Yeah. So like, if you're offering somebody a critique of something, you might say, well, to be fair, or well, to be, a conservative estimate, or oh, let's be liberal and offer them 10 for 10,000 for the property rather than 9. Had nothing to do with any kind of ideology.
Okay. Yeah. Have you had like any debates that came close to changing your mind? Like some really solid points?
You mean over the years, did anybody come close?
Yeah.
The only compelling argument that anyone's ever had that I can remember was the gyro compass. That's about it. And other than that, pretty much all their arguments are either logical fallacies or things that can't possibly be validated or things that require so many assumptions that can't be proven. Like almost all the globe earth arguments are circular reasoning or presuppositional arguments, except for the appeal to a photo from space or an appeal to the quote unquote alleged eyewitness testimony of the astronaut, because those aren't actually fallacies. They're just not necessarily good proofs for certain reasons. But pretty much everything else is like got some kind of underlying logical problem with it.
Yeah, it seems like kind of making your arguments based on like the round earthers not having enough proof. You're making your whole point on. That's what it seems like.
Oh yeah, so they definitely don't. But I mean, the flat Earth isn't necessarily about the globe Earth being unable to prove curvature, even though curvature is the crux of the issue. But you can just go out and demonstrate to yourself there's no curvature. Like you can go out this weekend if you so desired, and you could prove it to yourself.
We can again. You should expect to see curvature if you could see like hundreds of miles to the distance, but you're just looking out like past like a tree line. How much you're gonna see?
No, I didn't. Yeah, but I'm not talking about seeing it, dude. That's the difference. Is I'm talking about going out validating that it's not there, not by looking, not just by saying, oh, do I see a curved surface or not? No, by going out and testing the consequences of a curved surface geometrically and finding out that the claims of the globe aren't there.
You don't think they're there, the claims of the globe?
No, dude. The Earth's been measured by lasers, all kinds of long distance observations, and And when you corroborate that with the physics of water, which is that water is level and it lays flat and level on the surface when undisturbed, and it covers 71% of the earth. And according to the way physics works, if you have water and it's at a slope, it's going to run, right? So we know that water is level. That's an axiom. In fact, it's the gold standard of level throughout the history of humanity. So much so that almost every culture has the phraseology, water is flat and level, in their lexicon. Okay? So we know that's the standard. So then you have a second question, which is, well, if we know water is level by definition, right, then it's either curved or it's not curved. And if it's not curved and it's level, then it's flat. It's the only option. So if you go out and you measure the water not to be curved, then that proves that the waters of the earth are flat and level. And since all elevation from the tip of Mount Everest, the highest point, to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, the lowest point of the surface, that's 13 miles. And the alleged territory of the earth is 190 million square miles. And so if you take 13 miles against 190 million square miles, of which 70% is flat water, right, you end up with a horizontally arranged surface that only has a variance of 13 miles over that range. That's a flat surface, bro. It's actually, I just found out the other day, it's actually mathematically flatter than a pane of glass by 1/100%.
It's that flat?
That's how flat it would be, brother. It's flat.
Like super flat?
Super flat, bro. Very flat. Not quite up, hold on, friend. Not quite up to stare it. Surface plate flat. And those are the plates that you buy that are engineered and milled to be super flat so you can make flat parts on them and measure them. So the earth isn't quite that flat, but it is flat.
Okay. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to like agree to disagree on this one.
No, I agree that you disagree, but I don't agree to disagree. Because I agree that you're wrong.
Yeah. Well, think about it like this, all right? And I'm not trying to discredit you, but I'm just saying, like, if everybody in my life can tell me the Earth is round, and then a gentleman on Discord I kind of met, has been saying it's the only one gentleman on Discord said it's flat. Can you see where I'm going with this?
Well, that's fine, but it's not about what you can say or what you can hear from a bunch of people's mouths. It's about what you can validate in tangible reality. That's what matters.
Flat is an observation.
Yeah, and the majority of us here say it's flat. We're just allowing AI to speak because we have respect.
Yep, we know how to speak one at a time. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just gonna sit on here until happens?
We take turns speaking so that we don't speak over one another.
What's up, Eat the Grass? Good to see you, brother.
How's it going, man? I hope y'all are staying blessed.
You too, man.
Well, here we go. I got an idea for our friends here. So I could be more than happy to walk him through something he could do with the things he has available to him to go out and validate whether the curve of the earth is there or not. But what I'd rather do is put my mute on so I can cut some boards, and one of you help our friend here realize that he could actually use his own tools and his own eyes and his own arms and his own legs to go out and answer the question.
How does that look like?
It shouldn't be too difficult. Like, you can get most tools from Amazon that you can use to prove that Earth is flat.
Oh, is Jen here? Maybe Jen can step up.
Like
CBR1.
CBR1. Globe Earthers would like you to get access to all of these complicated machinery and processes like rockets and so on to be able to prove Earth is round, it's globe. but it's actually like it's not that complicated. People way back in the day were able to prove Earth is flat, and they were able to measure the four corners of the Earth very easily.
Yeah, right, Peter. Yeah, by the way, Peter, nice try. Jen, are you there?
What's going on?
Yeah, actual reality isn't as complex as they make it out to be.
Do you think the flat Earth or the round Earthers do it on purpose to stop you from figuring out the Earth is flat?
Well, like that guy just did, bro. In case you didn't notice, that guy is a LARPer. He's not a flat earther. He was mocking us.
Oh, the
Trying to run
Amazon guy?
interference. Yeah, he was trying to run interference. Right? Basically saying the four corners of the earth and they measure this and that. It's like, dude, why are you in here pretending to be a flat earther, essentially lying to this guy who's actually interested in listening to what we have to say? This is what we have to put up with Globers who are so zealous for their position that they run some weird cult-like interference tactics on what we do. Kind of weird, bro.
I don't even. Yeah.
Food me on
Peter has higher ups, so whenever you are on their ranks, you have to follow what you're told. So that's Peter's case. He just do it because he has to. He does it because he
So
has
there's like rival gangs here, like the Globe Earthers kind of rival the Flat Earthers a little bit.
Yeah, kind of. It's worse than that, friend. So I'm gonna put off my song so I can explain it to you. So this topic is one of the most viscerally hated topics in all of topics. In fact, it's taught to people to hate this topic, and they respond with a visceral reaction, like we're trying to attack their mother when we try to tell them that the Earth is flat. So it gets so bad, brother. Let me explain a couple of situations. So one man, Brian Mullen, engineer, he started investigating the topic using his engineering skills to think about how the Earth would be physically if things were actually moving on it, if it was spinning, if it was curved, try to devise ways to figure out the curve. He invented this idea called force the line, which was about building a structure that's true and level and using it as essentially a ruler against the Earth. He invented this idea called torque the line, which he was going to set up a high tension wire through water and use the differential to see if that wire was actually passing through the water or staying parallel with the water. One of which would have told you the water's curving over the wire, or the water and the wire are staying parallel to each other and therefore no curve. He was so effective at his presentations that another guy who was a globe believer took umbrage with the fact, because many globe people say there's no flat earth scientist, there's no flat earth engineer, there's no flat earth pilot. Those are lies. There are plenty of those. So, for example, Brian Mullen, one such guy. So this man said, I can't allow there to be a flat earth engineer. He went on a campaign against this man. He tried to get him fired. He tried to get his engineer's license pulled, harassed his family, threatened his livelihood. And ultimately, Brian Mullen said, you know what, flat earth friends, I really like this topic. I really don't like being pressured by this, but you know what? I really like my career. I don't want to lose my job. I got to feed my family, and these people are attacking me incessantly, so I'm going to have to stop producing content. So he basically got bullied into submission by a psycho. Another such instance, these men decided to get this group together where they were going to trick flat earth girls that they were interested in them romantically. And then after they had a romantic relationship, and so the woman was invested emotionally, they would then use that emotion to trick the woman or twist the woman to go back to the globe from the flat earth. Yeah, these are the kind of people we're dealing with. And we've been dealing with it for, like I said, about 10 years. And we've seen a lot of debauchery from the globe earth side with some kind of religious hatred of the topic of flat earth. Like it's their mission in life to stomp out the evil that they think is one of the worst things that ever happened in the history of mankind. being that people would think that the Earth is flat, not a globe. What a sin.
So, global earthers like tricked women into this stuff.
Yeah. Women in our server. They had a plan. They had a bet who would be the first one to turn a flat earther. And so some of the guys made the plan that our goal is we're going to accelerate our chances by having a romantic relationship with the person we're trying to influence to go back to the globe. And so their goal was to manipulate and use women, and you rest assured that they were going to use them in every way that a man uses a woman, and then probably after they went to the globe, dispose of them.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's crazy. What the heck?
Yes, what is it about this topic, dude, that drives people to such zealous, visceral, crazy, weird behavior?
I don't know. I've never. You guys get like attacked a lot in your server, like a bunch of globe earthers like do mass raids and stuff.
Over the course of the past decade, yes. It takes all kinds, and there's all kinds of attacks that these people will perpetuate against folks. AI is on point. They absolutely hate us. They're not just auto globers born into the globe. These people are anti-flat earthers. Like you said, they have a visceral hatred for us.
Easy. Wow.
You don't even have to really do anything. If you just question the narrative, they will call you a flat earther. They'll slap that label on you and start abusing you too, just for asking questions.
Yeah, well, I've always been told like flat earthers like they always compare them to like druggies and stuff. Like those people are just they don't know what they're talking about. You know, these people. That's what I always like heard.
Yeah, they poison the well.
There you go, dude. See how that works? You think they're all drug addicts and weird shit, and it has nothing to do with that. See how you were influenced?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's just what like everybody's been saying though. It's kind of like veganism. Like I've never really seen any support for it. I've always just seen like attacks and hate. You know what I mean?
Kind of like saying, I do not want to go to church and worship a ball anymore. And then the people who hear that flip out and get angry at you and say, no, you must go to church and worship the ball. Or you're one of those crazy flat earthers. And it does have to do with worship. They have a golden ball of the earth, the Globus Cruciger. They have this actual idol of the earth that is literally held in high regard, aka worship.
Okay. Yeah, well,
They have been posted in the side chat. There's an image that is of the object I'm talking about. It's a really old conversation that is heavily tied into religion. And I'm saying that a lot of us have left that religion, and that's the problem. We no
like Global
longer.
Earth is kind of like a religion.
It's heavily tied into religious content, yes. That's what the Globus Cruciger is about. They put a cross on top of a ball and said that through the authority of Jesus and God, I have been ordained to be king of earth. And if you look at that, that's what they actually had in that coronation ceremony. They flaunt that little idol for that kind of thing. It happened recently with that king, whatever his damn name is.
Okay, religion. Okay. Yeah, man. All right, well,
One of the main ones.
I'll leave you guys to it then. I'm gonna head over to the communist room, see what nonsense they got going on over there. So, see you guys.
Well, have fun with that. Stay blessed. Communist. A lot of folks like to say that flat Earth is a cult, and I like to point out that it is quite the opposite. We've left the cult. That's the entire point here. We've left that area of belief and went towards knowledge. We want to know. We don't want to just believe. I'm gonna tag out for a while. Y'all stay blessed. I'm gonna do some stuff.
Oh, dude, just the other day we had somebody say, oh, what did he say? Oh, he was talking about clone clone version procreation where you can procreate with your own cells or something, and then that they liked NASA's worldview because eventually we're going to leave the Earth and get new worlds and prolong our lives indefinitely. So essentially, eternal life. So they basically promised creation and eternal life. And I was like, wow, that sounds exactly like a religion.
I know, right? That if you tell them outer
So what you're
space,
saying is, if I pay tons of money to NASA, I'm gonna live forever.
see, that's the outer space is their heaven. So if you tell them outer space is fake and gay, they flip out because you're telling them that their heaven is not real.
The worst part about it wasn't even their heaven because it was like, oh, it's going to be for the like great grandkids are going to live forever, not us.
Yeah, it's hope for the future. Think about it. They also regard Earth as being hell or hell on Earth. They also imagine grandiose timelines. Oh, we're going to have to leave Earth in like 9 million years because it'll be dead at that point. So we'll have to find a new. What?
Yeah, it's like who cares, dude? By then there'll be so much trash on the world, everybody will be dead already.
They imagine Wally.
Yeah. All right, I really got to go on mute so I can get some work done. Dang it.
Thanks, AI. Love your work.
We have the technology. We can rebuild him better, stronger, faster.
Enhance.
That's reassuring.
You never seen the $6 million man?
Sorry, I missed that. Go again.
I said, have you ever seen the $6 Million Man, the TV show?
No, I have not. I don't really watch.
Came out in the
much TV.
70s.
Yeah. Can't relate.
Well, I was a kid when it came out, so it was cool then. Steve Majors is an astronaut, and he crashes back to Earth. Or no, maybe he was a test pilot / astronaut. And they rebuilt him into the Bionic Man.
Sounds a bit like Star Trek.
Indio, you missed a Bev Tardian symphony.
Did you ever define flat?
Heck no.
Beb is on my shit list, man. He decided he wanted to put himself on my shit list. It's not a good place to be. He decided he was going to say on X that I have files of everyone. Me, personally. I have files on everyone. Not the Discord, me.
Like, what does that even mean?
I'm still laughing.
Yeah, it means that I got files on everybody. And I was like, I don't have files on anybody. I don't know what you're talking about. First of all, I told them they're not important enough to even accumulate files on. The file would say one thing. May, freaking, you're not, like, ignore this person, he's useless. Like, that would, the file would be something to do with Emma. Because Emma still, I guess, brought her over her ejection.
Holy crap, dude. Talk about get over it.
Yeah. I wasn't even involved in any of that. That was like Panto. Like, it had nothing to do with me.
Well, Creation Bear wants to know what all the drama was about, so we should fill him in one time off air. Holy crap.
Dude, you should try to get freaking CB to rizz her up.
Oh my god. Let's be the scandal of all scandals. What's up, Indio?
Not much. That would be a scandal. It would be funny though.
Oh, also, I promised Elder Bear that he could have airtime if he actually puts his new argument in an actual presentation that's not about, accusing anyone of anything, but just presenting. So we'll see if he rises to the challenge.
You're gonna be like that skeleton waiting on the park bench.
Yeah, the possibility is scarce.
You're gonna shake that magic 8-ball, and this is gonna tell you to ask again later. You got the percentages in here.
Yep. But boy, let me tell you, bro, the Beptardians are really butthurt about me debunking their little t-shirt level logic video. Holy crap, that hurt their feelings.
Did they have they have your avatar on a poster, and they got a big old target on it. They throw dartboards every Wednesday. They gather together and drink a beer and just throw darts at your picture.
Oh yeah, you are. You're one of the other ones. The gatekeepers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they have like a list of people from our side that are quote unquote side from their point of view that are gatekeepers. It's me, you, Indio, Quantum Eraser. I'm trying to remember some more, but it's not too many. It's like 7 or less. But they're like the leaders of the gatekeepers that keep people trapped in the lies, and so they can't get to the real truth. So the flat Earth is still the lies that's intended to gatekeep people from the real truth. What is the real truth? Of course, it's the real globe.
Yeah,
drives me nuts, bro.
Well, because when you talk about the word flat and you're trying to define it, you want to talk about, it being a visual surface condition, right? I mean, that's how we, that's how we arbitrate what flat is.
Yeah, I was going to say that Alpha and Crit would have to be a part of that cult.
The Crit, every time Elder Bear opens up his Dorito hole, Crit, his eyes roll back at least 3 times. Yeah, kind of like one of those slot machines.
I think they just permanently stay there.
They just permanently roll back. I don't know, dudes. I mean, we were really at the bottom of the barrel. I mean, we're talking to Elder Bear.
Sad.
How do I sign up to be a gatekeeper? I want to be a gatekeeper. Is that an exclusive club?
Yeah,
Just kidding.
it's a tough business. It's a tough job, but it's an honest living. I could say many other, like those old '80s commercials. It's the toughest job you ever love.
It sounds scary.
You shall not pass. You know, that kind of stuff.
How about we get a fresh, open mind in here that's willing to accept information and actually can discuss it like a human? Would that be cool?
I don't know. I think he may have a valid contention, so I think he should work on presenting it in a more palatable way so people will actually be willing to listen. That is, if he cares about them listening. If he doesn't care about the listening, then who cares about the presentation? But if he actually wants people to hear it and be convinced by it, got to work on his delivery.
No, they don't want anything. All they want to do is get even with a bunch of people they think harm them. So
Yeah,
they think
pretty much.
if they can get you mad, if they can say things to get you frustrated or upset, now they're even because that's how they feel. They feel angry and upset. They feel that they were told no. No, thank you.
First, I'd need a reason with their other personalities.
Wait, what? I didn't follow that.
Split schizophrenia personality.
Oh, okay. Their own other personalities. I thought you were talking about multiple people, but you're talking about multiple persons in one people.
Yeah. Poor fellas.
Yeah, but people's aside, I mean, it's not unreasonable to think, hey, someone told me that these from Polaris out to the equator, you can do these 69 miles per degree and it equals this. Well, if that's true, then the circumference would be wrong of the equator, which would be, the path of the sun or whatever at a certain time of year, whatever, supposedly. And so I'm getting a mismatch in this math. So what's wrong? Something's wrong somewhere. But then you got to figure out what's the part that's wrong. Is it the circumference assumption? Is it the 69 miles per degree assumption? Whatever. And that's a worthy conversation to be had.
Yeah, and then they throw timelines into the context. Look at how many timelines Australia has. There's like one town that has a separate bloody time to all the others down in bloody Western Australia.
You're talking about time zones, not timelines.
Yeah, time zones. Sorry. Yeah.
When you say timelines, make it imply like somehow there's a like Krang the Conqueror who's like manipulating the time zone line to affect which one he thinks represents something or another.
Yeah. I knew I had my words wrong when I said it.
The sacred. It's called the sacred timeline.
Oh yeah, I know that he got shit canned. That whole arc, that whole like villain arc got canceled because there's like some video of him and his spouse.
Yep.
They're gonna do Doctor Doom instead.
Well, gentlemen, they've had allegedly 500 years to measure the curvature of this globe, so I don't think it's going to happen. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Oh man. Waka waka.
I definitely haven't been in it for as long as you guys, but you must have some patience, I must say.
Explain the southern star trails then if the world is not a globe. Explain gravity if the world is not a globe.
Is this guy serious? Please tell me he's
Yeah,
not.
get him. You go. You take this one.
Do it. Explain it to us.
Yeah, do it.
Explain water droplets. They are like a sphere if the world is not a globe, huh?
Stick to one topic, mate. Which gravity are you talking about?
Explain the southern star trails, huh? The only way is if we live on a sphere. There's no other way. It explains it all. Southern star trails. Got him.
Yeah,
Got him, coach.
Let's not look up. Let's not look up.
Okay, then. How come everybody's head is shaped like a sphere, and you're telling me the Earth and all the planets are shaped like spheres? It does not make sense. We have to live on a sphere. There's no other explanation.
So you're still looking up, mate. Yeah. You're confused.
See, if you measure the ground, it is flat, but a bunch of different flats all the way around is a sphere. Because let's just pretend we're ants on a giant ball. You've probably never heard this before. This is a good one now. Let's pretend we're all ants and we live on a giant ball. And you took tiles and you put tiles like the kind that are in the shower all around the ball. From where you're standing, you little ant, it looks like flat, but you have to look at the big picture, man. The thing about the flat earthers, they don't look at the big picture. They have good hearts. They're awesome, but they don't look at the big picture. And the big picture is we're little ants on a basketball that has tiles all over it. You know?
Yeah, okay. Can you clarify giant ball for me? How big's the radius? What's the radius?
It's in a basketball, bro. This is so win.
The radius, these things, the radius and measurements, these are all how do you say? These are all theoretical. Philosophical. Philosophy. Yeah. You can say you can't ever truly measure distance on Earth. It's impossible. You'll always get a different measurement. That's the thing. It's like the white swan argument in it's refraction. Refraction.
What's the white swan? Okay.
Yeah, the white swan argument.
I think this AI is messed up a bit. I think AI is looking at the wrong idea.
No, I'm not AI.
Yeah, well, why are you saying white swan when we always say that it's a black swan?
Yeah, but during the refraction, the swan looks white because of refraction. Atmospheric equations and stuff.
You're just jumping, mate. You're just jumping from topic to topic. Tell me what the radius is if this Earth is so giant.
I think it is something like 340,091 miles at the circumference.
That's 3959.
At the circumference, right?
That's circumference.
Yeah, 3959 at the circumference of the radius, right?
Yeah, 3959. Correct. So what?
You know,
what's that make? The diameter is double that.
I mean, all the numbers and everything, that's great, but that doesn't prove anything, really. I mean, we could say numbers forever, but
circumference is around, close to 25,000 miles. It's not really that big, really.
No. Imagine. How do I do? Imagine we're ants, right? Imagine ants. This is the best way I tell all my friends. Imagine we're ants on a giant ball, right?
We're humans, mate. I don't want to imagine that I'm an ant. We're human.
Well, the thing is, you have to use your imagination.
Some humans are ants. Some humans have siblings. They're female and they have siblings that have kids.
You have to use your imagination, and that's the only way you're ever going to understand that we live on a globe. It doesn't make any other sense any other way. This man went to Antarctica. He saw the 24-hour sun. There's no way you could see that on a flat Earth. It does not work. It doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
I know somebody who went to the North Pole and they saw the 24-hour moon. And it proves we live on a globe.
24-hour moon?
Yeah, at the North Pole.
Dude, you are so confused.
No, you're not.
I even know of a guy who was he was the leader of the flat Earth, and now he knows the Earth is a globe because he saw the 24-hour moon at the North Pole. You cannot have that on a flat Earth.
The moon's irrelevant. What does the moon prove? Tell me.
Well, the moon is, if you look at the moon, it's a sphere. So, I mean, that's right there. Come on. The moon and the sun are spheres? We don't live on a sphere? Come on. That doesn't make sense.
So a 24-hour moon proves that a moon is a sphere? Come on.
Well, you can just look at it with your naked eyes,
Elaborate for me.
You can just look at it with your naked eye. I'm going to tell you one thing.
Come on,
Not
can you
too many
make
people know, but
make
Yo,
sense of
Shaggy,
your
this
words?
guy's killing you right now.
One thing is, they proved this in 1500. Now, I don't know if you ever heard of Eratosthenes proved the Earth is a globe with a stick and a shadow, and he got so close. He got so close.
Yeah, I'm cooked.
I mean, I can go all day. I can name 3 things right now.
I think you win, bro. I think you win.
The double blindfolded slit Cavendish Fulcrum's pendulum experiment with the theodolite, right? That's the first proof. Gravity, and then the third proof is imagine that we're ants on a giant ball.
Oh God, we're not ants again, are we?
On a giant ball.
I thought we weren't going to be ants.
What?
All right, now you're an ant, and he's holding a magnifying glass to you, bro. He's straight
Shit.
cooking us.
I'm cooked.
And how come you don't fall off the edge, huh? Why don't you fall off the edge then?
No one's climbed an edge, my friend.
There's an ice wall,
Exactly. Now you're getting it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't believe in giants.
If there's a saint, you gotta start making little cartoons off of that.
I know. I need to get better.
Honestly, Saints, that was well done, brother. You steel man the globe better than a lot of these guys do.
Thanks, bro.
Well,
I try. I'm trying.
Shaggy felt like he got jumped.
alive.
I was
Right?
nervous. I was nervous.
Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have
It's
the
a painful
capability to
process.
make the world's first bionic man.
Stop lying, Indio. We can't.
It's a painful process, bro.
Stronger.
It's a painful process.
Do 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. The globe sounded like Spider-Man
Was
over
I
there.
just muted for all that? Hear that? Did you guys hear the bionic thing I played? Did you hear the Bionic Man thing I played?
Yeah, we heard.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Somehow I muted myself and I didn't hear it. Whatever. We have the technology. We can rebuild him.
No, we can't.
We're trying to rebuild globe Earthers into something, resembling a critically thinking human being instead of a lemming that just follows other lemmings off the cliff.
You mean a lemming that follows other lemmings to space? Oh my.
You should call make a little cartoon series, call it Glow Proofs. And you put like Brenda's episodes. That way, you won't get demonetized or stuck
good point.
somewhere in the bottom.
It could be called ant articles. Articles about ants. And it's like ant art. People do different ant art that tickles them in their ant articles. My aunt, imagine my aunt crawling on a big sweaty pair of balls, right?
You see them
Come on,
dog
man.
bones.
I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Don't do that.
if my aunt had a glow ball,
No
she'd
sweaty
be my
balls in the
uncle.
chat.
She'd be my Uncle Sam.
Enjoy your ball of porridge, Indio.
Dude, I've heard twice in the past week Globers quoting Bo saying, well, Bo said that he went out there for 6 months. It took him 6 months to get the black swan shot. Dude, I live in Santa Barbara and I look at the ocean every day and I can't even remember the last time I didn't see the black swan out there, the oil rigs, even on a foggy day. You see them every single day. So I don't know why they're trying to bring that up.
Yeah, it's nonsense. There's a dude that's been out there every 2 to 3 days, maybe 2 weeks max. Hundreds of videos of the black swan shot, bro.
Yeah.
Hundreds, man. I'm not kidding. He's been going out there for like 2 years now, every couple days, getting it to the exact same spot from UC Davis parking lot and doing a horizontal pan from left to right.
UCSB.
Yeah, UCSB, whatever it is. UCSB.
Yeah.
With the horizon behind the rigs?
Yes.
You can actually see the
Sometimes there's miraging. Sometimes there's miraging and all that crap, right? So, I'm not saying every day it's perfect. But the thing that is perfect every day, there's some rocks. There's like a jetty that sticks out. And that's it's only like 8 feet high. It's supposed to be behind the horizon. You can see it every single time in every single video.
You can see the islands a lot too behind them too. The Channel Islands and Catalina Island.
Oh yeah,
Catalina, Channel Island.
Well,
yeah.
He's looking. He looks like across the bay. So on the other side is like the Navy Observatory or something they got over there. Some naval thing.
Yeah. So there's one that's like almost like a peninsula where like if you look at it from a certain spot, you're not looking out into the horizon like part. You're looking south, and then you can see the oil rigs, and then you can see actually, I think it's Oxnard or Ventura. You can see that with the P1000, and there's like a giant. It's like a giant factory, yeah, with a giant looks like a water tower or something. It's painted like red and white. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
I thought you didn't believe in giant.
What? Oh, believe in giant.
You know, I said like the ice wall. I don't believe in giant.
That's when he was trolling you. Trolling.
I know, the joke.
Yeah, look in the chat, bro. That's a screenshot of the videos. It's not even close to all of them.
It's called circling back.
My girl brought up a good point. She was saying that and I didn't even think of this. We see the oil rigs every night because they're lit up, right? So how they try to bring up atmospheric refraction. Does that count at night?
There's less at night.
Okay, the least.
There's less at night, right?
The best time to film is when the air and the water temperature and the air is mixed. So right at dusk, right, sunset, going through the night to when the sun, right before the sun comes up. Right, so that period of time.
Okay, because those things are lit up every
the worst
night,
time
right?
is noon, pretty much.
Okay.
So I'll actually
every
post
night they're lit up.
a graph for you that actually shows how it works, like time wise. I'll post the graph online.
Okay.
And this is based on data, not a model or ideas, right? This is based on they went out there and they measured the shit.
Okay.
So if you look at the graph, you can see like where the peaks are.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so the top one is the quote unquote refraction they measured, right? So you can see like the largest deviation, so it's big and then small and then big again. All these are corresponding times, so that's like the time there is basically from that would be from 4 o'clock, starting at 4 o'clock all the way to right before noon, right 10 o'clock, and then from noon to frickin' 3 is shit, or noon to 4 is shit, and then it gets good again. So.
Okay. Trying to figure out what that big square flat thing is. Is that supposed to be a
This is a graph over time, right? So one measures how much solar radiation there is. The other one measures what the temperature is and how it changes over time. And the top one measures the vertical angle difference, right? So they're using LiDAR and they're looking at the side of a hill, and they can measure everything. So the hill the image of the hill will move up and down, but it's not an image; it's a laser scan. So the laser scan, the angle that the light reaches the scanner will change, and they're measuring the change in angle, like how much it moves up and down. The most, right? Anything is lifted up is 0.0027 degrees. Okay, like when you look at the big spikes here, the biggest spikes are 0.00. So this unit is 4 MGON. MGON is an equivalent of an angle, right? It's not. It's just a different unit, like radians, angles, MGON. There's actually gradients. There's a couple different units people use. This is a particular unit they use in surveying in Europe. So this 4 MGON is the largest deviation they measure, and that corresponds to an angle of 0.00027 degrees, which is nothing.
It's like negligible.
Over a span of 25 miles, that would move a laser 8 feet. Okay, this is the maximum now, mind you. The maximum This is what, like, if you went into, like, I'm going to go out in the worst possible freaking condition and see what happens. Oh, it only move the laser up or down 8 feet.
Okay.
So during the best, there's almost, as you can see, it's almost zero, right? It hovers between 2, right? Plus 2 and minus 2. That when the plus 2 is, it's 2 M-gon higher, and the minus 2, it's 2 M-gon lower. Right, so basically, they're looking at the thing, and it's just like a star. It's twinkling. It's moving up and down, and they measure how much it's moving up and down, because that's how the real world works, right? You look out at something, it kind of shimmers. It just doesn't sit there like a photograph.
Hey, I'm confused. Is this thing an AI or not? Sorry, I was incarcerated for like 2 months, so I'm a bit behind on times.
That sucks.
Welcome back, bro. I know what it's like.
Thank you, man.
I flat smack people when I go to jail.
No, you don't. Actually, there was a lot of flurfers there, actually, to be honest.
Flurfers?
Yeah, flat earthers. There was a lot of flat earthers.
Where were you locked up at? Out of state?
I'm in Australia, so I was.
Oh, okay.
I was June jail for gun charges.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they frown upon guns in this area.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's the same
So
here.
did
So it's a misconception that the United States is ubiquitous with its gun laws. Gun laws vary by state. So I live in a state where even a BB requires an FID card.
Yeah,
Saturday States too, probably. He lives in California, so squirt guns probably require a FID card there.
Yeah, they're fucking crazy over guns here.
Spud guns are related as like a shotgun, and yet you can use a compound bow, and that's legal for anyone. But
in California, just making your hand into like a gun, like playing like kids do, like cops and robbers, that requires,
Yeah, they're pretty crazy over guns here. So the Black Swan.
I thought it was only if you imagine it in your head.
The Black Swan pictures that you showed, these are from Pablo's dog, right? But that's not the one who originally posted it. But him and Bo are like best friends though. But I'd say Pablo's dog goes out there more than Bo. In fact, I just saw him at Whole Foods like 2 months ago, and he gave me, because I always lose my phone and get new numbers, so he gave me his number again. So I got his phone number. The Pablo's dog. He's a cool dude. He's another one though that's like Bo is like, he doesn't want his name out there. You know what I mean? Because he has a really good job too. He knows though. His wife's not a flat earther.
Man, tell him if you see him or call him to put in one of his videos a shout out to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Okay.
It could be a sign. It could be a sign on the beach, so when he's doing his pan and scan, it just passes the sign.
Right. I'm gonna actually request him. I'm gonna request him that he does one of these shoots at night, so you guys can see how these oil rigs are all lit up with Christmas lights and shit.
Yeah, now make sure you tell him if he doesn't do it, I'm gonna nuke Texas.
Nuke what?
Texas.
Oh, okay.
People wonder why I always threaten Texas, but isn't the answer obvious?
Right.
Because all my exes live in Texas.
Right? That is one of my songs. That's why I hang my hat in Tennessee. Dude, I went over to the server, what's the name? Earth Awakenings or something? And they were trying to convince, they're like, dude, tell me what is exactly about the Antarctic thing that you Like, why do you think it's not real? I'm like, the footprints in the snow. And like 2 people are like, no, that's because it gets so cold, the ground's like frozen. I'm like, so you're telling me when the sun is out 24/7 there, it would be the hottest there, right? The ground is the coldest. It's like frozen like ice. But yet there's thousands of footprints all over the ground. But yet when they're walking on it, it's like ice. I mean, they're not slipping on this. It's like, this doesn't make any sense. They're just trying to convince me. I was like, that's just one of the fucking arguments, dude. You know? I don't know. I can't call it. I just think it's bizarre, dude. I mean, like, okay, so if they didn't go, then there's nothing organic about Jaren becoming like, it's fine if somebody wants to become a Glober or whatever, that's cool, but like, if it's organic, but I mean, like, if they never went, then everything they're saying is, like, fruit of the poison trees. Like, their debate, everything is just all theater, you know? I know, I'm preaching to the choir, huh?
Just Team Token on that vape debunked it for me.
I know, right? I mean, like, okay, Witty is super articulate, and he's so good at breaking people's shit apart. And so when I hear people questioning him about it, and like the things he says or doesn't say, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, he's the one who's appealing to like popular consensus and all these things. Like, I went there for you guys. He went to Antarctica for us, you know? And like, how dare we question?
No one asked you, bro.
Right? I know, and he spent like thousands of dollars he didn't have, you know? Fuck. I know. It's like the chicken suit thing, babe.
Doesn't matter because it's just hearing it from him. They would have to go for themselves. Figure out
I know.
themselves, really.
I know.
Do anything for anybody.
It's like kind of cleverly put together, you know? And it's like a good gatekeeper for anybody who's like skeptical of the globe. And they'll be like, duh. Like, look how dumb these flat earthers are. And then this guy's not even a flat earther anymore, you know? Fuck, dude. So funny. So hilarious. You know what I
My
mean?
initial thought is just sad. It's sad.
He couldn't even look at the camera. He had his hat pulled all low. You know what I mean? He's just all reading the script. Like, fuck. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'm wondering if like if maybe he had a bad gambling problem or something, like in Training Day, where like he was into the Russians for like a lot of money and he didn't have a choice. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, like if that's the case and they were threatening his family, then that's perfectly respectable to do that. Like, you know, to save your family, lie about that. You know what I mean? Any of us would do that. You know what I mean?
Apparently there were a few circumstances, but they're just analogies, so it's hard to know.
Yeah, it's hard to know. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, that's the best case scenario. You know what I mean? He's protecting his family. You know, very well could be. You know what I mean?
You can't blame a bloke for that.
No, you can't, dude. You cannot. It's just interesting. Like when I'm watching, it's almost like analyzing somebody. It's like analyzing like somebody. I don't know. It's just bizarre. It's like somebody who's like a man, and they're going through this whole scenario about how they're really a woman, and we need to respect their decision. And it's kind of just like it's like watching animals at a zoo. It's kind of like it's kind of interesting and like in a weird, bizarre way. It's like, look, you have to slow down at a car crash. You know what I mean? You can't help it. Even though you know it's not edifying for your spirit, you just like, you can't help it. You're just like, it's really odd and I need to see it, you know?
Yeah, I like how you said that. That's true. Good analogy.
Yeah. It's interesting. I just think it's a painful process. You know what I mean? To build it back again. It's a painful process.
Yeah.
But shit.
So what keeps us interested, basically.
Right.
you know, keeps us on our friggin' hind legs.
Right. Have you guys ever seen this lady? She's like, she has really like pale skin, but she has like dark brown hair. She's probably like maybe in her like mid 40s, and she talks about that our bodies are like receivers and antennas for Wi-Fi, and that how like the government has used it to like they've actually like hacked into our DNA. I might be misquoting her, but she goes off for a while, dude. It's really interesting the things she says. Have you heard that lady before?
I have not, but speaking of, have you heard what the Indians, you know, what they said about the Indians with their feathers and stuff? What a chief wore more feathers than all the others because they were like the transceiver, the transmitter,
Oh, that makes sense, dude. That totally makes sense.
and the others were just, you know, receiving.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. All the chainmail and like all the knights in shining armors and all that shit. It all makes sense that like none of that was for like they weren't like fighting each other and everything like that. I think it was like the opposite. All that stuff was like energy, like healing and stuff like that. You know?
Yeah, man.
So anything?
No. No, never.
No soup. Anything?
Shampoo?
No.
You talking to your wife?
Yeah, she's trying to get some shampoo. We're looking for the shampoo.
You're not AI. Okay, cool.
No, not AI. No. No. Every time I hear the word AI, I think of Old MacDonald Had a Farm. AI, AIO. I don't know. It's like sounds like AI, AIO.
I just want to.
Good one.
So right here in California, in Southern California, you guys know like on the freeway, how there's call boxes like every mile or every couple miles. You know what the call boxes are?
No. Elaborate.
They're like if you like get a wreck or your car breaks down, they're like landline phones that are like on these boxes with like these solar panels.
We have them on the highways, yeah.
Okay, so they just made an announcement they're getting rid of all of them. So just recently I noticed every single one of them is like covered up in black tarps, and they're going to be removing them all. Yeah.
For what reason?
They say they're not necessary anymore, but I think it's because with all the infrastructure they're doing on the highway to make it basically like where they can have all these driverless vehicles. And once they get the driverless vehicles, like in LA, there's like hundreds of driverless vehicles. Waymos, they're like Jaguars, SUVs. And they've got spinning propellers on all four corners and on top of them. And they can only go within the limits of the city where their infrastructure is built for their wireless technology, because if they get too far away from Wi-Fi, they're rendered useless. So pretty soon, I think what it is they're pushing so hard for these that in making all the laws stricter and stricter on getting an automobile that the next generation won't. They'll be so used to just having the driverless vehicles at their fingertips wherever they want. They're trying to get everybody to switch to that. So if they do that, that means that, obviously you have to be in the system and be part of their, whatever chip it is to get into these things. And if you're not up to date, you won't be able to have access to these things. And then, rendering us basically without transportation,
Well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man, because just before COVID hit, I went to China. Probably dodged a bullet there getting back. Anyway.
Right.
That's not the topic, but...
Yeah. Do you see driverless vehicles there?
Well, with the EVs and all that, they didn't have to pay insurance or registration or anything like that. So it's
Oh shit, that's how they get them. Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, supposedly China has driverless mining equipment that can
Driverless
get
what?
up the stuff. Driverless mining equipment that scoops it up, puts it in the big dumpster truck, and then the dumpster truck's driverless. It drives, dumps it, and they even park and charge themselves like a Roomba.
Oh shit, I believe it. They got these robots in all Amazon factories and shit now, getting rid of people. It basically, they don't have to pay any overhead for electricity, no plumbing for people using the bathroom, no fucking there, no, they don't have to pay salaries. It's just like fuck.
You forgot the most important part. They don't have to pay an HR department to handle all the females' complaints.
Right? Yeah. Straight up. It's like, when is this gonna end? Though? You know what I mean? All the brick and mortar places are gonna be gone. All the kids, the next generation, are all gonna some type of web developer or something to do on the computer. You know what I mean?
They can have two of them now. It's not just one. Yeah. They can have two children. Two children now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, two children. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, that was a big advancement. So, we can have two now. So, okay. Good on you.
Yeah.
Keep people distracted.
Right. I heard this guy, I was watching this video and he came on, it was like 1 minute TikTok video, and he was getting a lot of hits, and so he's like, some people think the earth is round, some think it's flat. I don't think it's either. The earth is, and he starts saying like the earth is just an extension of our subconscious, and like in getting all into this now, I was like, oh, that's a good way to steer people who are like, on the edge or they're not sure, and you just like steer them away. The earth isn't round, it's not flat either, so just like steer them away. I was like, they're good by any means, huh? 'Cause it doesn't necessarily have to be a ball. It's just like, as long as it's not flat, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because not everybody's buying into the ball.
I don't think the shape or form is irrelevant, because it's about the fact that we've been lied to. That's what gets me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then you got to question everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
for sure. If the people who built these old infrastructures that are magnificent and perfectly symmetrical in every way, and they were like, resonant frequencies were healing, then obviously at that time the people knew the shape of the earth and the way that everything rotated around us, and so it was like, from the point of the reset, or I don't know if it's a reset or whatever, for the point of the Cabbage Patch Kids and all that coming up, that's probably where they implemented the whole globe thing, because people before that would have known. You couldn't build the kind of infrastructure they built as magnificent and think you live on a ball.
Yeah, and I love thinking about or studying that kind of stuff, man. And frequencies, like when you said that, that's kind of made me tingle a bit, to be honest, because what it's all about, man. Frequencies, resonance.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's pretty profound, that kind of stuff.
I was just thinking that all the old inside the infrastructure, the ceilings were like domed, so it would be like domed, and how they have us all now with like flat ceilings and in a box like a square. It's like our energy just isn't able to resonate and get out. How they say we're like boxed in,
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Imagine living in a house that's made of like marble or sandstone or something like some type of like resonant type of material, and then the ceiling is like domed. So every time we talk, our voices would it would have that perfect resonant frequency,
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think our lives would be different. Our needs and everything would be different. You know.
So true. Yeah. A lot of it relates, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even matter, all matter resonates at a certain frequency.
Yeah.
Whether you notice it or not, everything
Yeah.
is vibrating.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny that. That's scientific evidence right there.
Yep.
And when you look at that, it kind of creates matter. The frequency, the resonance of all is what creates it.
Yeah.
Like that's what gives you the building blocks. For
Right. The way I look
everything.
at it is like the ether. If it moves over the surface of everything the same way water would move over the surface of something, if the surface that is moving over all the shapes are symmetrical, it wouldn't have to ever slow down or speed up. It just keeps the same speed. But when you put it over things that aren't symmetrical and squares and where there's weird angles and you know what I mean? Like the ether's got to slow down and speed up. And so that's what it's not able to perform to its highest standard. So you know what I mean, it's basically like we're getting gypped and burned. We're getting this stuff that's slowed down and speed up instead of just a continual flow, all symmetrical.
Can you elaborate? Because I haven't really looked into ether, to be honest.
Well, when I say ether, I just mean like the electricity, that like how everything is electrical, and it's like it flows in the air just like water. So imagine like it's going over the surface of objects and stuff. It's if the objects are not symmetrical, like how they build houses now that are just flat, square with like square doorways. It's got to slow down and speed up when it hits the angles instead of like the old buildings where everything's perfectly symmetrical, so it doesn't ever have to slow down or speed up.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does, man.
And then like I've always thought that like the angels and demons are just good electricity and bad electricity. And then recently I heard about how like all of Solomon's demons had L at the end of their name, EL. And so that's why electricity is EL.
Yeah.
For electricity. I think though when you go into the like
English. What about other languages?
Go again, you're really low, man.
Only speak English.
I can't understand him.
No.
Yeah, your mic percentage of your mic is like it sounds like a wind tunnel.
Is this better?
A little, yeah, it's better, but not good.
Yeah, I was saying like electricity is in English. Other languages have different words for electricity that are very different than EL. So did Solomon's jinn, his demons, only speak English, or what's going on?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't call that one. But English is the last language that they created. Supposedly it's the language of fallen angels, because the English language is very coded, has like a lot of.
Angels fell before English, bro.
Go again, your mic's not good, bro.
I said the angels fell before English was created.
Yeah, that's my whole point.
That's
why I said English is the last.
That's the language he brought with him. English is the language they brought to Earth. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I believe English was created not in our benefit.
Definitely not.
Unfortunately. As it's the only language we know. Well,
You ever line the alphabet up with like gematria? How they have like, there's so many different ways you could go, like from Z to A, and Z would be 1 and A would be 26, and then you could go like A B C D E F G H I 1 through 9, and then the next set of letters 1 through 9, or they could go like where A through Z is, and then A again would be 27, and then B would be 28. Like there's different ones where they go backwards to break it up. You know, it's just very coded. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they didn't have J's supposedly back then, and they had like all these J's, or like these old halls of justice. The U is a V, not a U. You know?
Yeah, but yeah, I haven't really looked deep into it, but for what I know, it's very concerning. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the letters are also like symbols. Like, perfect example is the word parallel, right? So the word parallel has two L's next to each other. So the L's are parallel next to each other, but it's also a pair of L's, you know?
Yeah.
Just shit like that. It's like, it's very interesting. Or like the skull and bones is 322. So 3 in the alphabet is a C. 22 is a V, right? So you take the C and the V as symbols, and you've got like the dome and the pyramid. I mean, I could get into all this stuff, but if you ever watch I Pet Goat, when the girl drops the apple and it rolls on the ground, right before it reaches Obama, you see in black and white paint on the checker floor a C and a V.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is the 322.
A lot of it seems so demonic, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. And then, like, you know, the part where right as it zooms out from the school classroom out into the snow, outside of the classroom there's snow, and then there's a graffiti piece written on the wall. If you look at the graffiti piece, it says Psalms 322 on the wall right there. I think it's 320. I might be wrong. Hold on. I think it's the no, it's not Psalms 322, but the way it's written, if you look at it, one of the letters in the word Psalm is written like a 2. So it's like they have, you see the symbology of 322, but it only looks like that in the reflection of the mirror or the window. So it zooms out from the window, and then you see like the reflection from the window. It's a trip the way they do that shit.
Yeah, it's freak. There's so many of them, man. It's hard to comprehend, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, right?
I've seen so many of those signs that don't really match up.
Yeah.
To the positive vibe that we feel. A lot of it's in a negative manner.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, yeah.
It's it's really concerning, to be honest.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, like, what's really going on,
right? I think if you do the exact opposite of what they say, like, that's the right way to do. You know, if you try to get as close to the opposite as possible, you're better off. You know.
I've actually just come across that recently, to be honest. Like, our language is made out to be, to distract us, to defer us, in a bad way.
Yeah.
Our language is a deception to what's right.
Yeah.
So it's pretty profound. Like, it's scary when you think about it. Like,
yeah.
In my eyes,
Are you actually doing the exact opposite of what they say, though?
No, I mean, it would be impossible to do the exact opposite all the time, but I try to. Whenever I have a question about something or I'm not sure, I will just analyze what they say and try to figure out the exact opposite. Because I figured, like, in life, like, if you ever don't know the answer for something, in order to figure out the answer, all you need to know is the exact opposite of it. and that's basically life. Like with anything, you're able to find the answer by looking at not what's there, but what's not there. You know, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it makes sense if there's only two options. If it's just like a true dichotomy.
But all that we've been taught, that's near impossible.
Yeah, true.
That's what makes it hard, you know. Should we really and that kind of shit, or should we not? Is a deception in itself.
They want you to pay taxes. You do the exact opposite.
Yeah,
I think in order for the globe lie to work, it was like they needed the whole Santa Claus story in order to for the globe lie to really lift off and it to be solidified in people's minds. They had what they do is they Nagalian dialect him at a young age. So the first thing they do is tell a young kid before the globe they learn about the globe. They tell them that it's bad to tell lies, and we're telling you a lie about Santa Claus, this guy who will not give you presents if you tell a lie. So as they're telling you a lie, they're telling you it's bad to tell lies, and this made-up person won't give you presents, right? So then you realize that you hear that he lives at the North Pole, right? And so with elves, and then once you finally get to the age where it's the most important for you not to be lied to and to be a big boy or girl, that's when you find out that Santa Claus isn't real, and you start to feel grown up, and you're like, oh, I know something that these kids don't know now. You know what I mean? So from that point on, then you go into elementary school and you see the globe, and the globe has that metal pin through the top where the North Pole is. So you automatically dismiss it because you think the North Pole is childish, and you've grown up from that, and that's where Santa Claus is. So that's how it works. It's like it goes hand in hand, and they need it to be in that order. You know, that's what I think.
I like that analogy. That's good. That's good. I never really thought of it that way. Every time I think of Santa Claus, I think of the lies and then the mistrust towards the parents. You know, all of a sudden, the children have, you know, gained mistrust with their parents because they've told a lie, and that and that really, really affects you as a child.
Oh, definitely. You know what I mean? Just like circumcising baby boys, right? So I don't think our creator wanted us to be circumcised, because why would he have somebody born like that and then just to be they say it doesn't terrorize the kid, but I think it terrorizes the kid deeply, and I think it actually may physically change, not just on the exterior, but a chemical or something in the child's head that can't be redone from that circumcision. So
I agree with you, man. I was lucky to avoid that because of a defect. You know, I won't go into detail, but you know that's how I avoided it. Otherwise, I would have been.
Yeah,
and it was probably meant to be the way I see it.
I was fortunate too. My mom didn't have that happen to me, because she was like a hippie. But my girl says that I'm the only guy she's ever been with that's not circumcised, but I'm the only one that's ever been able to, give her orgasms like that. And like all these most girls, they automatically think, because they've been trained, through the media, think that it's gross and everything, but it actually is how it's supposed to be like that, and they get a lot more pleasure that way. You know what I mean? So I think the whole thing with doing that to children, it's for many different reasons. It terrorizes the kid, and also it keeps women from being pleasured the way they're supposed to. And so
and men at the same time. Yes.
Yeah, people are told because they did it back then because the conditions weren't sanitary and everything. But like, really, if back then when they were building these magnificent infrastructures, when they had the most advanced technology, where they didn't have a way to clean themselves, and I'm not buying that, dude. It's just another fucking lie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, And, you know, me and my ex didn't get my boy circumcised, and I said to her, you gotta, you know, pull that shit back and clean him. And that's all there is to it.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
I mean, that's how we're naturally supposed to be, you know?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I'm just getting here to a job, so I got to speak to a client and all that good stuff. So I'll be detained for a little bit, but yeah, man.
Amazing is that when they ask us for a model, that's the perfect one.
Yeah,
It
I was
is.
gonna
It just
say
really is.
because it's basically what they're saying. Like it's a tool that's been used. It's usable. They used to do it,
Mm-hmm.
and now they just slapped a globe model on it.
Yeah,
But
let
that
me
to differentiate, that's why it's so important to find
me-
curvature, like a measurement, because it doesn't distinguish either or.
yeah. Let me put the diagram for everybody in the text chat.
That's so cool.
This is what I showed him yesterday. And it could be thought of, you could put the earth in the center, or you could put a stick figure man in the center, which is my favorite, right? Because the stick figure man would be standing on the plane of the earth. So that plane that cuts that ball in half would be the plane that you're standing on, and the dome above that person would be the way you see the night sky or the daytime sky, where the sun's moving across the earth. And it could be conceptualized as such. It's perfect. It works just fine on a plane, topographically, of course. Isn't that amazing? That the ancients already knew and how to conceptualize the way we see the night sky. Yeah, AJ's that's perfect. See the observer? That's exactly all we need. There's nothing more. And see, they always come to, well, explain celestial navigation. You know, they're always talking about this, but the foundation for that is the celestial sphere. It is. Like, you can't get away from this. There's no way you can get away from this. So it's the foundation for your celestial navigation and or astronomy. It's the same thing. These are great points, and I've been talking about this for probably about
There's
a
an
month
even
now.
better one.
Yeah, that's perfect, dude. I'm gonna save that one. It's a great way to think about it, right? And every observer that depends where you are geographically, but every observer can view the night sky basically as if they were the center of the universe, because you can think about it like this. You know, when you see the sun on the horizon and it's streaking across the water, if you're seeing it like on a lake or an ocean or whatever, so you can see that streak coming directly to you. Now, a guy that's about 50 miles away will see the sun streaking directly to them. That's very personal. That's very, subjective to the interpretation of the observer, let's say. So the observer looks as if everything is, to them, concentric to where their position is. This is true.
It makes a great, like it paints a great picture in their mind if they are asking the question like how star rotation works, star rotation, and that. It just really breaks it down for them well.
Sure does. That's why this is always going to be what wins the day, because it is what we observe perfectly. It's what we see. Now, anybody that negates the fact that these observations are being made by everyone is going to like reduce this particular conceptual idea, because at the end of the day, it's a concept, right? It's used conceptually. It's not an actual sphere. It's what it appears to be as, right? Like, we're seeing one part of it as a dome. But we can say with all assurance that it's a topographical plane because that's what the observer sees. Now, 0 degrees elevation would be right at the plane of the horizon, right? But they want to say it's somewhere above the plane of the horizon, 0 degrees, right? So there's an argument going for that. I don't know if you guys have heard it or not. I think Scott Mackey comes in here and says it. He says, you guys never see the sun go below 0 degrees. Explain that. And I was having a conversation with him the other day. I'm like, what do you mean? 0 degrees? Isn't that the horizon? He's like, no. Oh, really? Where is 0 degrees? Well, it's a projection of a horizontal line through which you can see through a theodolite. It's going off into space, according to him. A tangential line, if you will. So this is what he's saying is why the sun goes below 0 degrees. And I'm like, but you're missing the point. When you're standing on the Earth, it is the Earth as the baseline. So the baseline is not somewhere above. Let's say if you're standing on a mountain looking straight off into space, and then you call that 0 degrees, the line of sight that you have going off into space, some imaginary projected line. We're talking about standing on the Earth. Now that means either the Earth will be curving away with your tangential line, or the Earth is going to be considered the 0 degrees elevation where the sun disappears. Now, if you're saying we've never seen that, of course, nobody's ever seen the sun go below 0 degrees of elevation, from our 360-degree radial view. You guys get it? So they have to choose one or the other. If you're saying it's a tangential line that you're projecting, then how is it possible that you're seeing that 0 degrees somewhere off into space? You're just arbitrarily saying that. You're not actually telling us how we can see your tangential line. I'm not going to be able to see what you see. Then how can I perceive that you're saying it's going below 0 degrees of an imaginary projected line that you just made? It's ridiculous. Obviously, everybody sees it going below the horizon, and the fact that we all see that is the reason why we call that the 0 degrees. That's where the sky meets the Earth, not a place arbitrarily picked by a projection of what you think a line of sight is to some place in space. Just not possible. You guys follow? Well, that's the argument anyway for them. They usually come in here and say that. Been defeated. Now, yeah, you have to pick one or the other. Either it's a tangential line off into space that you're saying is your 0 degrees somewhere that the sun goes below. But then again, if you're doing that, then everybody has their own tangential line going off into space, isn't it? I don't know. Did I lose everyone? Hello? Hello?
No, I hear you. I was following along.
Yeah, it's
I'm at work and I got lots of noise.
no worries. But they're always asking for a map or a model, but this model here has been constructed since the 6th century BC, so there's a lot of history behind this. This isn't some fly-by-night conceptualization. This is exactly what we would think how we see the night sky or the daytime sky when the sun's moving across. And it works. So you can think of it in that way, like a transparent dome with all the celestial bodies attached to it as it's moving across. Nothing more, nothing less. And if you're trying to abstract it out into a Earth being a globe, well, you're just reverse engineering the idea that you think that the celestial sphere is going to give you the notion that you can talk about a terrestrial one, which is you can do that any way you want, but you haven't proven it. You're just making it a concept. It's another concept. Yeah, you could tell them, nice concept, bud. Now prove that, monkey. You can conceptualize anything you want, but you didn't prove that it's an actual thing that you're saying. Just like the celestial sphere. It can be thought of in that way, but it's not a real finite sphere. If it was, you could define it. Well, I know it because I can tell you linear distance to things, and I know the radius, diameter, circumference of the celestial sphere.
Does this guy ever shut the fuck up?
Huh?
Bro, you should listen, for fuck's sake.
No, he's boring.
Yeah.
What have you got to
Then
contribute, man?
Hey, then
And
leave
now
if you
you're
have nothing
muted.
constructive to add.
Please continue, Alpha. Our friend is on mute.
Yeah, I mean, if he has got a point to rebuttal, I mean that'd be great. I'd like to hear him. He
I
left.
don't think he would. Oh, he's off mute. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, go on. Is he still here? Oh no.
If he was. No, he must have ran.
Oh, his
I don't
hair
think
is
he
on
had
fire.
a point. He was just
That-
saying that you need to shut up, that you ramble, so I don't think he had a point.
Yeah, they get all on their feelings because they know I destroy their globe every day, and so I need to be stopped in some way by someone coming here and yelling insults. It's cool. They start to realize, or at least start to know what the score is when they come in here. And now they were always saying this in the beginning. Give us your map. Give us your model. I got a model for you. It works just fine, but it's not going to be in your favor. That much I can tell you.
I found a good Socrates quote for my debate. When the debate is lost, insults become the loser's tool.
Yeah, he didn't even come in here and say, you know what, you're incorrect. Let me show you how. Because like what I have is I welcome anybody that says that they have an observation of something that we all see that would be according to the way we can conceptualize the sky as against what I'm saying that everybody has already done. Like what I'm saying basically is how everybody sees the night sky. Can anybody disagree with that and come up with something else? Because I say that we all see it that way. It can be tested. It can be used that way. Nothing wrong with that. So, you know what's funny, though, is because they're always making fun of it. Like, you guys talk about a dome. Prove your dome. I was like, you know what's funny is that's how we see the night sky. It looks like a transparent dome. So I think it's like what we've always been saying, but now you can actually say it with a bit more,
cowbell.
Yeah, a little bit more cowbell. Yeah, I was looking for something. Yeah, thank you, Jubs. It's got a little more cowbell to it. Be it that you're still saying that it's personal, right? Because it's an interpretation primarily experienced by you, but still, it doesn't change the fact that you still see a transparent dome when you look in the sky, and everything's traveling across the sky accordingly. Now, and I've said this before, we see in a field view with the degree of angle. So when you see something and that you can know linear distance to, like a street light, you can say, well, that street light is, I don't know, half a mile away from me, and I could see it, and so it looks like it's really low on the degree of angle of view when I'm looking at it. But as I get closer to it, it starts to rise in a degree of angle. And that's all due to perspective, how we see the world around us. Pretty simple. There's no magic here. It's just the way you see. The globe is defeated.
Wasn't even in the race.
Yeah, so I would say just like a lot of times they appeal to celestial
Whoever
navigation.
talks first is gay.
You just did. Anyways, the point that we're saying though.
No homo.
I just love the Glober tactics to shut down conversation or somebody speaking. Maybe it isn't a conversation, but like Alpha's been going off for a little while. I've actually enjoyed what he's had to say.
Thank you,
And
sir.
the Globers keep coming in trying to distract and shut him down. It's hilarious.
Well, I think he was just trolling, to be fair. But if you say no homo, you can't be gay, so it's fine. Carry on now.
That's that it makes you immune to it, huh? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So, has anyone come in with any globe evidence today?
I just got here myself, but I don't know.
It's a shame.
No, I was actually having quite a heated, not heated, but an in-depth discussion with a flat earther about celestial navigation in the FED server before. That was interesting.
Okay. Care to give us a TLDR?
Yeah, I think just a few of them are getting caught up in these globe arguments, in regards to why we need to adjust to surface level for celestial navigation on the ocean, where we don't have to do that from a plane with a bubble sextant. they're really caught on that point.
Okay.
And then it went on to Nathan making a claim that you can't really use the horizon for any type of measurements. You're establishing a horizontal plane of reference to the horizon, the horizontal line where the sky appears to meet the Earth. And he was making the point that it's not a point that you can go to. It's not a physical location that you can go to. And it's not something that you can measure a distance to due to the fact that it's not geometric. And this guy seems to have a bit of an issue with that statement, stating that he doesn't understand celestial navigation and that he's contradicting himself. But I spent a while trying to clarify it.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
I just want to say the horizon, no matter what, in any context, is always geometric because it's horizontal. So when they say there's no geometric horizon, they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, wouldn't geometric, please, anyone correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is geometric would be the physical curve of the Earth that we don't see.
No.
What
The
we see at the horizon
horizontalness.
is just an apparent location or horizontal where the sky appears to meet the Earth.
But it's always horizontal. Therefore, geometric.
Then if it's a physical location that you can go to, why does it always move? And if you are heading towards it, why do you never reach it?
The distance is irrelevant. It's always horizontal. Always. No ifs, ands, or buts. And horizontal is a geometric term.
Yeah, it's funny you insist on repackaging it that way because that's not the geometry we're speaking of. You get that right, Rich? Or Rob?
Well, okay. I'm just saying geometry is the measurement of Earth.
Good that that's cleared up.
Thank you.
But yeah, you're trying to cross wires or whatever maybe you're just legitimately confused or being pedantic or resorting to some sort of concrete thinking. I don't know, to appease your own self. But yeah, thank you for attempting to do that. But you get it. That's not the geometry it's a specific geometry, not just applying, oh, here's a term, I'll attach it to there. You get that now.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
When is the horizon not geometric?
Well, we're talking about when these people are insisting that boats are going over curve. It would be the geometric specs of this 3959 ball.
It would have to be geometric all the time.
Okay, a fellow hair splitter. I get it. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not saying that.
Guys, listen, that's
that
fine.
came across wrong.
If that's how you need to repackage it, that's fine. It's noted.
It can't be geometric.
Pointless.
Because we can do long distance observations and that.
Yeah. I get it. He's just talking about the term. He's just talking about the term horizontal horizon. I don't know why. I don't know why he's like highlighting his confusion or whatever it is, or maybe it's not confusion. Maybe it's muddying the water tactics. Oh, he's one of those. Yeah.
I have a question. You know how like the street lights, like as they go further away, they appear like lower to you? Do they ever go like below your level?
What do you mean below your level? What does that mean?
Do you ever have to look down to see the light bulbs?
Below 0 degrees.
Yeah, have you ever seen like a wind farm?
Or they
Go
always
out, drive
above
to
your
Kansas, and you'll see the wind farms, and they'll
No.
disappear at the horizon.
No. If you look long enough, you'll see lights forever, brother. They just keep going. They never go out of your vision.
You guys need to get out a little more.
Look down to see them.
Just to clarify that last one before we move on to this, I've got a couple of citations here as to what we were talking about. A geometric position, which is what I was discussing, is a physical position. Yeah, it could be from a set of coordinates, but it's a geometric location, and it doesn't move.
Yeah, and to the person who's asking if we look down at the horizon, well, if your eyes are above your feet and the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, then yeah.
That's not what I asked.
No,
I answered what you asked.
You're asking if lights set like the sun does.
I'm asking, like, if there's something that like above you, like actually, like, higher.
You're breaking up, man. You're breaking up. Your connection is horrible. I don't know why he's attempting to do the thing I think he's trying to do. Another glober trying to rescue their idea, their abstraction of their globe. Not going to work. It's not going to end the way he thinks so. That's what I'm saying. They can try. It's very clear we see an angle of view of all things that are in distance away from us. Why is that not the case?
Am I so robotic?
No. We can hear you now.
Okay, so like if anything actually has to go further away from it.
You started breaking up the moment you started speaking. The moment you started speaking, you started to break up.
If something is above you, like actually above you, like as it goes further and further away from you, would it ever go below your eye level?
All we see things do is converging at the eye line, and then they seem to vanish within a point where we can't resolve them anymore. So we cannot resolve the thing that goes far past the convergence line of our vision, off into the distance.
So if something's at a higher elevation, it would never go below your eye level. It would just approach it and approach it and approach it and never like reach it.
What do you mean, like a mountain, something like that?
Yeah.
Well, it also depends on the elevation that you are, because you're going to see it at a specific angle of view. So, because of land topography,
right,
we're always going to deal with things that will, because you're on different elevation to that thing. You could, as you go into distance, you could raise above the thing in elevation, or with distance, it looks like it's converging to the eye line. And then it appears as if, because of the angle of view that you have towards the thing and your optical resolution limit, you're not going to be able to resolve the thing that you see in the far distance. Now, it just depends, because when I say it just depends, it matters to like the kind of temperature you're dealing with, the ambient air temperature outside, that's going to cause certain other distortions in optically for what you see in the distance. So we have to think about, kind of a few variables here. So it's not just a one and done, because we have like air between you and the thing that you're observing that's going to cause a bit of like variables of how you see in the distance. It's never just like a plain kind of cut and dry idealistic view of something. You always have to deal with like what time of day, what's the temperature outside, because every single day, your weatherman who tells you the clarity of the visibility, you know that, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's a factor that you haven't factored into this idealistic view of something in the far distance. So that's always, things are always going to play a role in how you see something in the far distance. Now, there's other natural occurring phenomena that you haven't accounted for either. Is there any miraging effects, right? Inferior or superior? Just depends. Because the day is going to always change what you see in the far distance.
So you're saying, yes, even if something is at a higher elevation and it can look below your eye level.
Well, below your eye level is sounding like you're saying something's going underneath it as if it were following some type of geometric consequent, right? So you're saying that it's going to be below that geometry of what we say the Earth is. But what we're talking about, all we're talking about is a convergence of what you see in the far distance to the eye line.
Yeah, but we left out an important word here. Yeah, but friends, we left out an important word which must be included. Because you don't see ideal geometry, right? You see light. So what you meant to say, perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong, is an object that's physically above you and maintains the same altitude, parallel to a horizontal line extending out from your eye line. Will it appear to you to be below your eye line? Because that's all you could ever hope to ascertain from visuals, right? Is appearances, right?
Correct. So objects closer to the ground will appear lower in your field of vision, eventually merging with the ground level due to the decreasing angle. And then at that certain distance, on the bottom, you're no longer able to distinguish between the ground and the object
from
your viewpoint.
But that's not the question.
Maybe I can maybe I can better structure my question. So let's clarify what looking up is and looking down. Looking up is when you have any degree up from level, you have to look up. Any degree below level is looking down. So you're standing on top of a mountain, just call it 2,000 feet. The really far mountain has at its peak is 3,000 feet. Give it whatever distance you want to give it in between those two mountains. Would you ever have to look down to see the peak of the mountain that has an elevation of 3,000 feet when you're standing on the peak of 2,000 feet? Is there any scenario, call it weather effects, anything, where you would actually have to look down to see the peak of that mountain?
Dude, something that far away is going to be in your field of view, right? It's in your field of view. Do you understand? So you're going to see it. There's no reason to look in any other direction if it's in your field of view already.
All you have to do is literally visualize standing on the mountain and looking out across and think what happens. Just visualize that. That'll explain it.
Right.
Now you might be saying, do I have, if I want to look directly...
In order for my center eye level to see the peak of that mountain, is my head tilted down any degree? Could be a half a degree from level. Just any degree. Does it ever have to look down for my eye level to see the peak, or would I always have to have it tilted?
You don't look down when you're looking out into the horizon. The horizon is always something that you see straight on. You're not looking down. I don't see why you're saying looking down.
He's imagining an ideal ray extending out from the center of the eye, right? And so that ray would intersect the object at a particular point.
Yeah, he's not thinking radially. Just literally stand and look straight, and then move your head 1 degree. What more do you see? You see a little bit more of the floor towards your feet, but everything else is still in your field of vision. You understand that?
Right.
That's what happens.
So he's assuming an ideal targeting ray going out from the eye into free space. It's going to intersect the object in that location, and that the angles of arrival of light are inverse to that ray. Now, what actually occurs in reality is the only information you have from your optics point of view is the angle of arrival of light.
Yep.
That's it.
That's true. That's very true. That's why we see an angle of view. That's why the celestial sphere works so well. Because that's why we see what we see in the sky.
Answer.
Huh?
yes or no to would you ever have to look down? Just say yes or no.
He keeps doing it, dude. Like, why do you keep saying that? Nobody's looking down, bro. Everybody's looking straight on. This is what we're saying. You're not looking down.
If it's directly under your feet, look down, brother. You'll see it. But if it's way off in the distance, you don't need to look down because it converges
let's be clear.
in your field of view.
Let's be clear. I'm looking out right now. Everything that's in my field of view at present does not require me to change my orientation of my eyes or my head to see it because it's in my field of view.
I understand that. So
no, I don't think you do.
Look out straight ahead. You're looking at something, right? You're saying you're looking at something. Is your head tilted down in any sort of degree,
God,
or is it
he's
perfectly
saying,
eye
oh
level?
my God, dude, this guy's annoying.
Dude, you're not getting it. You're literally not getting it. You're not getting it.
I'm going to explain it really quick for you. If
you're not explaining it quick
right now, you're looking at something.
It's just taking forever.
There's something staring out. If you want to focus on something else where you are directly looking at it, you either have to tilt your head up or down. That is what I'm referring to.
We're not tilting our head up or down. We've already told you that. Nobody's tilting any heads up or down. We're looking straight on.
The only reason would be if it's like directly above your head, you'd just look up. Otherwise, you're not going to see it.
Oh.
You're not getting it, man.
You're not getting it, dude. That's.
Have you ever climbed a mountain? Have you ever done anything, bro? Like, have you been outside?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, just imagine you're on top of the mountain and you're looking out.
Right.
And
in
the
order
distance.
for something to be in my center field of vision, I might have to look up or down. I might have to tilt my head.
No, you don't, because you're thinking, dude. You don't have a laser eye beam.
Wait a minute.
Yes, in order for it to be in the center of my eye,
you're not going to get it, dude. Sorry, you're going to have to listen again.
Up or down.
You have to look up or down. That don't make any sense.
How does it not make sense?
What he's talking about is if his eye was shooting a ray laser beam straight out from it, from the center.
Yes.
He would then have to reorient that ray extending out from his eye for it to intersect the object in free space. However, that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is orienting it to the arrival angle of the light. So simply orienting your head and then making geometric claims about things in the distance based on an ideal ray extending out from your eye would be faulty because we don't live in an ideal. We live in reality.
I said in the beginning.
The only thing we have available to us is the arrival angle of the light. Yep. Now, if it's the case that ambient conditions can affect the arrival angle of the light, then the answer would be that sometimes things would appear to be in a location where an ideal geometric ray extending from your eye would not intersect them in free space. So in other words, your angle of your head tilt would not be accurate to a triangle drawn out to the object in question.
So yes, you would have to look down.
Oh my God, dude.
Yes. Now, so interestingly enough, this is often put forward as a quote unquote defeater of flat Earth because if the Earth was flat, people assume ideal geometry, and so I would have to reorient my head, right, to see things that would go below my eye line. Otherwise, they wouldn't. Now, what's curious is that in the globe model, in order to rescue the globe model from numerous supersedery observations that extend beyond the alleged geometry of the Earth, the glober must claim that physical objects are not where you see them. So you can't have it both ways. No, the point I'm trying to make irrelevant.
What do you mean irrelevant?
Okay, look, I'm making a point here.
That's the same thing.
Dude, what I'm...
All
right, calm yourself down, homie. Goodness sake.
And now you're saying that
all right, listen, dude, I got a point to finish. I'm going to finish it by acquiescence or force. Which one do you going to choose?
Either one.
So, the point I'm trying to make is this is often put forward as a quote-unquote defeater of flat Earth quote-unquote geometry by globe proponents who themselves must claim that physical objects are in different locations from where they appear to be. So,
the idea that physical things are in different locations, right, apparently is a necessary consequence of how we see, right? We don't see in ideal geometry. Now, interestingly enough, the Globers never consider on their side that if it's the case that they have this wonkily-donkly refraction that brings up the horizon and objects beyond it to their eyes to supersede globe geometry fails,
I recall
right?
correctly.
Then sometimes...
Yes.
Shane, you're hot micing.
It's like kind of like water.
Shane.
I think it's like it was frozen.
I'll mute him. Go on, Aya.
So if it's the case that this is what's happening all the time in the globe world, then it should be the case that sometimes when you're looking straight ahead, it seems like you're looking down or like you're looking up, even though you're only looking straight ahead. That never happens, and that's curious, is it not?
Yeah,
It's to Jay Reese, but
not really sure what he's trying to say, but
he's saying not really.
I'm glad
He just
you're
hand
saying
waved
that
dismiss.
both-
You just hand waved dismiss what he said without even contemplating it. You're waiting to speak, Jay Reese.
Yeah, of course I was
Articulate
waiting
the
to speak. I'm trying to be polite.
articulate what he just said as a rebuttal. Could you steelman him in any way of what he just said to you?
Yeah, that when Globers say that they're looking straight ahead, it only appears that they're looking straight ahead, but they're not actually looking ahead. Is that right, AI?
To be fair, you're kind of breaking up.
I was saying AI was saying that when Globers say they're looking straight ahead, they never have thought that maybe they're not actually looking straight ahead. It only appears that they're looking straight ahead. Is that accurate, AI?
I think he got busy. You might have to give him a moment.
Is that a steelman of what he was saying? For the person that was doubting, was waiting to talk?
Yeah, from my remembrance of it, he was saying that they say they see things that aren't actually there. Remember the magical refraction chant?
Well, he was saying that we both said, both globe people and flat earthers say objects can appear in a location when they're not actually physically at that location.
Now you say they must appear.
No. We both agree, apparently, that objects can appear in one location when they're actually physically in another location. Both flat
Yes,
earthers
and you're using a
can agree with that
ridiculous.
one fact.
Yeah, and you're using a ridiculous ad hoc refraction chant to support it.
So what we're saying too is that the fact that you do see the angles of light through the thing that you see in the far distance, you're not actually seeing a specific ideal geometry. There's no way for you to garner that from how you see into the far distance. All we see, and when we look straight on to the horizon, is optically. There's no way to tell the distance to the horizon, because every time you zoom in or you try to see farther, all you're going to do is extend that. It's going to keep going on, and the horizon will keep pushing farther past the optical limit of the optic that you're using. So it's never going to be a case where you can see something like, the limitation to the horizon. That doesn't have a limit. So you will start to realize very quickly that what you see in the distance is all due to an optical perspective, not due to the fact that the leading edge of the sphere is cutting off your view from something that you see. So you agree with us. If you're saying what I think you're saying, you're agreeing with us. If you don't, that means the ideal geometry that you think the Earth is cutting off your view of something that you're seeing removed from the bottom up. So you are saying what we're saying, and you're not falling in line with the ideal.
For me,
you're not. Yeah, you. You're not falling in line.
I can't hear you.
Well, then that's tough cookies, because I did say what I said, and I refuse the idea. You basically,
if you can just,
you're roboting too. So
if you can just recap the last 30 seconds. If you
All
can
I'm
just recap
saying is
the last 30 seconds.
all I'm saying is that you're agreeing with us and that you can't tell whether or not there's an ideal geometric shape that you're standing on. You can only see things due to the fact that whether or not they appear to be where they're at or not is due to some type of optical phenomena that you can't then say, I know that this thing is where it's at in the far distance because my Earth curve is blocking it. You can only say because I see it where it's at due to the fact that today is a great day to see it visibly, because the ambient air temperature will produce my vision a lot farther than it was the other day when it was really hot and I couldn't see it. So yeah, you are saying what we're saying, the same thing. Unless you say once you start claiming geometry of the Earth, like it being a no-blade spheroid, then you're going to have to start telling us how it's possible that the drop over the distance is going to cause the bottom-up disappearance of a ship in the far distance. Then you have some issue. But you're basically saying what we say. You're agreeing with us.
Not completely, no.
Yeah, well, not completely. What is not complete about? Where do you get the ideal geometric shape of the Earth being a no-blade spheroid? Where do you get that from? If you're saying that you can't tell whether or not something appears to be where it is in the far distance or not, where are you getting shape from? Go on.
I mean, you're not gonna.
I'm not gonna what?
You're not gonna
destroy the globe. No, you're gonna do that. You've just done it, actually. To be honest.
Pictures from space. No, I didn't.
No, pictures from space. No, we're not gonna do that.
The one thing.
So okay, listen. If you're saying a picture from space,
I know. I told you weren't gonna like it.
No, it doesn't matter if I like it or not. Here's what I'm going to post to you. If somebody shows you a picture from space, right? They show you a picture from space, looking at the Earth as a oblate spheroid. What do you have to compare that to in reality? What are you going to compare it to say, oh, well, let me check this out, see if it's correct or not? What do you have to compare it to, Jay Reese?
I'm a little confused by the question. Other pictures.
Okay, so you've seen. Listen, I'll give you a quick analogy. If somebody tells you about a brown and white horse, and you've seen horses before, right? But you've never seen a brown and white horse. And if they said, well, let me show you a picture of a brown and white horse, right? Just go along with me here. If somebody tells you that you've never seen a brown and white horse, and you've seen horses before, but just not a brown and white one, you have something to compare that image of the brown and white horse to, because you've seen horses before. Now, in the case of the Earth being an oblate spheroid, you've never seen the Earth primarily, in your experience, as a globe. So when they show you a globe Earth from pictures from space, what do you have that to compare it to?
The maps that we have?
No, that's still incorrect. You don't have anything in your primary
pictures from space.
Yeah, you don't have anything in your primary experience to compare it to, Jay Reese.
Not other pictures from space. Just our maps.
No, maps aren't. They're still maps are projections. They're still not an image as to like what they're showing you is an image of Earth from a distance in space. And you can
That's
never.
not the map I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about a map currently, because what you said was.
Curious question about the flat Earth, just because that's the subject.
Okay, I just read you're bisexual, pansexual in your profile, so yeah, you do look good at that.
I don't think I put pansexual in my profile.
We're moving on from this. It's gonna get weird in here. We're not doing this. But dude made a good point. She's a Hollywood 6. That's a good point, since 30% of the, or like 40% of the women in America are obese. So yeah, she's probably, in the relative scale, she's probably like a 9.
It's actually not really their fault. It's not the Americans' fault that they're obese. It's that all the food is poison in America.
Yeah, that's Richard Nixon.
Gotta love that high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, Richard Nixon did that via Operation. Was it MK Ultra? He said like, hey, they did an experiment. They said if you feed people a high caloric, low nutrient diet, they won't protest. They'll just accept, like farm animals. They did the farm animals.
Are you sure that was MK Ultra? That sounds very outside what they were usually doing.
MK Ultra is mind control. They did on children and stuff. So I think
that's what they did. They showed that MK Ultra. They said, hey, if you feed them a high caloric, low nutrient diet and then pound endless amounts of entertainment at their face, that's all they'll do. They'll just drool in front of TV. So they said, how do we? Because at the time, he was worried about civil unrest because that was the civil rights era. People were in the streets protesting against police brutality and whatnot. So imagine
I see that level about high calorie diets in relation to.
I think all the African Americans. I think all the African Americans should be sent back to Africa. And I think America would be much better off.
Okay, who the fuck's this dude? Someone get rid of him.
I think that America would be.
Okay, here, I'll tab in.
We don't have African American. We don't have Africans in Australia.
Okay, this is really simple.
I'm just making it.
Yeah, bro. You're not going to get our channel nuked because you're a fucktard and don't want to let you talk like this in another channel. Okay? So we're not doing the racism, Nazi, whatever it is this is. You're fishing for banned words. The topic is flat earth, not your pet project.
Is today how triggered are you in this channel? What the hell?
Yeah, extreme levels of triggering going on right now.
That's been the theme since Elderbear, man. What the hell?
Was that? I feel like that guy was in here earlier doing shenanigans.
Well, he's got 2 days to think about it. All right, so I know it kind of kills the conversation because no one wants to follow up after someone said something so awful. So, flat Earth movies or movies that kind of, tell a tale. Tell a story about what's going on here. How the question. So we got Matrix, Dark City, Truman Show, Gattaca,
13th Floor.
Oh, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Noctis, I muted you because I wasn't sure who said that.
Oh yeah, I got him. It was that Prometheus.
I'm back. Cool.
Yeah, it was a false positive. Sometimes, I think he was right next to you. So it,
also, and if you're gonna mention flat Earth movies, you got to talk about Terry Pratchett.
Why would you do that?
Because he literally made a flat Earth movie.
At that point, you want to talk about Lord of the Rings too. Middle Earth is a flat Earth.
But it's this world. It's literally this world.
Yeah, Middle Earth is a flat world.
Into cosmology.
It's one of the only flat Earth movies where you actually get to see that the Earth is flat and the edge of it.
No, you missed it. You could also bring in a Lord of the Rings because Middle Earth is a flat Earth. You could bring in all the Marvel movies because Asgard where Thor's from, is a flat world too. So yeah,
You're
at
right,
that point, at that point, you're like, at what don't
it's
you?
literally a flat plane.
Yeah, it
Yes,
is a disc world.
Yeah, at that point, you could bring in any movie because all movies are basically a flat Earth at that point. It's just like, all of them. You could like Top Gun, flat Earth movie.
Like Kevin Costner.
Yeah. The only movie you won't be able to bring
Top Gun
in
is a terrible one to say. It's about aeronautics. I'm sure they even address the like you could see the curve of the globe from Top Gun. But yes, Terry Pratchett's
in the current the last Top Gun movie, they pretend that he loses radio contact because he goes around the curve of the Earth, but it was a bluff because they didn't want him to have to turn around from this mission he was going to do, like this edge of space flight. So when the general said, "Shut it down, recall the pilot," like, we can't, we've lost contact. He went around the curve of the Earth, and all of a sudden you got like the actor Tom Cruise or whatever kind of giggling because he can hear the whole thing. There's no curve of the Earth blocking the transmission at all.
So you could say how radio waves work.
Well, that's how they got the general, the Air Force general, who's like, "Shut her down, recall the pilot. This experiment is over."
I can't speak to that, but usually I believe radio waves
in your
bounce
worldview,
over.
that would be a flat Earth movie too. Because why would they lie? It answers why they would lie.
Why would a film that does? I mean, Top Gun is that a highly known for being super accurate, or is it more of a military buff movie?
No, your worldview about if it references a debunking of the globe or referencing of a flat Earth, that would be a movie to watch. So here's one that solidly debunks the claim.
That's not what debunks.
You could go over the curve of the Earth.
Something is not the same as debunking something.
And then it's even better because it shows why they would lie. It's a double entendre. It does both.
That's not what a double entendre is.
Yeah, it is. It's really
you're very
It does both. It does. Not only does it hit the concept that the Earth is flat, it also hits the concept of why the Earth is not a globe, while also answering the question why they would lie.
Special.
It does both. It's a double entendre.
A double entendre usually.
You just said
usually one of the implications is like sexual, like it's like a sexual joke.
Yes, that's what double entendre is in reference to. It means that the meaning has two meanings, one being sexual and one being non-sexual.
Or just one being how the Earth is flat and
that's
how it's not a globe at the same time.
No, that's literally not
double
how it's used.
Yeah, it's double.
Yeah, double entendre is specifically for like a sex joke.
You could say double meaning, but double entendre when used in English speak is used to reference sex. So no.
So yes.
So no.
Yeah, two interpretations.
That double meaning. That would be for double meaning. Double entendre literally.
Double
means for
entendre.
sex.
Yeah. No balls.
Like double entendre would be like, let me show you my globes. Like that's a double entendre. Because I could be talking about the globe, or I could be talking about my big hairy balls.
Like balls.
No, section.
I know how to create a sphere that's 75% water.
Listen.
See, there you go.
Mr. Chef. Mr. Chef, you better get it right. It's chocolate salty balls.
Oh, excuse me, my chocolate salty balls. Yeah, good point. Good call. Good catch.
I feel like someone actually ended up making those. I can't remember though. I wonder if they were any good.
So anyway, we got Old Boy here talking about that every movie could be a flat Earth movie at this point, just knowing that the Earth is flat and it's a movie on Earth. That's it. That's all you need.
Nah. Just seems kind of stupid. I don't know another way to put it. Just seems like nonsense. To just call every movie a flat Earth movie. Okay, then every movie is a young Earth movie. Every movie is an old Earth movie. Every movie
By your
is...
logic, yeah.
By my logic. You keep saying by my logic. Could you explain my logic?
Yeah, we're talking about flat Earth movies that question the narrative, the paradigm of that just something should be accepted because systems of power and control have told you so. And then we went into movies that demonstrate this point. The 13th Floor, Gattaca, Truman Show, Dark City.
I mean,
and you're like,
Truman
hey,
Show
bros, I got a movie for you that does that. You're like, oh, cool, let's hear what you got to say. You're like, Discworld by Terry Pratchett. I'm like, holy shit. Holy shit, this guy's either retarded or his own worldview dictates that anything involving
exactly how is Truman Show a flat Earth when it's literally it just takes place in a dome on Earth.
Well, I mean, I think
it is. It might be a representation. Are you saying that it? Because that would not be a flat Earth movie. Are you saying that that
reality is a lie? It fits into the whole flat Earth themes. Like he thinks the world is big, but really he's trapped in a small world, and he gets to go to the edge to learn the truth. It fits the theme pretty neatly.
No, I get what you're saying, and I'm working towards it. I understand that it is a flat Earth in the way that it is a representation of Christian biblical. And actually the Old Testament in general, the depiction of what the world is. I agree with that because, of course, the director thinks himself a god, and that's like a big part of the movie. I'm just saying that's not really when you start saying it's about flat Earth and it's about questioning the flat Earth paradigm. I would say that you're stretching it.
Yeah, well, the whole topic is really a stretch. Like, if you're honest, like, what flat Earth movies are there that are explicitly about flat Earth? You got zero, basically. I don't know if there are any really.
I mean, Discworld does actually address it, but they're more making fun of the concepts than actually agreeing with it. Like, one of the big funny things in Discworld is that the gods exist, people see them, and there are still atheists, and everyone laughs at them.
Oh yeah. I've read a couple of.
Yeah, that's like the Apollo program.
There's a lot of There's like a lot of commentary of that type. It would be an anti-flat Earth movie then, from that perspective, because the entire point is that the entire idea is moronic and doesn't really flow.
What you just showed the Discworld topic, going with atheism, going with the Apollo program, because at the time the Apollo program, the astronauts gave the glory to God.
The Apollo program gave the glory to God? Yeah, so that proves everything that you're saying.
No, that proves that the atheist would be the Discworld. That would be an atheist movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree that it would be very silly to be atheist if gods were right in front of you. I can agree to that.
Like the Apollo program. They gave the glory to God. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson,
in the 1960s. In the 1960s,
right now, the current director, the head of NASA, they said, "Why did you come out of retirement?" He said, "God of the Bible told me personally that to come out of retirement because I'm the only person who can return America back to the moon."
I haven't heard about this.
He's an astronaut.
Appointee?
He's an astronaut, and he's also
like
a statesman. Well, he's the director of NASA.
So.
He said he's personally spoken to God.
Question:
and God personally told him.
No religious person ever be part of NASA? Like,
no, because
why is
they'd have to take an oath. Because to be part of NASA, that would be a GS position. You have to take an oath to the Constitution. You can't be atheist to work at NASA.
Did you know that Nancy Reagan, who was very much like had a lot of charge? had a lot of charge in that thing, especially if you believe that he was deteriorating. And no, but her husband, who then signed the forms and did the things, and she would constantly get like things like tarot readings, and she had a paid astrologist. So does that mean that astrology is real?
Yeah, because that's part of NASA. That's part of federal government that you trust.
No, astrology is okay. Explain to me the astrology division.
You look up at the moon. You look up at the moon, and you said
astrology has nothing to do with the moon. Astrology is not about the moon. You're thinking it's astronomy. Yeah. Astronomy. Astronomy is not astrology. Astrology is your birth.
Yeah, you're not going to listen, are you? So you look at the moon. You say, "Wow, I see the moon." But the moon isn't telling me anything about the moon. The moon is actually telling me all about what the Earth is. That is called astrology.
I just feel like I'm talking to someone who has damaged their brain in some way.
Yeah, ditto. You have an extremely damaged brain that somehow you think that all of NASA is in on it. That they're all atheists. They just constantly talk about God of the Bible for shits and giggles. But they're all
constantly.
In on it.
Yes,
constantly.
NASA is famously known for constantly talking about the Bible.
Yes,
what are you talking about? No,
like when they just landed on Mars, I can't remember. I'm trying to blank on the name. They interviewed the spokesperson, and they asked her, "How did you guys do this? How did you make it happen?" Her first comment was, "We owe this to God. That's how we did it. God helped us do this constantly." It's
that when people say that, especially in the modern age, it's usually just
they're
because
talking about God
Christian.
in the Bible. Yes, they're talking about God.
And if they were
Atheists
Buddhist,
have constantly tried to sue. Atheists have taken NASA to court repeatedly.
Question: if they were Buddhist, or if they were
answers before. They are deeply theistic, deeply. Like the JPL almost shut down.
If you are saying it was because if one person is saying because if one person says it's because deeply.
Yes,
just keep saying the adjective over and over again.
You need to realize this, that NASA,
you'll somehow
the
make
people at
what
NASA
you say true instead of ridiculous.
Very religious. This is not a hidden thing.
Very religious.
Very religious.
Listen, I'm just going to repeat the same phrase over and over again, and then
go talk to NASA.
It'll be true. I desperately wish I was talking to NASA right now. It would be
go do it, and they'll tell you all about their God of the Bible and their moon Bible, all of it. They'll tell you all about God bless America. All of it.
Pinky promise. I pinky promise that
go to talk to any of the astronauts. They are right-wing Christian conservatives.
I literally went to
every single one of them,
which was a NASA based on a NASA organization.
Yeah, and what did they do there? They drove out an LGBTQ camp counselor.
There was not a single thing about God in the entire experience.
Yeah, you could look up. There was an LGBTQ camp counselor
in the early 2000s,
and they got rid of them.
Would have been an even more religious time
because of the Bible says they are incensed by religion, by homosexuality.
Do you know how?
So now you know
works?
That NASA is extremely religious.
Because I said it. Now you
is
know.
Extremely religious. There's no one there who.
I'm going to say the same words that I said 10 times earlier, and I'm going to do it again. They're extremely religious. I'm not sure if you heard, but they're extremely religious. Wait. They're extremely religious. The NASA,
so taking that extreme religious.
Everyone, they're extremely religious.
Yeah,
they're extremely religious.
And trying to say it's really flat earthers.
So they're extremely religious, everybody. They're extremely religious.
Go back to your fantasy
extremely religious.
Yeah, go back to your fantasy.
Extremely religious, though. But they're extremely religious.
Don't worry about this topic. Isn't for you. Just go back to your fantasy novels.
Everybody.
Just go back to your fantasy novels.
Everybody. NASA is extremely religious. Don't forget.
Terry Pratchett. This topic isn't for you.
I didn't read it. I
watched realize what is happening here.
The acting was a little bit shaky. It's the British style where, it's a little bit more Shakespearean and a little less professional than like Hollywood.
Go call NASA.
I would highly recommend it anyways. It's a good
complain to NASA about why they are
anti-LGBTQ.
why they talked about Bible passages, why the current director of NASA says he's spoken to God. You could do that yourself right now. Pick up the phone, call NASA. They probably won't even take your call. The only part of the government that listens is the NSA. They'll record your conversation and be like, here's old boy who called NASA up and was questioning their faith. Put him on some watch list. But go ahead, test it out and see what happens. Did he run off? This guy wouldn't shut up. Or someone get him. That was Nocturnus, right? All right, go ahead. If you're even listening, I doubt you were. I bet you had me turned down to nothing.
Hello.
Just kept shooting your mouth off.
I was literally just repeating what you were saying, and you.
Yeah, you'll need to do that. You'll need to repeat what I have to say.
The reason why, but you did repeat it over and over again. So since you weren't actually listening to anything that I said.
Okay, let's follow the logic. Monkey see, monkey do logic. He sees me, hears me say something, he repeats it. Exactly what we were talking about Flat Earth movies. Movies that highlight that people aren't thinking anymore. They're just repeating what they're hearing. He will repeat anything he hears. Monkey see, monkey do. It's really that easy. Oh, it looked like Maynard ran away. All right, so Flat Earth movies. What else do we got? This guy wanted to add Discworld, but ended up destroying his own worldview in the process. How about Cooper? Do you got something?
I'm thinking. I was thinking I actually kind of agree with Discworld as a Flat Earth movie just because it goes into the cosmology. But
is there even a movie for it? It's just a bunch of books, right? Like 40-something books?
Yeah, I've never seen the movie. I only read like 2 books in the series. But in the very first book, they like go into detailed world building about like what the planet is like.
So then Lord of the Rings would be the same thing too?
I don't know. I've read those, the 3 main ones anyways, and The Hobbit, and I don't know if they ever talk. I don't know if they talk about the shape of, like, they talk about land and hills and shit all the time, but I don't know. I don't even know if they refer to. I know there's a name for like the planet they're on or the world, what they have like the world, but I think they stick to like regional. I don't know if they ever refer like to the world.
Oh man, it's in. Listen, bro, it's in the Silmarillion.
That's the one. Yeah,
that the main gods. Something about they wanted to contain humanity or something to do with control of some kind, and so they took the flat Earth and rolled it into a globe.
Yeah, where humans sail in circles, elves sail in straight lines. That's why the elves are able to move, from like one world to the next, because they're able to sail in a straight line. But humans can't. Humans can only sail in circles. So there's your Flat Earth movie. The elves are gone because they sailed in a straight line, but the humans can only sail in circles.
Based elvish kings.
Yeah, that's corroborated by that study they did where humans, when they're walking, just walk in circles.
Old boy's like, I won't make fun of flat earthers because they're religious. Well, how about NASA? You can make fun of NASA? Oh, well, no, they're not religious at all. Really? Not at all. Not zero. So they're in on it? They're like they just talk about God all the time. Like the current director of NASA, Psalm 19, constantly talking about the firmament, giving God's handiwork to the sky. Not religious. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's go through it. Right here. Click this link. This is nasa.gov, Apollo 8, Christmas on the moon. What do they do here? What did they do? They did what? Religious activity or atheist activity by reading from the Bible? Which one was that? Yeah, just type in chat. What does it say? I'm not going to unmute you because you said you're only going to repeat what I say. So by your own logic, I got to keep you muted because the only thing you'll do is repeat what I say. So is this a religious activity or a non-religious activity? Reading the Bible on the moon. Was that religious or non-religious? That's it. Just what do you think? Is it religious? Is it religious or non-religious? That's it. That's all you got to say. You don't have to worry about historical context. Here's nasa.gov, their official government website. Do they reference a religious activity or a non-religious activity? That's it. Okay. You don't worry about historical. We'll get to the current day. No problem. The issue is you need to realize this is all religious from start to finish. So let's go to the birth of it. Your photograph from space. Okay, so very religious. Okay, how about now, the current director of NASA? Is this religious or not religious? Okay, so just old men. So old men are religious. Wow. So NASA has old men in it? No, I'd say it's getting more. Yeah, America's getting more religious, not less religious. It's getting worse. And in the 60s and 70s, there were a lot of atheist speakers who were speaking truth to power. You had like George Carlin. You had that comedian. Yeah, George Carlin. Yeah. And then who else did you? Oh, a bunch of them. I'm trying to draw on the blank on their guy's name. You don't have that right now. Right now, you've got atheists who blindly support a government that says, don't trust government, only trust God. In God we trust. So yes, Americans, even more so the youngest generation, is more and more religious, extremely religious. They just now worship government as a father figure because their government tells them, worship God. In God we trust. That's why when you go to NASA, the Vehicle Assembly Lab, you walk into that motherfucker, huge sign on the wall. In God we trust. Small text. Everybody else bring your data. And people will tell you they're atheist and they believe NASA. NASA just told you the only thing you trust is God. So yes, it's become, before in the past, you'd have atheists who would say, take that sign down. It's a violation of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and separation of powers. Take it down. Now, you've got atheists clapping at trust God only. So yes, 100%. It's becoming extremely religious. America is extremely religious right now. It's almost like a theocracy at this point. Cult of personality. You got this rampant, hard right shift in the cultural paradigm. Hard right. It just took a hard right turn. So yes, 100%. America is becoming extremely religious. So much so that European allies are afraid. They're worried. They're worried about how hard-lined American politics have become. The government, the shot callers. While at the same time saying there seems to be a lot of atheists who think the government is atheist. Really? Incredible. That's incredible. I'm trying to look for a good article here, but we don't bring up anything medical. But you can just look up the number of religious exemptions at NASA. They basically had to shut down. It's one story. Just type in your Google, because I want to post it here for the YouTube. Religious exemptions at NASA. One article after the other about how, engineer of 35 years retires rather than. Despite non-discriminatory regulations, multiple NASA employees were forced out due to religious exemptions. Standard and ethics and codes. Right here, waivers and exemptions as described in 2635. Boom, one thing after another. Dude, I can't unmute you. I can't. Because you will go on the schizophrenic rant. You say what I'm saying, and you think what I'm saying is schizophrenic. You will repeat what I say. You can't be unmuted by your own logic. Your own logic is you can't be unmuted. You can't be. Because if I unmute you, You'll repeat what I say, and you think what I'm saying is some kind of schizophrenic rant. You can't. Your worldview is incoherent. You need to fix this. Fix your worldview. It's broken, dude. It's broken. You said you can only repeat what I say. That's all you can do right now. Just repeat what I say. And what I say, you have adjudicated as a schizophrenic rant. Therefore, when you ask to be unmuted, you're effectively asking that you want to repeat schizophrenic rants. Not going to happen. I would rather hold you to your own worldview. You can't ask for that. Your worldview is too incoherent. It's not worthy of airtime. That's my answer. So which answer do you want? Your answer, which is that you want to go on the schizophrenic rant, therefore muted, or B, my answer, you are an incoherent hot mess of other trash tier garbage. Debate bro horseshit that isn't worthy of 1 second of airtime. Not 1 single second. Which is why you got a false positive earlier when someone said, hey, who's the dude spouting racism? They thought it was you. And boy, did you prove them right. Probably just should have kept your dumb ass on mute. Good or is he worthless? I mean, I'll mute him. One person. Anyone want to talk to him?
Is my connection shit, or is this chat just boosted? $20 people in here. Nobody talking.
Yeah, what's up, dude? Penguin.
What's up, dude? You got any questions? Oh, go ahead.
He ran off. Yeah, the Penguin guy, he's from England or ENG server.
Another penguin? Oh no.
Yeah.
You don't bleed, then you don't die. Cross my heart and hope to fly.
Are these penguins coming from Antarctica or South Africa?
You know, Jimsy, I'm not sure if I like penguins because I never met one. They seem pretty cool, though.
It's kind of funny because the other day this guy's name is I Like Penguins, and I was like, "Do you like them grilled?" He never replied to me. I was wondering why he likes penguins. I'm thinking grilled, barbecue, maybe boiled eggs or penguin eggs, scramble, omelette, something like that.
No, I did tell you.
No, you didn't. Can you repeat what you replied back then?
Yeah, I like them because they can slide on their bidets.
Yeah, dude, are you done with the meta horse shit? Are you like ready to have a conversation yet? Or are you still going to keep going into this meta crap over and over again?
Penguins are meta?
No, I'm saying just you, like in general. It's like you can only talk about stuff that other people say, but when they say talk about the earth, you can't do that suddenly. Because you have to address every point made, not the point proper though. Avoid that. You have to avoid the point proper, which is the earth, the surface of the earth. And you have to address all other topics other than the main point.
Yeah, well, you guys like throwing points that like attack people's credibility, and if you made those, then I can address them. So, but if you see a problem with that, then I guess I'm sorry.
No, you're just a meta speaker, so that everyone knows where you're coming from. You're not going to. You will run from the topic. You'll only discuss points that you think are made that are not the topic. You're a drama queen.
See, now I would address that.
No one needs to address.
But if I did that, then you'd go off on that for like 20 minutes.
No one needs to address the stuff you make or discredit you. You discredit yourself.
Did you what I just said?
Yeah, you've already discredited yourself. You're a drama queen.
What did I just say?
You're worried that other people are going to cause you to lose credit by what you say. So instead of addressing what you say, you'll only address what other people say, but only when it suits you.
Oh, am I? Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah.
So why do you want to keep maintaining this belief in this fantasy club thing? I like penguins. Just curious.
Coming a little broken there, Dave.
I'll shut up. Did he get the gist of the question?
No, I think he might have missed your question.
Am I clear now? No. I'm driving, so I might not be clear. I'll shut up.
and it shows horizontality.
What's interesting too is noting what it doesn't show, right? What we'd expect to have available to us is a horizontal plane of reference that is rotating with respect to the curvature of the Earth. There's no evidence that there's any mechanism to do that or any way to track it, because we don't have any data showing what happens if that goes wrong, right? Because the flight data recorder box is supposed to record all the feedback of all these devices so that we could troubleshoot any issues that happen that may contribute and result in a plane crash.
Right. The thing is, just based on just having the telemetry data for elevation and pitch and whatever angles, I honestly don't think, if you were to have this technology, let's just say there's two different universes, one where we're on a flat Earth and one we're on a globe Earth. If you had the same technology, I don't think that you would actually detect any difference between the two dimensions or whatever reality.
What you're saying, Ross, is that a curved line and a straight line, there's no difference. Horizontal and curved trajectory are exactly the same. And yet, when they do their stunts, they're doing the loop. That's not horizontal. And yet, they're doing loop-the-loops in their place, in the stunt aircrafts, for example. So what you're saying is a really sad out as an explanation or an explanation of desperation here, because horizontal flight is horizontal flight. A curved trajectory is a curved trajectory. There's no getting away from that. That's law. That's natural law and the laws of physics. That's what we're talking about here. Physicality. If there's a circumference, there must be curvature and curved trajectory if you have a circumference ball. You can never be horizontal for 9.5 hours through 6,000 miles when there should be 3,740 miles of curvature. It's an impossibility.
Right. That there's a contradiction that's present within the avionics.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. So just to add some specificity to this, within inertial navigation systems, there are components for tracking just not the azimuth and altitude and so on, the pitch and the roll and yaw data.
Yeah.
But there are submodules that are accounting for the curvature of the Earth. And these submodules are broken down into separate processes. Okay, one is for handling Coriolis, another is for handling the curvature rate of the Earth, and another is a bounded error correction algorithm that makes sure that when the plane is plotted in 3 dimensions on a ball, that it's tracking in accordance with the dimensions of the ball. It sets upper and lower range bound limits. That's called Schuler tuning. The transport rate, which is the correction rate for the curvature of the Earth, is not present in any of the flight box telemetry data.
Yeah.
What we do know is that the inertial navigation system that applies these calculations then as an output presents those calculated rates of a curvature and of pretend Coriolis. The output is on a screen for the user, for the pilots and whoever else is watching. The output is onto a coordinate reference system, the spherical one. So, in other words, what we're trying to tell you is the flight box recorder data shows the raw measurements and don't show any evidence of a globe Earth. The output, what the pilot sees the globe Earth. So basically what these things are doing is they're applying corrective measures so that the pilot can be presented with the globe Earth, even though the airplane is physically measured to be traveling over flat Earth.
I agree that they're doing some mathematics to map the data onto a globe when they're generating the visual graphics of what's going on. I wasn't aware that the pilots were actually looking at that. I thought it was just a neat graphic for the passengers to look at.
Well, that too. Well, the pilots are using a spherical coordinate system, latitude and longitude. It says the Earth is traveling over a planar planar surface, this is being transformed mathematically to a curved one for display purposes and for coordinate purposes.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. But like, I guess the thing is, like, again, I'm not very familiar with how all this, like, these sensors work, but I have the feeling that these sensors would not be able to detect that there's any curvature going on, whether there is or isn't curvature.
No, I mean, that is an absolutely fair statement.
Like, all it knows is, like, I can guess, like, how it's getting its elevation data. Either it's like doing some sort of sonar against the surface below, or it's like pinging some GPS satellites, or it's like just guessing based off of air pressure. I'm not really sure. I'm sorry?
You know, it's interesting because the way to evaluate whether or not the surface is curving requires physical measurements. And the tools we have available to us are angles. And so if we go out there with like a laser transit methodology, or we go out there with long distance infrared observations, and we can see that there is no curvature in accordance to what the globe presents itself to be in the map, then we know that the after the fact applied mathematics for these avionics systems are producing a model of a globe from actual real world flat earth angle measurements, which is what they are systematically when you review their processes.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to look and see how they actually do it. I really don't know. I couldn't argue on this point very well.
Yeah, well, it's definitely worth looking into. You know, so like if I take a heading of like 270 degrees from north, and I maintain that heading, am I curving around a line of latitude following the latitude in a circle, or am I going straight? So I'm going straight using the angle itself. It's not a curve angle, it's an angle. The curving latitude is then put in with mathematics.
Yeah, angles are funny to work with on a longitude latitude system, because you can start off going due east, and if you're not turning with the latitude lines, you're no longer going due east very quickly. And that's true whether you're on a globe or a flat earth.
Well, it depends what your north reference point actually is too. I mean,
yeah,
so
like the only direction you can go without having to, like adjust the angle, like it's going due north or due south. Like those are like the only directions you can ever go where, the directions aren't changing up on you.
There's also the pitch. Right, so if I'm at the equator, right? If I'm at the equator, and let's say I head due west on a globe, my entire rotational vector is in the z-axis.
Rotational vector. Okay, so are you putting the rotational axis of the Earth? Is that the z-axis?
Yeah, we can call it that. Yep. So perpendicular to the axis of Earth would be z. So I'm rotating around the axis, right? So the airplane at the equator is pitching downward constantly, not having to turn left or right. Now, if I were to move up to 45 degrees north latitude, that rotation is broken up into two axes. Half of it is going in the same z-axis rotation vector that I described earlier, but the other half is now turning to the right, clockwise.
Right.
So imagine an airplane then that does these international flights, particularly from like north to south.
Okay.
Right? I mean, there's a lot of complex corrective geometry that goes into producing the global coordinates. These rotations are not at all picked up or measured by the flight instruments, you know. And to your point is, well, maybe Earth too big. But to our point is, we have absolutely no way to say that Earth is a globe from inertial navigation systems, other than they apply after the fact calculations to snap your airplane to a spherical grid, kind of like the old GPS systems. Your car goes off course from the on-ramp or off-ramp from a freeway, maybe because the on-ramp wasn't there 5 years ago and you have an old map. It'll snap to the grid eventually. Snap, snap, snap. That's kind of what these INS systems are doing after the fact. They're snapping everything from a flat Earth in reality to a spherical grid coordinate for the end user.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I'm not convinced. I mean, you'd basically be doing the same thing even if the Earth was flat. You'd still have to like do some math to plot everything onto a flat Earth too. I mean, everything they're doing to map it onto like the telemetry data onto a globe Earth, you'd have to like do the same exact thing if everyone just accepted the world was flat. I mean, the process would be the same, but the math would be different, obviously.
Yeah, you wouldn't be using a spherical coordinate grid.
Right. You would probably use something else, but like, I don't know, like just the fact that math has to be done to plot it onto a grid doesn't really convince me much, because I think the same thing would be true on a flat Earth.
Oh, which coordinate reference system matches the topology? And that's when we get into externally validating these topologies. Like I described earlier, you can externally validate whether or not the spherical global coordinate system is correct by going out and measuring the Earth. And if it measures flat, you know that those spherical global coordinates don't accurately represent real distances. Isn't that something? Now, if we stay within the complete framework of a spherical coordinate system, you can calculate distances all day long, and it will be absolutely internally consistent. So GPS is an internal validation of latitude and longitude. If I hold out a map and I say I go from here to here on my map, confirmed by GPS, I've done nothing to externally validate whether or not those distances are correct.
True.
Right? I've applied only 2 modes of the same spherical coordinate reference system to internally validate itself. So, I mean, what happens if I switch to a different spherical coordinate reference system? And yes, there are different ones. The most popular one we have today is called WGS 84, but there's also NAD 27. It's an older one, and guess what? It's going to be different. It will yield different distances and different place markers for points of interest compared to WGS 84. Well, which one is true in real life? Which one is the real one? You can't really use one model to validate the other to say what's actually true. You need to do a real world measurement.
Yeah, I don't really know where they got all the datum points and information to get either of those.
I can tell you.
One of them was WGS 84. What was the name of the other one? NAV? I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, NAV 27. These are all derived from what's called astrogeodetic surveys. They're using the star field. Sorry, lots of traffic. I'm in the city if you haven't heard. They're using the star field as a 3-dimensional coordinate reference system to begin with.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So therein, I would say lies the problem. That's not to say that the coordinate reference system doesn't work. It absolutely works fine. Practically, it's used fine. But is it the truth? So you can reinterpret the star field as something other than a spherical object too.
Actually, yeah, I'm curious to learn about maybe some of the other interpretations of, I guess, the star field is the word for it. Haven't heard that one, but yeah, I'm curious about what are the other interpretations for that, because that has been bothering me a lot when trying to consider the flat Earth as a real thing. I can't make sense of the stars.
Yeah, you have to kind of break your freedom from that. Because really, I mean, latitude and longitude is the most used, most referenced coordinate system in the world. And it has easily a 700-year sailing history behind it. It's got a 2,500 astronomical history behind today. And it begins with an interpretation, assumptions about how to perceive the star field and how to use them. And I'm here to tell you that in practicality, the star field does not exactly behave like a sphere. And for navigational purposes, for its origins, select stars were chosen to be navigational stars. There are like 57 of them. So we're using a limited view of the sky that has been interpreted as a sphere. So there's another coordinate system for the stars, the star field, that is actually in use today in the aeronautical industry called Gaia, G-A-I-A. Gaia is not spherical, but Cartesian, using Euclidean geometry. Guess what that means? It's more compatible with a topologically flat surface that's also Euclidean geometry than a sphere. Satellites use these for station keeping and orientation, as do drones. You can download free software and play with Gaia if you want.
Okay, that would actually be pretty fun. I'm trying to look it up right now, but I'm trying...
Yeah, type in Star Tracker Gaia, G-A-I-A.
Oh, Star Tracker, okay. Let's try that.
It works independent of what the surface topology of Earth is. And that's a beautiful thing. So, they say in mathematics that models don't dictate reality because there are a potential infinite number of models that could explain the same phenomenon.
It's a three-dimensional map of the stars. Okay. I see. Well, I mean, okay, I guess I knew that there would be a three-dimensional interpretation of it.
Yeah, the stars, if I'm not mistaken, are not treated necessarily as points in free space, but as vector positions based off of the observer. So this is a different way to think about them, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I always understood that the celestial sphere, right, the sphere that the stars are mapped onto, I always understood that to be a projection of a more realistic 3D map of where the stars are. Like it's a projection onto the sphere.
Right. A sphere of an infinite radius, which actually is flat. That's a whole nother funny twist, isn't it? But, just like they say that you can't triangulate the position of the sun, moon, planets, or stars, neither can you do that in Gaia. They say on a globe you can't triangulate the sun, moon, planets, or stars, right? Well, flat earthers say we agree.
There are, I think, a few stars, like the ones that are closer to us. If you use it's called stellar parallax, you can more or less figure out the distance of some of the closer stars.
That's fraught with That's fraught with assumptions. One of them is assuming, the diurnal cycle of a globe Earth, an orbital period of a globe Earth around a sun, and so on and so forth. Those are all assumptions that can be transformed into a different coordinate system. Think like Copernicus versus Ptolemy versus Kepler versus Galileo versus Tycho Brahe.
I guess I haven't actually observed stellar parallax myself, because I guess you need some pretty sensitive equipment to really do that.
But relies on stellar aberration theory.
Yeah, but I mean, the presence of stellar parallax, as it's been described to me, would seem pretty remarkable if the Earth wasn't going around in an orbit.
Well, even a globe Earth that's stationary that utilizes this method would come to wildly different results. And there's no way to determine which one is ultimately true unless you actually measure what the Earth is said to be doing. So we measure what the Earth is said to be curving, can't find it. We measure what the Earth is said to be moving, can't find it. Nobody can.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would expect it to be difficult to find. Maybe not impossible, but
Yeah. I mean, we will shut this place down tomorrow if somebody could show us how it is done, and it can be verified, or it is at least verifiable.
yeah, I understand that. I do know it's very difficult. I don't expect it to be an obvious thing, to be honest.
Right. I mean, pretty much everything we're told about the prevailing cosmological wisdom of the universe, right, is the exact opposite of what we can actually see and experience too. And it leads to all kinds of contradictions. So there's almost like what's built in is some kind of academic integrity here. Like, is it ethical to just accept all this when we can point out and not reconcile these contradictions?
I'm not sure what you're labeling as a contradiction, to be honest. I can understand some things maybe haven't been shown to be true, and maybe some statements are being made under assumptions that haven't been shown to be true. But
I'll give you a simple example, right? You've heard this before. Sorry to interrupt. I don't have a lot of time. That's why I'm like so snappy. So I got to go in a few minutes. But a sunset.
Okay.
We watch the sun set. We don't say, hey, in the evening, did you ever watch the Earth rotate back? No, you say the sun sets.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is language that was developed well before it was established that the Earth rotates. So I mean, the language developed around the idea that the sun moves. So I mean, it makes sense that we still talk about it that way. Well, that's what it looks like it's doing.
Well, the point is we see it move. We can measure its movement. We can't measure the Earth moving instead. I gotta go. I'll be listening. Good chatting with you, Justin Russell.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll respond to the "we see the sun moving" comment, because I mean, I feel like this has been brought up multiple times, and I almost see where it's going before I even open my mouth. But I'll just say it anyway. Right, the relative motion. Anytime you measure something moving, you could be sitting in a car with the car moving. If you have some sort of, device that can measure how fast things are moving, you could point it at a sign on the road as you're driving by. It'll measure that the sign was moving.
Right. But here's the difference. There's going to be a thermodynamic process that governs the motion of one relative to another, which can be measured. Nobody can measure the thermodynamics of gravitation in relative, gravity fields. I got to go. So just like you can measure the fuel consumption of a car and the torque of the axis of the wheels and know that the car is indeed moving and not pulling the earth underneath, or the earth rather rotating the wheels of the car above it, I should say.
Okay. I hear you.
Hey, Necros, good to see you, man.
Hello, brother.
Yeah, good. Oh, I see. Hi.
What's going on? Yeah.
I'm good.
Haven't seen Necros for a little while. Good to see you, man.
See you, brother.
Yeah, I was just looking into atmospheric lensing a bit while I was listening to Ross and Amish talk. Yeah, super interesting. I was watching a bunch of those observations where they get like a light source, whether it be a flashlight or a candle or anything like that, and they put it on like something like so it can roll away on a flat table, and then they put a lens between the camera and the light source that's going to be moving away, on the flat table, and then when you look at the footage through the camera, it looks like whatever light source or whatever object moves away, it looks like it starts to disappear bottom up.
And not just
So
that, it keeps its angular size too.
It keeps its angular size exactly. So then I watched Rob Skiba's got a great video on atmospheric magnification, and he's going over that observation in Ontario, Canada, where it looks like it's like a mill or something like that. It looks like it's giant and way above the the end of the street railing, right? It looks huge, and as they get closer to it, it shrinks, and then it looks tiny by the time they get to the end of the street. And then I watched the meteorologist on the news trying to explain the Chicago skyline observation, and they're going on about how the atmosphere acts exactly like a lens, and they even set up their own little demonstration where they were showing that if you put a lens down and like a photograph of the Chicago skyline, as you slide the camera away from it, it looks like it shrinks. It looks like it disappears bottom up, and it doesn't lose any angular size, like you said. So yeah, it's just interesting. I think the lensing effect is a great explanation for why we see the sun appearing to set in most conditions, and why it looks like things actually are looking like they've, there is some of the Chicago skyline missing, right? And Globers will say, "Oh, what's that hidden behind?" Well, the atmosphere is definitely like a lens. I mean, even the professionals say it acts like a lens, and it's in the in the source material. When you look up mainstream information about atmospheric lensing and mirages and atmospheric refraction and things like that, they all refer to the lensing effect of the atmosphere. So yeah, I think it's
Yeah, definitely it have to. It contains particles of water, so not liquid water but vapor, but still it's particles of water. It's not atoms of hydrogen, separated atoms. No, it's still water, but in just small quantities, so small droplets that we call vapor, or sometimes in the air you call it humidity. When it's just dissipated in the air, you call it humidity. That's always there in the air. And that acts as a lens.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I want to put together like a little presentation about that with a bunch of a bunch of real world examples of it, and then a bunch of meteorologists and mainstream citations, also agreeing that it most definitely does act like a lens.
Yeah. Watch this short video. I like this one. Whenever I talk about atmospheric lensing and magnification, I share this one.
Yeah, that's the one that I was talking about, where you got the mill. Now I need to take a clip out of the Rob Skiba video, because what he did was he showed it played in reverse from when they were up close to it, and then as they're going backwards, you just see it just get huge, right? Like ridiculously big. Yeah, it's exactly a great example. Yeah. So yeah, a combination of lensing and perspective will absolutely explain why the sun appears to set bottom up.
Yep. And if you are trying to make a presentation on something, add to the information that you are bringing. When you zoom on something that is far in distance, like a human in the top of a mountain, that mountain is so far, and you are using the camera with the high zoom power or binoculars or telescope, you see that effect of that humidity being accumulated because of the zoom, because that camera will just take that distance and shrink it down. So that person that you see in distance, or that building that you see in distance, you will be able to see it like if it is inside water. You see it waving and moving such a way like if it is inside the medium of water. It's not inside the medium of water literally, but with the camera and those zoom scopes, you shrink the distance between you, or between the camera and that object in distance, so that humidity is accumulated in just that in between you and that person. So when you zoom at that person, you focus on that humidity, so you'll be able to see that water vapor. Like if you are watching something behind vapor, literally you are boiling water and you have an object behind that boiling water, and you see it through that vapor, you will see the same exact effect. Why? That's because it's the same thing. That vapor is that same thing that is between you and that distant object, but it's just less dense than the vapor. So it's dissipated because of the transfer of energy and physics laws like thermodynamics.
Gotcha. So here's some examples in the side chat. You've probably seen most of them, but I will just post them quickly for anyone else. Right, so as he slides away, the sun, it looks like it disappears bottom up and doesn't lose angular size. Same thing here with the candle. Same thing here with a torch. Now, it would be cool if I was on mute the whole time.
No, we could hear.
Oh, you could hear.
Yeah. Now I can't hear. Now you're mute. You're still on mute. Now.
Okay, cool.
No, it's
So I got like 2 Discords open so I can copy paste these things from a different server. But yeah, some good examples there in the side chat. Now it would be cool if someone could do a Sky Free, or someone could do an example of this on a small scale, where instead of using a lens, we add like a bunch of water vapor. Steam, I guess, but steam's maybe it's too opaque, because we need something to simulate like how much water vapor there would be in the air over 10 or 20 miles. But to do that on a smaller scale might be hard to do. So yeah, there's a good Rob Skiba video. He goes over shows a bunch of good footage. He goes over that Ontario observation that you linked, and then he goes over the meteorologist on the news talking about lensing and things like that.
Yeah, I think what you were looking for was like a spray of everything spray to simulate the atmosphere, you know?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe out of would that be different to Steam, or would it be the same kind of thing?
Well, you do the test to evaluate. You know, like you get these polish, liquid polish that come out of a nozzle, and you can set the nozzle to be light or heavy, and so you could use one of those on the light setting and spray it away high above and see what happens. That's it. Yeah, That's a good idea what you put forward, by the way. Very good idea. You know?
Yeah, if we could have like a camera and then a flat table and like a candle, and then you show the camera moving away from the candle, slide the camera away, just without adding anything, right? And then do the same thing, but add the mist or the spray and see what happens.
Yeah,
it does happen. You can make it in a small scale, but it's a little bit difficult. So what you have to do is just try to replicate that test that have been done with the paper boat in the road, trying to show refraction. Remember that one? When that horizon just obscures the boat, the paper boat from bottom up. Remember that one, DJ?
Yeah, I know the one. Yeah,
like that video. But at that moment, you will take the boat and make it go farther, because in that video, the boat didn't even move. So it shows just that obstruction bottom up because of the refraction. So what they call refraction, we can call it like that. So you can, if you take that boat, which will continuously continue to disappear bottom up, even if it was on a straight roll. Or those home tests that have been done with using changing the temperature, those refraction tests that we have.
Yeah, but I'd like to do it with a stable temperature, because that way it's not like bending the light, right? It's not like a miraging effect. It's not sinking or looming or anything like that. If it could be a stable temperature, I just want to see if the how much the atmosphere can act as a lens, like a magnifying glass.
I see.
I'm gonna try to find some random videos about it now. See if I can find some examples.
I share with you a video made by that Alan, the guy from Ether Cosmology server. he made a nice video with about horizon, the horizon, and he talks about those things too. So he invokes the effects that we are talking about, humidity.
Actually, we can see a good example of the magnification in the Black Swan as well. I mean, that second oil platform looks almost the same size as the closer platform, even though it's a smaller platform and it's 4 miles further away. I mean, 4 miles is a pretty long way, but they don't look like they're 4 miles apart when you look at the footage. There's actually tons of videos on it on YouTube. If you just type in atmospheric magnification, there's tons of examples.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm just now noticing like what's being posted in the side chat here. Yeah, I'm saying yeah, the atmospheric lensing idea is absolutely a great idea to think about to explain why the sun might have the appearance of setting, even though all it's doing is moving away. Yeah, it's definitely a great idea. I never would have thought of it.
Yeah, as much as I've thought of it, I haven't thought about it deeply. So, I mean, yeah, I was having a bit more of a look into it today, and it's definitely seems like definitely something worth looking into more and considering.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that was bothering me about flat Earth is like the appearance of the sun is always like the same angular size as it at pretty much any point in the day. I mean, I talked about this with someone on here recently.
Yeah.
And we ended up talking about tennis balls at certain distances. But I feel like this lensing.
What's interesting, I think in most
argument.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting because it doesn't always happen like like that. Like you've probably seen those videos where it does look like the sun sort of shrinks into a little dot as it moves away, which is very different to what I would see in Australia when I would watch the sun move away, right? When there's a lot of moisture in the air, you know, a very humid place where I live or lived in Australia. And as the sun, you know, moves further away, it's even sometimes it would look giant on the horizon. Just depends how humid it is.
Yeah, the explanation I've always heard about why like the sun and the moon look bigger on the horizon than they do way up in the sky is it's like our perception of what the sky is. Like we kind of, I think, like.
I get that argument. I kind of agree with that as well.
Oh, yeah.
No, sometimes it looks like the moon looks giant on the horizon, right? But it's just like an optical illusion, like a trick of the eye, because you know you don't have that small objects, right, that are on the horizon in the distance, right? So you'll see little tiny buildings, little tiny trees, and it'll make it look like the sun's giant. But if you put your thumb out at arm's length, you know, your thumbnail will usually cover, you know, perfectly cover the moon, right? And then if you do the same thing when it's up in the sky, you'll still be able to cover the same amount of moon, right? So it's more of an illusion, but that's not what I'm talking about, right? Sometimes we see those footages of when the sun's setting and it looks like it shrinks into a tiny little dot as it moves away. And then sometimes it doesn't do that.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I feel like every time I've seen that in like a GIF or something, it always seems to be that there's clouds right at the horizon, and the sun's like just dipping right behind the clouds at the last second, and that's like what kind of.
Yeah, but it shrinks into a tiny. It shrinks into a tiny dot. Like if you look at footage that's not zoomed in, right, with a normal sunset, it looks like the sun stays the same size and it just goes down, 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 and then disappears bottom up over the horizon. But then we see these other footages and it looks completely different. It looks like it's that large size when it's up in the sky, and then it shrinks into a tiny little dot, and then it kind of like fades off into the opacity of the atmosphere or whatever. Completely different.
Yeah.
Completely different.
Okay, you're giving me an idea of something I could do, because I've done something because I bought like I bought this like polarized lens that I can put over the camera on my phone. And actually what I did one day, like when I first got it, I was like, oh man, it's so cloudy, I can barely even see where the sun is. But I went ahead and decided, you know what, let me see what it looks like. I pointed I put the lens over my camera and pointed it roughly where I thought the sun was, because there was a bright spot in the clouds. I'm like, okay, the sun's probably behind there somewhere. And like I was adjusting the lens to like be brighter and darker or whatever, to like block out more light. As I did that, I actually uncovered where the sun was. I could actually almost make out the outline of the sun. And it was way smaller than the big bright spot it was lighting up on the clouds.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you use a solar filter, it cuts out, like, it's not like all of a sudden you're seeing the true size of what you're looking at when you're looking at the sun. It's cutting out so much light. Most often you just see like a tiny little dot, and that doesn't align with how they say in the globe model that the sun and the moon appear roughly the same size in the sky, right? That doesn't happen with the moon, as far as I know.
Yeah, with the sun, you're cutting out the glare, all that glare, and then it as well. That's
right.
Another expression they use. The glare, the noise, and then you can see the side of the sun. Yeah, that is possible. You see the object a bit clearer. Yes, that's been well observed.
Yes. Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, as you see the sunset going on, like, it looks like it's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller, but really I think it's whatever clouds or, like, even just the water vapor in the atmosphere, there's more of it between you and the sun as it starts to set. It starts to, I think it starts removing that glare, and you can actually see the size of the sun for what it actually is. It's actually probably a lot smaller than what you imagined it was.
Yeah,
but that doesn't.
I've actually, with my naked eye, closed one eye, looked at the sun, and as I kept looking, I could see through the glare to this circular object. Okay, I've done that a few times just with the naked eye. Nothing, no optical equipment, and I've seen the shape of the sun. It's circular, but I can't tell it's spherical. It's just like a circle. That's all I see in the glare. Done that many times over the years. Okay, and then using, obviously, I haven't done it myself, but I would like to use infrared. That would really be nice. I don't have that equipment. That's something I want to have, to clip onto my camera and then look and take pictures. I'm sure I'm going to find some fascinating shots coming from that.
Yeah. It's been lovely chatting with y'all. I do actually have to get going. Hope to see y'all soon. Maybe we can continue this.
Well, we appreciate your time anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too.
You too. Try and look at the Rob Skibber one, because I did post it. It's worth a watch. Really learning curve. Excellent job, DJ. Excellent job.
Yeah, it's always easy to have a chat with Ross. He's always a good sport. He doesn't get super emotional.
Yeah.
Unlike some other globe earthers.
Well, most others, would have to say, most others there. It's very rare that you get one like Ross who questions and then actually does that, investigates, come back. He's going for it, at least. Trying anyway.
Yeah, he actually went out and did some observations, which is good, even though they could have been better.
Yes,
the conditions.
I often find that when they do go out and investigate, it hasn't been the best. They could have done better all the time. I would agree there.
That goes for like nearly every single long distance observation I've seen from the globe side, right? They're always super blurry. It's always like terrible conditions.
Yeah. I accuse them of choosing the worst image. Every time you choose the worst image to present your case, why would you do that? Especially if we've seen better images ourselves from other people, and even your own personal shots on top of that. They're offering you something that's really terrible, and I always wonder why they do that. Why don't you wait for a better day? Why offer me this? This is not good. Can't use it.
Yeah, I think that they don't have anything better, because when you go out, there isn't that curvature there. So what are they really going to present? They have to wait until there's some crazy miraging effect or something taking place.
Yeah.
To get anything roughly.
Something.
Yeah.
They have to present something that masks what we really want to see. That's what they're doing. What we really want to see, we won't see, because they've offered us this worst conditions possible. That's what they've gone and done, because they don't want us to see the clear day and then have to concede that, yes, there is no curvature there, because they don't want to say that, do they? They most certainly do not want to say there's no curvature. But that's what they have to say. We've said it. I want curvature to be there. It's a shock to discover that there's no curvature when there should be.
Like, this is their go-to long distance observations, this rainy lake nonsense. And then if you have a look in the side chat, the type of footage the type of footage that they're showing us is just ridiculous, right? There's crazy miraging effects taking place, and it's just so blurry and choppy and just absolute shite.
Yeah, exactly. I call it an abortion. Excuse the expression, but that's what I've called their stuff. You offer me an abortion, this abortion of an image? Come on, now, what are you doing here?
And this last one I posted, right? This is what they call clear image, low refraction, but it's still way blurrier and like more refracted looking than what we're presenting. So if they're classing this as low refraction and saying, well, this kind of matches up with the globe, what about our observations that are 10 times clearer than this, where we can see 20, 30 times further than you'll be able to see on a globe? But they'll say that's extreme refraction. It has to be. Otherwise, it would be impossible on a globe. So,
silly statements, really. Fighting against nature, because we're not cheating. We're waiting for the best conditions, and the best conditions have allowed us to see that far. We're not changing the conditions. We wait for those conditions, and those conditions are regular. They're regular as having bad weather. You've just got to wait and pick your time, that's all. You've got a whole year. If you're in the tropics, you've got a whole year what you can work with. In England and that, you've got to wait for like the season to be favorable. So you're looking for like summer. I think it's good to take pictures all through the year anyway, so you can make the contrast different. What's the word I'm looking for there? Yeah, different variations of the same place through the seasons. So it's always a good idea to take multiple shots, bad ones and good ones, but don't offer up the bad ones as if that's the best you could do, because it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Like I've said, I've seen some right abortion pictures, and I've just said, what are you doing here? You're insulting me with this. A blind man could do better. Desperate. That's why they do it, because they are desperate. And then you get to wonder, who are these people on these servers? Who actually are they to offer up this, deliberately putting up, horrible images?
Desperate anti-flat earthers. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're desperate. Yeah. I get the feeling that some of them are working for some kind of agency that are out there to dissuade everybody. They have to infiltrate. They have to infiltrate, because this deception has to be kept a secret for as long as it possibly can. So you're going to have these people who are working for the government or whatever the agencies, and they're getting paid to infiltrate to come in. They have to. That's what it is. The government's got to have its spies out there. They want to know how much we know. And they know. That's why they're still confident in bunging up, sending up rockets. I mean, what was it? We're in 2025. So in 2023, March of 2023, I watched a documentary that stated that in the next 20 years, there will be 200 missions to the moon. And it won't be by NASA. It's going to be by private companies sending these rockets up to the moon. So, I mean, they're planning 200 missions next 20 years. So they're well planning ahead. Keeping the deception alive at any cost. We know Japan is lying. They didn't send anything to the moon, but they've now joined the space agencies now, and they're lying big time. And when I actually put that to the students, has man gone to the moon? And some of the kids say yes straight away, but the adults are a bit reluctant to say no. I said, well, did America land on the moon? And then they eventually said no. Okay, so if America never landed on the moon, can Japan be in the ISS? Can Japan have gone to the moon recently? And they don't want to say no immediately. They take their time to answer. But I goes, well, if NASA never went, Japan is not better than NASA at this stuff, is it? Are they? Oh, okay, right, yeah. So so that means that your astronauts are lying to you. Yeah, they're lying to the children, is what I say. Because they always have kids there. When you got the astronauts, it's always a big bunch of kids there, yay, screaming and, cheering them on. They're lying to the children, okay? And this is after they learned, because in Japan, in elementary schools and secondary schools, you get a lesson called moral education. It's an actual lesson, moral education, okay? So there you're going to learn to be honest and not lie and, do things properly. So they did all that, and now they're lying to your children. And they did moral education like everybody else. My children learned it. Yeah, it's just nice it's interesting to see their reaction, the adults. their response. Because at one time they were saying that Japan doesn't lie, but America does. I said, well, but Japan can't have landed on the moon because America never landed on the moon. Japan doesn't have that technology, so they're lying. Okay, Japan, yes, and then the realization hit them that they're astronauts, yes, and it's taxpayers' money that they're using. You know, the money that the children need to improve their schools, because their schools are. In some schools, they aren't very poorly maintained. Accidents have happened. Children have died because of lack of maintenance. Now, if they use that money properly and maintain the school properly, those accidents wouldn't happen. But no, the money's going to space. This is what I'm trying to say to you, Japanese people. I know because my children go to the schools. I've seen the lack of maintenance in places. They have a session in Japan here where they offer the parents to come in and clean the school as part of like parents' observation. I didn't clean anything. I'm not paying taxes to end up cleaning schools. Thank you very much. You better do that properly. And they get the kids to do it, and the kids can't do it properly because they haven't got the equipment to do it properly. They don't give the kids the gloves, the proper mops, hot water. There isn't any. It's cold water. So it still stinks of piss when they finish washing the toilet out. Still stinks. They can't do a good enough job. Yeah. So, and this is what they do in some of these Japanese schools. I said to my students in England, no child is expected to clean the toilets unless they've graffitied. Then they'll have to remove that off the wall, of course. But outside of that, they don't clean the toilets. We have toilet cleaners come in every day to do that. When the school's closed, they come in and clean the toilets out every day. In England, that's what happened in my school anyway, my elementary schools and secondary schools. They came in and cleaned the toilet out properly. Okay, but they don't do that in Japan. I said, that's where the money is being wasted again. They don't go to space. They could have used it to do that. Yeah. Because that was disappointing to see that, they're not cleaning the toilets out properly. The caretaker's an old man. He's doing his best. There should have been 2 or 3 of them doing that. So basically, I tried to put it to them that the government could be better using the tax money instead of lying that they're going to space. Okay, stop there. Because very often we have that question, why does it matter? How is it going to change your life, etc., etc.? Well, there's many ways it would change people's lives. I mean, it's totally unfair that children not yet born are going to be born into debt. And then when they turn of age to start paying taxes, they're going to pick up that debt that they didn't create or benefited from. There you are. That's why it's important to speak of the flat earth truth and the heliocentric lie. And change the world to make it better. And that's our responsibility. That's our responsibility. We've got to do that. And every time we all run off to the ballot box to vote, you're voting for more of the same. The absolute wrong move. You're saying, yeah, give me more taxation. Yeah, waste my money on bombs, weapons, and space. Yeah, carry on doing that. That's what you do when you go and vote. That's why I said no flat earther should be voting. There shouldn't be a flat earther that votes because they've seen the writing on the wall. They know what's going on. So you definitely do not vote. Why would you do that? And Dave Wise said he voted for Obama. I said, why did you do that? Why did you vote for? I didn't vote for him. I would never have voted for him if I was in your country. Why would I do that? No flat earther should be voting. Why are you voting? He says he's never going to vote ever again. I go, you should never have voted in the first place. Well, why were you voting? I don't understand. What were you thinking? This was on Skype. I was talking to him privately. So I just want to give you a little insight into the Japanese situation, where the realization that their government's lying to them did hit them hard, but then I said, that's the truth, your astronauts are lying. They're not on the ISS. They can't be. They're in the studio. I had planned to take my children to the Japanese Space Center, actually, and I was going to be wearing my Flat Earth T-shirt, and we were going to ask them if NASA went to the moon, show them the links to where they didn't go to the moon, and explain to them how it's not possible. Really going to challenge them. I didn't get round to doing that. Got too busy to actually do that one, but I did plan to take the kids there. Yeah, and another thing, when we've been talking about aeroplanes forever, and we will continue to do so, because it does prove that we're not flying over a globe Earth. Aeroplanes prove that. If there is a circumference, then there must be curvature. You can't have the word circumference and not have a circular trajectory when you're flying. That's impossible. You can't fly 9.5 hours, which is a quarter of the globe. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like the people who I saw someone running a survey on people on whether they believed whether the moon landings happened or not, and some people were saying that they do not believe those landings happened because they could not see any stars on those photos that were supposedly taken on the moon. So I guess these people, they were very clever. Like, if you can be able to see the stars here on Earth on a clear night, then those photos should have had we should have seen the stars around those images they actually created in those images look CGI, like they are electronically generated. Yeah.
Yeah. You've got the Photoshop composite CGI images, and they've been subjected to the latest digital forensic software, which can authenticate whether or not the picture was taken from space, or if it's copy and paste, if it's Photoshop, because what it does is it looks for what's called noise, and it comes in a kind of like a grey, depending on the app. It comes across the image, a grey ash sheen right across the image. Okay, now the image, if the image doesn't have this grey ash sheen noise, then that's a fake image. If it doesn't have that, if it has the grey image across it, that's authentic. None of the NASA images have that. None of the NASA
Yeah,
images.
exactly. And then that part about the photos was the hardest to generate electronically, because I believe the people who are like doing it on a computer were asking themselves, then how do we fake stars on these photos? And then that just became it.
Yeah, it became impossible, so they just had to go with what they went with. And back in the 60s, everybody was naive to this. So no one would know about this, so you believe what they're telling you, you see. But they didn't know that in today's world, we're going to have modern technologies like digital analysis software, you see.
Yeah, exactly. So lying to people is very...
Go on. Let him talk. Yeah, go ahead, Timothy. You speak.
Yeah, so I guess the people who were, and then they asked NASA to explain this, and then they just come up with a very clever manipulation that while on the moon, light behaves this way, it behaves that way. Yeah, the atmosphere on the moon, very weird explanations. So they trying to say there's science works differently on the moon, and it also works differently here on Earth, which is a very controversial claim.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they always do that. Offer up some kind of convoluted explanation to get out of their troubles that they're in, but they can't escape it because this digital and software analysis, one's called JPEG Scoop, another one is called Forensically, and then there's another one, I've forgotten the other one. Okay, there's three of them. I'll revise that, review that one. But yeah, there's a group called the Apollo Detectives, and if you go to their site, Apollo Detectives, and then go to the playlist and look at Fake in Space, that's where you're going to find this material.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called the Apollo Detectives. All right, and then you go to their playlist. Once you get to their page, Apollo Detectives, you scroll down to the playlists section, or go across.
Is it a YouTube channel?
Yes, it's definitely a YouTube channel. Yeah, ApolloDetectives.com, if you will. I think maybe that might help you. But yeah, and then you have the home, you have the video, and then you have the playlist. You go to the playlist and scroll down to Faking Space by Paul on the Plane, and he shows you how NASA pictures are faked. Many. He gave the number as 8,000 images from NASA have been faked. You copy and paste in particular. It's a really good one.
I do believe that at some point in the future, maybe NASA will be forced to declassify some of its top secret documents, and people may actually realize we've been lied to for all these years.
Yeah, they're going to have to shut down, really, because you can't. It's an embarrassment. It would be too embarrassed to carry on once you know that they never went, and then people will be looking for compensation, exactly. Money back, please.
Sure.
There's people who have bought paintings that have had moon dust mixed in. Okay, moon dust mixed into the painting. So now, if that comes out, that painting's value drops dramatically.
Exactly, and then how they said that they came back with moon rock. So how did they fake that?
Okay, yes, that's good. In the documentary called "What Happened on the Moon," parts 1, 2, and 3, there's a guy called Bill Woods. Now, Bill Woods is NASA's rocket propulsion engineer. And he said that NASA has a machine that can irradiate the rocks to make it seem like they've come from outer space. Okay, that's what he said.
Yeah.
They have such a machine that the rocks are from Earth, and they are subjected to this radiation from this machine. Okay, that's how they did that.
Okay,
And they only radiate it for a short while, and then you get the Geiger counter giving it the.
Yeah, and then they just like tell people like here's the rock from the moon, just feel the texture, and people like, hey, I've never seen this one on Earth, and they buy the lie.
That's right. There was a friend of Bill Casing, and Bill Casing was the guy who worked for the company called Rocketdyne. That's Rocketdyne, D-Y-N-E, Rocketdyne. He was the technical journalist who had the grey pass. He had the special grey pass that allowed him to go anywhere in NASA. No door was closed to this guy, yeah? And he said, he spoke to one of his friends who was a geologist and says, tell me about the moon rocks. Can you help me with this? And the guy who was telling him that the upper echelon of NASA are hiding a big secret, right? Because they're from Earth. And then that guy and his wife died of cancer in 3 months.
Yeah, exactly. I read about that guy. After he retired from NASA, then he became the first person to actually raise the flag that the whole thing was faked.
Yeah, that was Bill Casing. Yeah, he worked for Rocketdyne, and Rocketdyne made the F1 engines that they fitted to the Saturn V rocket. Now he left Rocketdyne because he noticed that Rocketdyne didn't have any integrity. Okay, that's why he left. Okay, because he, doing his job and his duty properly, and he and his colleagues to work out what was the possibility of sending a man to the moon and return back to Earth. Okay, 0.014%. That was the number that they had.
That was his probability.
Yeah, that's the probability of going there and coming back. 0.01%, 14%.
So exactly after he made that claim that it was faked, he died within 3 months.
Not him. No, not him. No, the colleague he was talking to, and the colleague's wife, because he asked his colleague, his friend, help me with my project. Are these what? How did they fake these rocks? And he said these rocks are coming from Earth, and the upper echelons are keeping a secret. And then Bill Woods, he's a separate guy. He's the rocket propulsion engineer. He tells us that NASA has a machine that irradiate rocks. Okay. Separate guy. He tells us. You got to watch that documentary. What happened on the moon? If you want me, I can post it for you if you want.
Okay.
It's one of the best documentaries on the moon landings. Okay. One of the best, made by a guy called David.
And also, they say, if they went to the moon in 1969 with technology that was by far very inferior to the technology of today, then why is it so difficult for them to go back there? Then that just becomes like they supposedly have a project to go back there called Artemis, but then it's taken them 2 decades to plan that, while they claim that actually, so that also becomes a problem for them.
Well, yeah, it has become a problem for them because sorry to cut you off there, Timothy, because they keep putting the date that they're going to land man on the moon again. The date keeps being pushed back. They keep pushing the date back.
Exactly.
And the reason problem was the radiation. The suits were not protecting the astronauts from the radiation. That was one problem.
The Von Allen. So they claim right now they cannot go back there because of the Von Allen radiation belt.
Right. And then people are asking, well, how did they do it in the 60s? And why can't they use the same suits that were made in the 60s? Because with that suit, you had 90% of nude mobility. 90%.
Exactly.
Okay, of nude mobility in that suit. Whereas the new suit now, I didn't see 90% of nude mobility. It was rather a stiff kind of suit. The new ones.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was this reportedly like Buzz Aldrin told an 8-year-old that they didn't go there in the first place because the girl asked Buzz Aldrin why they didn't, like, if they went to the moon, why is it so hard for them to go back there? And then like Buzz Aldrin replied to the girl and told her that because they didn't do it in the first place.
Yeah, he said because we didn't go. He said, and if we didn't go, we have to find out why we didn't go. He says words to that effect.
Yeah,
you see. Yeah,
sure.
That's not a question. He says that's not a question for an 8-year-old. That's a question for me or the adults, right? And the reason why we didn't go, you see, and if we didn't go, we have to find out why we didn't go. He says, yeah. So he's trying to let it out, little by little. But no, we already know you didn't go, Buzz. We already know. Yeah, there was a period.
Who believes in Earth is flat here?
Sorry.
Who is here vouching for that Earth is flat?
Well, you're talking to me and the other guy, Timothy. My name is Gene CBR1. Yeah. How can I help
believe Earth is flat?
Well, it's not a belief. It's that I know it's flat. I don't believe it's flat. I actually know it's flat. Why? Why do you ask?
Where is a PayPal button to put charity to cure your disease, your mental health?
Okay, so you come in. You don't want to discuss. You want to insult.
And one thing is that there is so much scientific research about it. Like all of the space agencies, like are they stupid?
Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, did you come here just to throw a logical fallacy and go back to what you were doing?
You are trying to prove something that.
No, it's a logical fallacy. You still doing the same logical fallacy. So you asked if we believe
the Discord you are using.
No, just listen. Try to process this information that I'm trying to tell you. So you came here. You asked if someone here believes the Earth to be flat. So the guy answered you, and he told you that he doesn't believe that. It's something that he knows. And your rebuttal to that was an ad hom. It's a logical fallacy. Have you ever heard about the word or the term ad hominem? When you talk about the person, when you attack the person instead of attacking the argument. So he told you that, yeah, I know that the Earth is flat, and you told him, we need to get charity for you because you have mental health. That's a logical fallacy showing that you have the mental health. You are suffering from something called cognitive dissonance. It's a mental issue if you didn't know.
Man, it's proven that Earth is not flat.
Go ahead, share that proof.
Let me just tell you like how we can solve this problem right now. Like, guys, do some research, build your own satellite, and then show us pictures of flat Earth.
Stop. You said that it had been proven. So it's something, you said the sentence in the past. So it's something that have been done already. Can you share the proof with us, please? And I hope that proof doesn't necessitate a belief. It's just a proof, something that we can.
Just look at the pictures of all the telescopes. All the telescopes are thrown by the
So if pictures. So do you believe pictures? Can I show you?
Why not just create your own satellite?
No. Just listen. You said that you have already proofs. And when I asked you to share with us some of these proofs, you said pictures. Are pictures proofs? So if I show you a picture of a unicorn, is that a proof that the unicorn is real?
So is that a proof that Necros is real?
No. I'm not sharing.
Are you real or are you also in the air?
I'm not sharing with you a picture of me. We are talking about the evidence.
Everyone knows unicorn is imagination. It's not real.
Just listen. Gish galloping also is a fallacy. So why are you coming here armed with just fallacies? Can't you follow the discussion with logic? Can you use logic? So if you can use logic,
talking about logic, guys. Like,
Okay,
man,
okay, Mr.
just build
Gupta,
your own
Mr. Gupta.
satellite. Just launch your own
Mr. Gupta,
satellite
Mr.
and
Gupta,
then
can we
prove it.
start from the beginning? Mr. Gupta, can we start from the beginning? These are the questions, okay? If the Earth is a globe, what is the proof? If the Earth is flat, what is the proof, okay? So let's take it from that step. Mr. Gupta, you offered up satellites and photographs and imagery. Let's take it from the actual physicality of the Earth, first and foremost. If the Earth is a globe, should there be any curvature that we can measure, first and foremost? Can we measure the curvature of the Earth if the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah,
okay.
we can do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. Now, Mr. Gupta, have you measured the curvature of the Earth yourself? So you know.
Not myself.
Thank you very much. So you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth. Okay. Another question. What is the supposed circumference of the oblate spheroid? What is the size of the Earth in miles? Do you know? Do you know?
I don't recall in my mind.
Okay,
It's just
thank you very
written.
much. You don't know. That's okay.
Yeah.
We're going to save time. Do you know the radius of this ball Earth? Do you know the radius?
I didn't find that much big
don't know.
instinct
Just
to
say I don't
measure
know.
it.
Just say I don't know. That's simple. I don't know. That's two. I don't know so far. And he hasn't checked it. That's three. Now, what is the actual tilt of the Earth supposedly on the axis? What is its angle tilt, the Earth, supposedly? You don't know. Okay. What is the on that axis?
Earth is tilt.
Hang on a minute.
Earth is
On the
tilt.
axis,
That's what I know.
on the axis, you're talking what I'm talking. On the axis, how fast is the Earth spinning at the equator? How fast at the equator, supposedly? You don't know. Okay, thank you. Then the other question is this: how fast is it spinning in India or Pakistan, wherever you're from? You don't know. Good. You don't know. How fast is it spinning in England? You don't know. Okay, right. Now, how fast is the Earth orbiting the sun, supposedly? You don't know. Good. How fast is the Earth, together with the sun and the solar system, orbiting the galaxy? You don't know that. How fast is the galaxy? Last question. How fast is the galaxy moving through the universe, supposedly? You don't know that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Mr. Gupta, I think he's from India or Pakistan, I'm not sure, comes in, knows nothing of the model he says he lives on, hasn't investigated to make sure whether or not the Earth is curving, but we're wrong, okay? We know the model inside out, we know the numbers, and we've measured, tried to measure the
okay. Now let's talk. Now let's talk about this.
You're interrupting me. You don't know your model. You haven't done any investigation. So you cannot say we are wrong, sir. You don't even know the model.
So you tell me how Earth is flat. Prove that.
Yes, I'm going to do that now for you. I'm going to do that now for you. That's why I asked you.
Yeah.
If the Earth is a ball Earth, we should be able to measure the curvature. Yes, you said. Good. Right. So the curvature we were looking for now is 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? We're out to look for this curvature. We are finding extended horizontality. We're not measuring a single degree. I'll give you an example, a small one. London to Japan is 6,000 miles. Okay, London to Japan. Okay, so 6,000 miles, that's 9.5 hours if you're flying in an aeroplane. Now, the predicted curvature that you should experience through the 9-hour flight is 3,740.47 miles of curvature. It's not there. That plane flew horizontal all the way. How do I know it flew horizontal? My senses told me. And then also on my mobile phone, I have a spirit level app that I use to check whether the plane is taking a curved trajectory or not. It didn't. It was level. So this is one way we prove that the Earth is flat. And then the last thing is this. The black box in the plane that records the in-flight telemetry data shows that the planes are flying horizontal, not
Oh man, this thing is totally false. Like thousands of flight, like millions of flights till now, and you are saying that all the black boxes are just and millions of people, all the governments, all the airline companies are lying to you. What the hell,
Mr. Gupta, the black box is an instrument that is used to record all of the flights. By law, every plane is fitted one. By law, fitted. to the plane. Why? Because if something
If Earth
happens,
is flat, what's the end?
you're
If Earth
interrupting,
is
Mr.
flat,
Gupta. Mr. Gupta, you're interrupting me.
you know,
I'm trying
you
to
are
explain
all the time.
something.
You are not
me,
asking
Mr.
my
Gupta.
questions, man.
Mr. Gupta, you are interrupting me, Mr. Gupta. I haven't finished speaking, Mr. Gupta. Don't ask a question until I finish what I've said. And because you are wrong in what
Take
you said.
forever. Take forever.
Yes, I'm going to take forever, Mr. Gupta, because you're not listening and you're interrupting me. That's your problem. Remember, you came in here. You don't know the model. You haven't done any investigation. So you don't have any room to speak. Pay attention to the. What we're trying to say to you is that the black box is an instrument that is fitted to all aeroplanes. And the reason why is so that if there's an incident that happened during the flight, it will be recorded. And then it is taken to a court of law, for example, to help those who are looking for compensation if they've died or have been injured. Okay? So don't tell me that we're lying here. No, we're not lying. You're lying. Thank you. What is your question, Mr. Gupta?
Okay. If Earth is flat, what's the end of this? Like, you know, if Earth is flat,
Okay,
then
very good
you
question.
must be. It must be like a terrace. You know, it must be like a terrace that you might
Why
fall
must
out
it be?
of
Hang
it
on a
in the
minute. Why
universe.
must it be? You who don't know the model of the globe. Now you're telling us how the Earth must be, ladies and gentlemen.
Man,
The man does not.
now I'm asking question and you are not answering.
Excuse me.
What's the end
Excuse
of
me.
the
You're
Earth?
interrupting
Earth
me.
is flat.
You are interrupting again.
You don't have
Ladies
any
and
answer. You are just saying you are
I'm trying
interrupting.
to answer, but you keep interrupting, Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta, you keep interrupting. I am trying to answer you. Don't interrupt me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that doesn't know his own model that he's trying to defend, no investigation, no measurements, knows nothing, zero, empty head. He's trying to tell us how the flat Earth should be. He hasn't even investigated that. Yet he's telling
You
us
haven't
how
answered. You haven't answered. Now you are just gaslighting. And
No,
you're
I'm not
gaslighting.
gaslighting.
You are not answering my question. What's the end of the
I'm
Earth if Earth is
making
flat?
sure. I'm making sure you understand your position clearly. It is not in integrity. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
He's
Someone's
now
calling me.
now he's a flat earther. So now he
No, I'm
didn't
not.
rebuttal.
No, I'm not.
He did
No,
he didn't just stop. He didn't rebuttal what you said about the surface being horizontal. So now he understood that the Earth is flat. His problem is where is the edge? If there is an edge, or
Exactly.
there is none. So go ahead. Since you are already a flat Earth and you agreed that the Earth is not curved, and you agreed with all what Jin said, and you jumped from that topic, you gish galloped. It's a logical fallacy. I already told you that. You gish galloped from what you were talking about, which is the curvature, being the Earth being a globe or flat, and he answered your question. You jumped from that to the edge of the Earth. So nice.
One thing. Let me tell you. I'm not a professional debater. I'm not jobless, so I don't have any idea about how you guys debate. Just tell me.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't make accusations.
I'm not jobless.
You don't need to tell us that you don't have any idea about the globe Earth or the flat Earth. We already know that because Jin already showcased that by asking you simple questions about your model that you didn't even know.
Just make a simple rocket and we'll know that Earth is flat or what. You know,
It's
you haven't built a single sphere.
We made simple rockets since thousands of years. We made fireworks. That doesn't show you if the Earth is flat or not. It's
Throw satellite with that rocket.
What's relevant is what Jin talked to you about earlier, which is measuring if there is a curve or not. Imagining a curvature in your mind and assuming that the Earth is a globe, that's your problem. That's
All
your
the
fault.
scientific discoveries till now has just proven that Earth is Earth is globe because all the space companies all have the same idea. Like, what do you think? Like, and the Discord you are using, you are able to use because
That's
of
stupid from you when you say that. When you say all the scientific discoveries show that the Earth is a globe. No, the geometry of the Earth is not a scientific question. Showing the geometry of an object, you don't use science. You use geometry. You measure that shit to know if that table is square or disc or curved or flat. So those people who work the tables, who work those furniture that you have in the house, they are not scientists.
No,
they
they're not doing any
use
science.
geometry. They use measurements and geometry. They don't use science to discover or to
How
distinguish.
Elon Musk is able to throw rockets in the space without knowing about physics and geography?
Yeah, Mr. Gupta, you got it wrong again, Mr. Gupta, because you think whether the Earth is a globe or it's flat is scientific. It's nothing to do with science at all. It's geometry and observations we're making here across the land. We're not doing any science. Measurements is what we're doing.
Observation is bullshit. Like proof is proof.
Mr. Gupta, why do you interrupt when I'm talking? You're making a problem. When I'm talking, do not speak. Because I know you're embarrassed, number one. Number two, you're being exposed
Who
as
the fuck
somebody
is
who
embarrassed
knows
here?
nothing.
I'm not.
You are interrupting again, Mr. Gupta. Right? You're embarrassed. That's why you're interrupting. You're suffering from cognitive dissonance. You don't know your model. And all you're doing is throwing insults at the moment. Insulting us doesn't prove your case. You came in, you don't know the
I
model.
asked
and
you one question. What's the edge of the Earth? You haven't still answered till now.
Well, we're going to try and do that for you. We're going to try and do that for you. But the point is, what we had to highlight is that you're telling us how the Earth must be, and you don't even know your own model. You're telling us that the flat Earth must be like this, but you don't know your model, sir. You haven't investigated.
So, let me just end this
How
quickly.
dare
Like
you, Mr. Gupta? Mr.
talking
Gupta,
to
how
flat
dare
earthers
you,
is just
Mr. Gupta?
beating around the bush.
Mr.
They
Gupta,
are mentally ill and
dare
I'm
you?
leaving. That's
Mr.
it.
Gupta, you don't know your model, sir. How dare you tell us what the flat Earth should be like, Mr. Gupta? You don't know your own model, Mr. Gupta. But you're telling us. Does that make logical sense, Mr. Gupta? That you, who know nothing of your own model, yeah, of course he's going to leave. Of course he's going to leave. He has to leave. It's an embarrassing situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a clear case of an individual, Mr. Gupta. I think he's from India because Gupta is an Indian name, I think. And he comes in and he insults us and says, I need mental health. The man doesn't even know his own model. And how can he be correct? He's believing and guessing and just hoping and then relying on the appeal to the scientists, who are not the scientists who did the measuring of the Earth anyway. You see? Can you see how silly that is there? Ridiculous.
He's a little bit confused. I can agree with what you said, that he's suffering cognitive dissonance because he couldn't process the informations and he couldn't process what he was asking, the questions that he were asking. Because his first question was about why you think that the Earth is flat. And you talked to him and he explained to him that we've tried to measure the curvature, that those 8 inches per mile squared, so we don't find that, so meaning that a surface that is not curved, it's just a flat surface, so curved is opposite to flat. And he agreed with that. So he jumped from that question to the edge. So, nice. So if you are agreeing with the to be flat and you are good with that answer that he were given, okay, let's discover that edge that were never been discovered before today. There
Exactly.
is one. We don't claim a flat Earth with an edge. No. We just say flat Earth. We are not specifying if there is an edge or no edge.
Exactly. We never went there. He went there, of course, because he's coming from his friends who all of them don't know the model, and they think that we're crazy, flat Earth. How stupid we are, They don't even know their own model. They know nothing of the model. Nothing they know. And they're coming in saying we're wrong. This is how silly it is. At least you've got to know your own model, and then you've gone out there to confirm. You say, I know the Earth is a globe because I measured the curvature of the Earth. This is me doing it now. Look, I show you my methodology. Here it is, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Location, time, distance. Here it is, the instruments we used. That's what you do to prove us wrong. You don't just tell us we're wrong and you don't even know your own model and you haven't done any investigation. And now you're trying to tell us how the flat Earth should be on top of that.
Okay,
Who's crazy?
Publish your results then.
Sorry?
Publish your results so I can read them.
Well, let's say that I gave you. Have you been listening to what's been going on? Have you been listening? Have you just come in? So you're not going to answer the question. There you are. Can't even answer a simple question. Have you just come in? Have you not been listening to what's been going on? you would have heard me talk about the distance between London to Japan, Tokyo, being 6,000 miles, being 6,000 miles, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and the
Can I say
and the
something
flight.
interesting?
Stronger, that was stupid. That task that you are asking is totally stupid. So when you are asking for publishing the result, you have to ask that to the Globers. Publish the results of you measuring the curvature. Because if there is no curvature, it's just a flat surface.
publish your results.
So if there is no curvature measured, just listen. Don't repeat that stupid task again. Not stupid. Repeat the stupid sentence again. Publish the result. So if there is no curvature measured, meaning if there is no result of a curvature, it means that it is flat. If we can't measure any curvature, so no result of a curvature that we can publish to show that there is a curvature, it means that it is flat. Are you stupid? So when you don't find any measurement of a curvature, it means that that surface is not curved. Not curved in one word is flat. So flat equal not curved. That's the meaning of the word. Flat
level.
equal not curved. A surface that is not curved because you don't have any result of any measurement of curvature, it means that it's not curved.
Yeah.
So
No
flat.
Yeah, no deviation from the horizontal baseline. It's all horizontal. There's no curvature at all. And by the way, as my colleague was telling you, you have the burden of proof anyway. If you are so sure that the Earth is a globe, please tell us how you know.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, let's hear what he's got to say. Yeah, go ahead. Prove to us how you know the Earth is a globe. That's all you got to do. It's
I never
quite
said
simple,
I'm
really.
sure. I told you to publish your results.
Well, I've given you the.
Not him. There's a guy named Builder. Oh, he already left. Forget it.
Yeah, he's a bit of a Wally. Wally's statement, and you know why he did it? Because it's an embarrassing thing to realize that you're believing in something you can't prove. You think you're on a globe, but you haven't even proven it to yourself yet. But you're going around the world telling everybody it's a globe, especially to the flat earthers, asking us for proof when you haven't even proven it to yourself that the Earth is a globe. It's an embarrassing situation. That's why I have to leave. The pressure is too much, and it's going out live. Yeah, and everything that we speak of, ladies and gentlemen, you can repeat yourself. In the case of going to Japan, okay, that's going to cost you some money. The point is that trip can be done, and you can find out that there's no curvature on that distance
Write down
within
exactly
the
what you
6,000
did
miles.
so I can do it. Go ahead.
Sorry? Don't speak when I'm speaking because I don't know what you're saying. When you hear my voice, don't jump in because whatever you said won't be heard by me. And then when I say sorry, that is your turn now to speak. So what did you say? I didn't hear what you said. Don't be a coward now. Speak up.
Publish
Let's hear
your
your
results
words.
so I can reproduce them.
Oh, I've given you where I went. London to Japan. Okay, there's 6,000 miles. Predicted.
You can't reproduce them. You can't reproduce any results because there is no results of a curvature. You can't. You can't measure a curvature. So to repeat
That's
that,
right.
you need the
Dude,
curvature.
Necros,
No,
I don't know
because
if you
there
have brain
is no
damage today, but you got to stop talking.
Listen. So because there is
No, you're the one with the brain damage. You're not listening.
Because there is no result of a measurement of a curvature, you can't repeat that yourself to show us that the Earth is a globe. No one could do it before you, so you won't be the first one doing it today. It won't change
And
anything.
the thing
because
is,
the Earth is not curved. You will do the same exact thing as everyone. So like surveyors, geodetic surveyors, you will measure the surface to be flat. So like the surveyors, it's published already. So go and find every measurement, topographic measurement made by a surveyor in the world, the entire world. So it's flat. They are plane surveyors, geodetic surveyors, they measure it flat like the plane surveyors and they add the curvature that is missed there in the measurements, saying that it is because of some optical illusions like refraction or something like that.
They even use the word local level. So they measure local level. So if you're measuring local level, all you do is extend that. So once you've measured local level at one point, from that point you measure another local level, from that point you measure another local level, and you just extrapolate that right across the earth. It's a flat earth. So they even mention it themselves that they're measuring local level. So it's for the young American who is uptight and distraught to prove to us where we've gone wrong. If the earth is a globe, show us our mistake. That's all you got to do. You're the glober.
Yeah,
You're the one that
publish
knows
your
it's a globe.
results so I can reproduce it.
Again, it's an unreasonable request because you can actually do that for yourself. I've given you the location: London to Tokyo, Japan. Distance 6,000 miles. Predict amount of curvature to be experienced during the flight of 9.5 hours is 3,740.47 miles of curvature that's not there.
Yeah, write it all
And then when you
down
extrapolate,
and
I'm not
send it so I
finished
can
yet.
redo it.
When you extrapolate that onto the globe, it makes up 1/4 of your globe. That's 90 degrees of curvature that you do not experience. So that's the distance. That's the length of time, and the destination is there. Go and do it, and you will learn for yourself.
Yeah, so go ahead and write that all down for me. So
I don't need to do that at all. I don't have to do that at all. I don't have to do that at all.
Longer, it's
Yeah.
already live on YouTube. You just have to roll
Yeah.
back the tape and listen to that shit. Activate the
Yeah.
subtitles to be written for you because you are. I think you're disabled. You don't have your the hands. You are using your phone by pressing on the screen using your tongue. Okay, so try to listen to what he said times and times and times and times and times again. I know you won't be able to use your brain to process what he said, but try to just record it and try to repeat what he said. You wanted to repeat those measurements, go ahead. He said,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. You're gonna repeat, yeah, without doing anything. Yeah. So,
Are you manic or something, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No. I'm playing with your little brain. I'm tickling your brain. So, go ahead.
You're actually freaking me out, so I'm gonna head out.
So,
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye. He's blown a gasket. No proof, no evidence, and unreasonable request fallacy. That's all he's done. And we've given him all the data. Go and replicate it for himself. I did admit that it would cost a little bit of money, of course, in this particular case.
I think he went to replicate that shit again. So I will give him his time.
Yeah. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, if we are so wrong, they should be in earnest to try and prove us wrong and to show us how to do it right, because they've got it right. So they should show us this so that we can then go and replicate it and make sure that they are right. But they don't offer a single thing, just insults and unreasonable request fallacies. That's all they're doing. Makes you laugh. We're always victorious, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason why we are victorious is because the Earth isn't a globe. Of course. If the Earth isn't a globe, how can you lose your debates?
Jen, I want to consider that shit like that. We are not victorious. No, we are not. So people are still globers. So they are still stupid. So to be victorious, we have to just elevate those people to a higher grade and make them understand the reality. Like those people could change their mind and make them globers. So we can't say that we won till that moment, that day, and I don't think that it will happen someday.
I've said we've had a 10-year victorious defeat against the Globers. They have lost every single debate. So that piece of data should make people who are believing they're on the globe think.
There was no debate since those thousands of years that they claim. Aristotle and Eratosthenes are those people. Since those days, since the first one who claimed the globe, there was no debate at all because there was no proof for the Earth to be a globe.
Exactly.
Since the first moment, it was just a claim, and it's still just a claim. The Earth is a globe, and it's moving, and it's spinning in the vacuum of space. Prove that shit.
There's been two there's been 2 court cases where the Globers have lost in a court of law twice. They failed to prove the globe, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, in a court of law. So, you know, there's lots of evidence where they haven't been able to prove. In a court of law, that's a perfect arena, a legal institution right there where you're meant to prove the earth is a globe. They failed twice. Twice they failed.
The day when they win those cases, I'll try and make a complaint and try to prove my unicorn too. If the globe Earth is provable like that, if they win someday, I'm gonna try my unicorn to prove my unicorn too.
Exactly.
Using the same things. I don't need so much things. Just what they have: imagery, videos, and some testimonies. I won't fail to have testimonies of people who believe that unicorns exist.
Yeah. I mean, you can present them, but you have to prove the actual physicality of the unicorn. That's the thing, and you won't be able to do that. Just like they can't prove the physicality of the globe. That's why they lost twice in a court of law. They couldn't prove it. They couldn't prove that the Earth was curving in any way, shape, or form. That's why we, the flat earthers, are victorious at this point. And the more we win these debates that are being had in various servers and on the streets as well, that's when people begin to wake up. Slowly but surely, we are moving towards the tipping point. Every day, more and more people are becoming flat earthers. Every day. That's good news. Great news.
How many chances you have to prove that the flat table is a ball?
Well, you've got no chance of proving that.
Yeah.
You've got no chance of proving that. But what we want to try and do is make people aware that they're carrying a belief of something that they actually haven't checked. And that's a dangerous thing to do, because now you are in an indoctrinated state of mind. And you need to break that indoctrination. And then you realize that there have been other deceptions have happened whilst you were busy being indoctrinated. And then you hit the brakes, you review your life, you go back in the past, check it, and then you make yourself a new road that you are now in control of to a certain degree. Okay? Right. That's what happens to a flat earther. You do things properly. I had 48 years of a belief of the globe, 48 years. And the reason it was that long is because I trusted the experts, so-called experts. I trusted that what they told me was the truth and correct. Why would I think they were lying? You see? But if I had checked it all those years ago, wow, man would be a different person. Definitely. Cool. Yeah. You know? That definitely changes your outlook on life.
I think you couldn't, no one is able to start thinking about the flat earth if there is no starting point, there is no starter, no first information that will trigger your critical thinking. At that moment, you'll try to research the thing. Do you think that someone can just turn flat earther without hearing about flat earth at all, living as a glober, and one day you will say, whoops, hey, it's not a globe?
Okay, no, that's a good point you raised there. No, indoctrinated that you're on a globe, that's it. You're going to be thinking you're on a globe. But if you haven't been indoctrinated and you're living out in the bush, you're not going to say the earth is a globe, because all you would have experienced is horizontality. You haven't seen the curvature at all. You haven't experienced it. So for you, the earth is flat. That's what it's going to be like. The ocean is a clue as well. So it's because you go to school and they indoctrinate you. Because if I was asked at the age of 5 or 6, right? This is before we go to elementary school. Is the earth a globe? I'm not going to say yes, because how would I know that? I wouldn't have experienced it. So I would have said no. Or if I'm thinking out of the box, maybe, but that wouldn't be me. I would be saying no. I wouldn't be saying maybe. Someone who says maybe, that individual is thinking out of the box. That little kid would be thinking out of the box. Me, I would be saying no, it's not. And the reason why, I haven't experienced it. So my answer would be no, it's not a globe. I've not seen it. Okay? So 2 possible answers would be no or maybe. It cannot be yes, For it to be yes, where's the proof? What is the experience being had? So if a child said yes, you'd be asking, how did you know that? What did you experience, kid? You see? So the answer is no or maybe. That's when you're a child. But when you go to school, you're indoctrinated to believe that the earth is a globe. They don't give you any proof. So you're running on 100% belief now from what your teacher tells you. That's it. And then it's reinforced through the cartoons that you watch, music, movies, science programs, Tomorrow's World Today, for example. And then you've got like the History Channel now, Geographic Channel, the Discovery Channel. All these channels reinforce the globe. Corporate images with globes on it. Okay. And then the news, everybody's on their insignias. This is how you believe that you're on a globe. Okay. So yeah, no, it's not easy. And I myself have been in the army. We've jumped out of planes. I've seen the earth level and not registered that levelness because I'm not thinking about it. I'm thinking about enjoying the view and then getting ready to land. I don't want to break my legs. So you're busy, you're occupied. So you're not thinking about the actual shape of the earth at all. So what you said is true, by the way. I just want to elaborate on that a bit. So yeah, the clues are there. What I'm trying to say is that everybody's uploading, living on a horizontal plane, but they're not connecting to that. So in their subconsciousness, everything they've experienced is horizontal. They've never experienced living on a globe. It's only when you put it to them and you challenge them on their beliefs that they then begin to realize that they have to go and look. And then when they go and look, they find out that it's flat. That's when they wake up and think, wow, I was indoctrinated for 48 years. That's me. Wow, what an error I made there. Ooh, I'm never going to believe in anything ever again. That's what I said. So I don't do any believing now. But yeah, great point, sir. Great point. Yeah, I think your name is Necros. Very good point you put forward, Necros. I thank you for that because people learn from what you've said.
Thanks to you, Jim.
Yeah. Yeah. So clearly, Mr. Gupta came in. He didn't know his model, and yet he's throwing insults at us who know the model inside out, and we've investigated. Right? So he made a big mistake. And then he proceeds to tell us how the flat earth should be. There's an indoctrinated individual. And they think it's a joke because they're laughing all the while, laughing and laughing and laughing. Yeah, as I was saying before Mr. Gupta came in earlier on, if the earth is an oblate spheroid, a ball shape, there must be curvature. Must be. If there's a circumference, there has to be a circular trajectory for aeroplanes when they fly, because they have to follow the surface of the earth. Have to. But there is no such trajectory. And also, in the case of the aeroplane itself, an aeroplane, when it's flying horizontal, that is the most safest position for the plane, okay? That's the safest, flying horizontal. That's what they're designed to do, to fly horizontal. Because when they're flying horizontal, the aeroplane is under no stress now, all right? It's designed to drag the air through the jet engines, create thrust to move the plane forward. When you change to a curved trajectory now you're going to increase power. You have to keep it up. And now you're putting stresses on the components. Those components will be the engine, where it meets and marries the wing, articulating with the wing, where the wing itself articulates to the body of the airplane, the fuselage. Okay, these areas are being stressed now. And then the tail section as well. And also the undercarriage door, as it flexes and twists and torts as you're flying through a curved trajectory for 9 hours, 9.5 hours non-stop. Curving puts enormous stresses on the aircraft. No doubt about it. That's a dangerous maneuver, by the way. And you couldn't go to the toilet if the plane is flying in a curved trajectory. You couldn't walk up anywhere. You have to be seat belted, as a curved trajectory is a dangerous move. It's not a safe move at all. Can you imagine that for 9.5 hours? Which would then result in the plane landing at the destination after 9 hours. It would then have to go into the hangar and be inspected. All articulated points, engine with the wing to the body, tail section, undercarriage, these things have to be inspected before it can come out and then get back to work. Okay? Because 9.5 hours is a long time to be flying in a curve. All that stresses. Okay? This is engineering now we're talking about. This is where being an engineer helps to bring that home to you. Okay? Yeah. It's that simple. I'll give you another example. If you have a car traveling at 30 miles an hour in a circle, just going around and around and around and around in a right-hand circle, so you're turning right. Now, what's going to happen is that the stress is going to be on the left side front and rear tire and the suspension, because the weight is shifting to the left. The right side tire and rear and front tire and suspension are having less stress. Okay, and you're going around in a circle. So you're going to get uneven wear of the tires. The suspension is going to be very hot on the left side versus the right side because of the impact of the stress for 1 hour, 2 hours, just going around in a circle. That's engineering. Okay, and that's just a car. Imagine traveling at 600 miles an hour through a curved trajectory of 3,740.47 miles for 9.5 hours. Okay, there you are. But these are the things that you people don't think about because, you know, you're not thinking about it. You know, but we the experts can bring that to you. Yeah. And finally, when you see the air, if you ever go to an airport and you see the planes come into land, as they land, they park up, and then the luggage is removed. Right, the luggage is removed from the plane. The toilets and the excrement that we did in the toilet, that container is removed. A new container is put in. The food is put in. The empty tins and pots and things that we used, they are removed. The new ones are going in. The new luggage is going in. All right, they're removing the little bits of cloth on the headrests of your seats. All that's replaced. All that takes about an hour and a half. And then the plane is ready for us to get on to go out and fly off. No, you don't see any inspection going on the plane at all. They're not, oh, yeah, sorry, and they fill up the plane with fuel. You might be lucky to see that. But you don't see them inspecting anything. They're not checking the wings. They're not checking the engine. They're not doing any of that. Nothing like that is happening. Just a quick turnaround. Okay? So obviously they're flying horizontal. Obviously. Yeah. Clearly they're flying horizontal. Every jet fighter pilot and his aircraft, when they finish their practicing sessions, where they simulate they're flying in the air and they're simulating battle maneuvers, avoiding aeroplanes coming from behind, shooting up and then coming back down. When they finish all that training, the whole aircraft goes under inspection, straight into the hangar, and they inspect every nut and bolt on a jet fighter. Okay, right. So, and that would apply to an ordinary aircraft if the aircraft was doing the same thing, curved trajectories, okay, and then looping the loop and twisting and doing barrels. Well, we don't do that in a passenger airliner. We only fly horizontal. We don't even fly a curved trajectory. The only time the plane is deviating from horizontal is when it flies up to take off and it climbs up to the 30, 40, 50,000 feet altitude and then levels off. There might be some turbulence along the way, so it might drop in altitude, it might increase in altitude. But for the most part, it's horizontal. And then it starts to lose altitude as it arrives at the destination, starts to drop in altitude. That's it. It doesn't take a curved trajectory. It doesn't do that. That puts enormous stresses on the plane and on the passengers as well. So, yeah. It's quite easy to understand that the plane is not flying in a curved trajectory. So easy. It's all about the physicality of it. If the Earth is a globe, we must physically be able to measure it and experience it and see it and photograph it physically. We don't have that. No human being is experiencing living life on a globe. You don't have that experience. All you've had is horizontality everywhere. You just haven't noticed it. See? That's how simple it is. Which is why I'll never get fed up of flat Earth. It's where I live. And I love this discussion, debates, explanation. I love it. It's really good. Really good. Very good indeed.
Iradius, you've been unmuted. We don't want to hear what you have to say. I wanted to avoid you getting banned from the guest VC. You've been muted for a couple days, so I'd suggest just if you want to go speak at a different room in this server, you go and do that. If you want to stay here and listen, you're more than welcome. Yeah, we definitely don't want to have conversation with you because it's the same thing every time you speak. It's like listening to a broken record. So.
Well, I kind of get the same feeling about what you guys are saying. It's kind of the same thing. So
you don't have to be here.
I have no problem with it. I'm good. I'm comfortable with it. I like to hear what you guys are saying again, so we can talk more about it. I'm happy. I'm good, brother. You know what I mean? I'm just asking if you guys would like to speak. If you guys don't like to speak, well, I can't force you. You understand? I can't. So you guys are cool. You guys have a certain belief structure. You guys have never heard me disrespect you out of my mouth, right? I don't call you Emma F for this or Bia or this. I've never said that. I always just try to talk about the subject matter. Sometimes we get loud.
No, you call us liars. You call us liars.
No, liars. Hey, big man, if you're lying, you're lying. Hey, you can call me a liar. That's okay.
No, you call us liars.
Yes, that's fine. If I know
No, it's not fine.
No,
it's not fine, you idiot.
Of course it is. Okay, look at you.
Get out. Just leave.
The reason it's not fine is because you're a bigot. If you had the idea, and again, not only that, but you're going to interrupt my point of clarity after saying something as heavy as that. To try to understand where I'm coming from, that's when you shut up. Because that was a heavy fucking statement. Right? Mike, but
I did not hear what you said. I was asking you to repeat. Calm down, man.
I am calm. I'm in the middle of chewing some food. So, again, if you're to take a title or a group and say, Oh, they're liars. That just makes you a bigot. Because
No,
that's like saying, well, tree huggers are liars, or Christians are liars, or stargazers are liars. You can't just you can't group a group of people, even if they're in the same location, and generally call them liars. Makes you a bigot.
it was on a specific point. It's not flat earthers generally. I didn't say generally you guys are liars. It was on a specific point. We are debating. If you said something that is patently untrue, right, and I'm giving you the information that says it's untrue, and you're still carrying it on and you're disrespecting me, I'm going to call you a liar in the middle of that, right? But I'm not saying flat earthers all. I've never done that. Why would I do that? That's foolishness. That's like asking to be thrown out. But on a specific point, if you point out you have an observation 1 foot to 1 foot over 30 miles, and you do not show that, you're going to be called a liar. And that's what I did.
All right. If that's what happened, and so be it. Understood. I understand.
I don't come into the room and just like you. Many flat earthers have done that to us. You guys come to our rooms and call us globe tards and blah and on and on and on, right? Idiots and all this kind of stuff, right? And we suck it. Like you guys are not barred from any of our spaces. You can come to any of our spaces at any time. Nobody blocks you guys.
You're crying about something I also can cry about. That's why I'm saying humans are humans. Like, it doesn't need any unpacking there. Because when you say you guys, you obviously can't include me, and that's the point. Generalization.
That's not true. That's not true.
What's not true?
What you just said isn't true. It's not true.
I don't call you globetards. I don't go to your servers.
Jen, hold on. What did I say that wasn't true?
The thing you said.
Which was what? Which was?
He's just arguing for the sake of arguing, Elijah. Like I said, people just want to speak.
I mean, look, he's laughing. He's actually laughing. Why don't you just mute the guy? He's laughing at us.
You just mute him for now anyway. Well, he left. Yeah. So
but what you were referring to, right, Elijah, was speaking in generalities. When people speak in generalities about all flat earthers, it shows a lack of intelligence, and that's not a dig. That's just what it shows. It's a behavior. You don't critique the person. You critique the person's choices and their behavior. So that's the problem here. Is when we're speaking in generalities, globers or flat earthers, all it just shows a lack of understanding of how nuanced every individual is. So I don't agree in speaking in generalities, and I don't lump every globe believer into one basket because that's foolishness. Anyway, I asked, you've been very respectful today, right? But then you go into this flat earthers are lying, right? Speaking in generalities, right? Lumping everybody into a basket. That's what Elijah was getting at.
Yeah. Can I just interject here with a point of fact? Okay. A few weeks ago, let's say about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, Robert was in the Earth Awakening server. I was talking about Bill Kaysing and his book, We Never Went to the Moon. And then this guy, Robert, says that Bill Kaysing is grifting the public. If I was in the same room as him, I would have smacked him in the mouth for that. Because that's how can you make such a statement of a man of impeccable integrity and say that he's actually grifting the public? You don't even know the man. You know, you have no affiliation with him at all. You don't know when he was born. You don't know where he lived. You don't know how he lived his life. You know nothing of his life, but you come out with he's a grifter. See what I mean? This is Robert. There you go.
I apologize. I don't remember the conversation.
Now, I remember it clearly because I told you this.
Okay, you do, but I don't.
Remember this.
I apologize.
Remember,
so Bill Casey,
I said these words, Robert.
I do not know who Bill Casey is.
Robert, listen to the words I said to you that day. I said, you are descendant of slaves. You come from a slave as a black man to make that statement, is what I said. That's how angry I was. I was very disappointed in you for you to say that. You come from, your descendants are from slaves, and you come out to grow up to make such a statement. A man is a grifter. I don't even know who he is. Okay? That's why I was so angry. You were lucky we were not in the same room. I would have smashed you in the jaw for that. It's an embarrassment and just absolute downright rude. Don't even know the man.
Again, Robert? I don't remember the conversation.
Yeah, of course you don't.
Sorry, there was a misunderstanding there. I do not remember what you're talking about, brother.
Well, yeah, I'm speaking clearly. I don't forget. I don't forget that at all. That's why I said
I really believe you talked to somebody else. That was not me.
It was you, Robert. Robert, it was you. You're lying now. Now you are lying, Robert.
So if it was me, that means I did not understand what you were saying. If I said that,
you said this that Bill Casing was grifting the public with his book. That's what you said. You said he's a grifter. That's what you called Bill Casing. You called him a grifter. Honestly, okay. Very lucky that day we weren't in the same room, Robert.
I think
Robert,
we were. I think you were. How many people were talking?
You were lucky we're not in the same room.
Else. I'm sorry. Because usually when I go to the spaces, a lot of people are hurling a lot of epithets of me at me and stuff like that. So I may be responding to one person and not you. I apologize.
Yeah, well, it was me and you that was talking. It was me and you that was talking. Red Cloud was there. Red Cloud was silenced by me because he knew he had no room to talk. Then you wanted to take up the challenge, and we were talking about Bill Casing and his book, We Never Went to the Moon, and how NASA faked the moon landings. And you said that Bill Casing was a grifter. When you said those words, I thought, how can a man state that to a man he doesn't even know? And this man who buys a ship to house 20 Vietnamese veterans who were homeless. So together they built the boat and tidied it up. Bill Casing and his wife is living in one section of the boat, and then the rest was for the homeless to live on the boat together. And the idea of the book came from one of those Vietnam vets. You don't know this story, you don't know the man's life, but yet you call him a grifter. That's what I mean. Just to say that, like I said, you were very lucky we were not in the same room. I would have smashed you so hard, you would know about slavery.
That sounds like bigotry behavior. It seems like, he can correct me if I'm wrong. Seems like he was in an area, where all these different epithets and insults and things are going on, and he felt comfortable because it was probably pointed out to him, I guess, by you, something about this dude who doesn't believe we went to the moon. And without knowing anything about the guy, because of how he feels about flat Earth, he just did a bigotry move. And he said what he said. And he said the dude was a grifter, and he didn't know him.
I think that's a misapplication of the word bigotry. I apologize.
Well, how so? Because the way that I'm applying it is you take a group you see a group of people under a banner, something that they may have interest in or something that they call themselves, and you treat them all the same.
What? We're talking about Bill Casing, one person.
Well, I'm talking about didn't I just lay out a situation where potentially you were talking to some random flat earther in a room full of people that are hurling insults back and forth, and you felt confident or secure enough to call someone you didn't know a grifter, potentially because he was saying the moon landing didn't happen. And why would you call them a grifter? Because everyone who's going to go against heliocentrism and what the government says is a stupid flat earther to you, right?
No.
Because there's no other reason that you don't remember the conversation. There's no other reason for that line of thought and for what you said. Why would you call someone you don't know? Did you read his book?
I know the story. I know the story that he tells about the Apollo missions. Yes, I know. I know of them.
So you didn't read the book.
No, I did not read the book. Sorry.
So what was your justification for calling him a grifter?
Yeah,
Because
because
another fighter
because the information about the Apollo landings and so on and so forth is factual. There's more information that backs it up. The actual Saturn V rocket is sitting in a museum on the Cape Canaveral campus. The actual Saturn V booster, which I have seen. And you have, and the thing is, Bill Casing is a person that you read a book about. I have actually seen the actual booster, and I've spoken to the astronauts who went. So I have first-hand knowledge from the horse's mouth of what occurred. I'm not sure why you're talking while I'm talking, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't matter. You said that at the end of
Earth
me
is
interrupting.
round, bro. Earth is round.
But the
It's a globe.
bottom line is this. So you're basically telling me you didn't read his work, but you know he's a grifter because you know for a fact that we went to the moon. So
Moon landing is
that,
fake.
so that does make you a bigot because bigots usually are very staunch in what they think they know, their view about a certain thing, and anything opposed to that is going to be spoken about in the way that you just spoke. I said, did you read the guy's book to call him a grifter? You basically said, I didn't have to. I know what he's talking about is crap because I know what I believe is true. I mean, you're a defined bigot, man. Like,
No, again,
which is terrible because racism is a subset of bigotry. Like, don't you hate what was done to our people, bro?
I'm not sure how you're making that leap. But again, brother, I did not. You read a
man. I'm just going off of what you're saying. You telling me you don't know the guy. You telling me you called him a grifter because of something that you believe. Now, it's not like it's known information. Half of the fucking US population don't even believe the shit. But because you're so sure about what you believe, you called another human being who put time and effort into work you didn't read. You called that person a grifter. You're the most disgusting type of human lives on the earth. You're no different than the people that whipped my ancestors. And you got the same color as me, bro. That's disgusting.
I'm not sure how you're squaring this whole, but again, did you read Neil Armstrong's book? Did you read his book, his Voyage to the Moon book? Because that was one of the. Okay, you read
none of them. I've read none of them.
Okay, so that was a reading that I did when I did physics, right? And he talks about his voyage. I've actually spoken to one of the person, Mr. William, who flew the the command module, right? He was at the Kennedy Space Center. I spoke to him in person. He was, and also, like I said, the Saturn V booster is on the campus there for you to read about, investigate, and so on. So, the gentleman, Mr. Casing, his book is based on suppositions, right? What he thinks, because he wasn't on any of those missions. This is what he feels. So, if I were you, I wouldn't take his word for it. I would go to the horse's mouth. Right.
Well, I'm not taking his word, but you going to the horse's mouth means that you now are giving me a supposition based on hearsay. So all of this stuff happened because I spoke to this guy, and then I saw the rover and the lander, sorry, whatever the module, whatever it was, Um, you're doing the same thing. And the bottom line is, though, I can tell you, 'cause this isn't conjecture. Well, the Earth isn't a sphere, like straight up and down. So your presupposition of this guy leaving the spherical Earth to land on the spherical moon, that's no different to me than how you see this other guy's book.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That's just like trusting somebody else based on hearsay. It's exactly
Well,
what it
yeah,
is.
that is hearsay. Mr. Casing book is hearsay, 100%. I would go to the people who actually did the mission and speak with them
I'm
and do
talking
an
about you
analysis of this.
believing the guy who says he
I
went and
don't
did the
believe
mission, brother.
is
That's
brother.
what
It's
I'm
not a
talking
belief.
about. You
You
can't
believe it.
prove that he went and did the mission,
You
dude.
cannot
Do you
prove that
understand the
Casing's book
problem?
was
Do
true.
you understand the problem?
You cannot prove that Casing's book is true. You cannot. You
Well,
cannot.
beyond that, though, beyond that, the fact that right here, right now, we know that the surface of the Earth isn't a continuously curving surface. I don't know where that leaves Neil Armstrong's story, and I don't care. But I know there's no room in his story for Earth that doesn't have continuous curvature on the surface. It's really all I'm concerned about. So, I mean, you could have somebody sit down in a library and read, books galore, have them go back in time, interview, said persons that you spoke to. But if the Earth on its surface isn't continuously curving, what does any of that mean?
Well, again, it's just understanding how the globe works, and then you will see why you cannot see curving.
Understanding how the globe works.
Well, no, it's understand. Listen,
It's not
how the
about
globe.
seeing. It's beyond seeing. It's beyond seeing, brother.
Yeah, it
I'm
is
sorry.
beyond seeing. You are correct. It is beyond seeing. It is beyond your vestibular systems. Understanding how the
Oh,
globe works is beyond that. I'm glad you recognize
Before
that.
you
Thank
tell
you
me
very
what
much.
is beyond, before you tell me what is beyond, you got sea skimming missiles and radar and shit. Dude, are you all right?
No, I thought you were finished. I apologize.
You had just kept talking. And I tried to stop you. And then you just kept going talking about you thought I was finished. Finished what? I didn't even make a point. You serious?
Okay, I'm using my speakerphone, so I'm sorry. Whenever you pause, I assume that's a time for me to speak. So continue, brother.
Yeah, sea skimming missiles, which don't have a very high elevation above the surface of water, especially on a calm day. We got US ships that can literally see that from over 50 miles. When I say see that, I mean literally see it with radar, line of sight.
See what exactly? The ship is seeing what?
The ship is seeing enemies beyond the horizon.
Are those enemies on ships as well?
I just said sea skimming missiles very near to the surface of the water.
Okay, so so first of all, those destroyers, right, where the sailors are on the deck of those destroyers, they are they're like 70 odd feet above the surface of the ground of the ocean. Do you understand that?
I don't think I read that the array system was 70 feet above the water on the ship. I don't believe I read that.
Yeah. When you're on the deck of these destroyers, you are 70 to
I'm not talking
100
about the person
feet
or the deck. Or
off the surface of the water. Do you understand that?
you saying on the deck? The deck is 70 feet high above the water.
Yes. When you're on the deck of a ship like that, you're 70 to 100 feet off of the surface of the water. Do you understand that?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Therefore, your
You can do the math.
horizon at 70
No,
feet.
before you say all that, I understand 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. Still stands what I said. So let's just do the math. No point in
Right.
telling
So 70 feet. What's the square root of 70 feet, sir?
you tell me.
No, I thought you were doing it. You said the formula, right?
Well, you tell me.
If you do the square root of 70 feet, right, that will give you, let me see, let me punch it here. Square root of 70 feet is about approximately, call it 9,
1
okay?
times 70, right?
Call it 9, right? And do 9 times 1.22. Go ahead. Right? So your horizon is, 11 miles.
Okay.
All right, 11 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when they're looking at an object
Mm-hmm.
that is, say, 11 miles away, that means that object has to be lying down on the ground.
50 miles away.
Okay, hold on. I'm working my way there. So the object would have to be lying down on the water. It would literally have to be on the surface of the water for it to
doesn't have to
disappear
be anything.
at 11 miles.
They tell you somewhere around. Let me see. Let me look it up real quick. All right. So they got sea skimming missiles that can go from a range of 160 feet to anywhere as low as 6 feet.
Okay, and which one was it?
What do you mean? I don't have a specific example.
Okay, so we'd have to make sure we have all the numbers correct. So as you know, from the deck of a ship, right, and that's on the deck, right. So if they're up in the where the ship captain is, the pilot, the cockpit of the ship, to say just to say, they are another 20, 30 feet off of the deck of the ship. All right. So if you're looking out from there, you could be anywhere between 70 to 100 feet off of the surface of the water. So 70 to 100 feet. 70 is 11 miles. 100 feet is about 20 miles. All right. Now, if the skimming missile is only 6 foot off of the surface of the water, right? That 6 foot has a 3 mile horizon. So 3 plus 20, that would be 23 miles that it would be able to see that ship, that skimming missile. Now, if the skimming missile was 50 feet off of the surface of the water, right? Now, 50 feet is about 8 miles. So when you add 8 miles to 20 miles, you now have 28 to 30 miles in which you will be able to see that that missile coming. So we need all these details before we can make determination of how far they're seeing it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I agree with you without an exact example of a ship specifically uh, detecting a ship at a specific height or whatever. And unless we had that, there's really not much else we can do right now.
Yeah, correct. Fair enough. Let's get the details on exactly the height and distances. Because all right, check this out. I'm going to give you another example. Here, like lighthouse.
Hey, Robert, excuse me, brother. Why don't you go and take a look in the side chat before you continue to misrepresent the different vessels and their capabilities? It's getting painful for the audience.
Well, I'm looking in the chat side chat, and I'm looking for. Okay, definitely not.
What am I looking at exactly?
Oh yeah. That well, that specifically with the waves. Those waves aren't splashing half of 70 feet, if not a quarter of 70 feet either. That's insane. But I would like to know the height of the. I mean, that's what I just. It doesn't even matter. What is the height of the array? Um, what is the height of the array for the radar? Like that. That's what we really. Let's start there. So we got to find a specific ship. I was looking at the AN1 spy something something whatever it's called. You know, but we could start with any ship with a radar system. I just like talking about this because again, the radar being able to detect something that should be visibly instructed is obviously a winner.
Yeah, I mean, so are you saying is it the side chat where you have the boat and you said it's not 70 feet? I mean,
The
I would
point
just.
of the point of the matter
Well, I
is
mean,
the point of the
it's
matter
pretty
is that
close. It's pretty close. This like right here it says the flight deck of an Arleigh Burke class destroyer, like the USS Theodore, and I don't know if I even said any of that correctly. It's approximately 56 feet above the waterline. Now, obviously, this is gonna, you know, move up or down based on like obviously water conditions and stuff like that, but not by much. And the overall height is 153 feet. The question is, where is the array for the radar?
Well, the radar is higher up. I mean, I was just giving an average 70 feet off the water for standard, but I think the
yeah,
average
well,
is more closer to 60.
how much of the vessel is in the water and how much of the vessel is out of the water varies upon the different vessels that are used. I mean, there's a myriad of different vessels
It
that the
says
Navy has at their disposal.
above the water line, right, is an average of 60 to 70 feet. That's what they're saying, right? Um, so 56 feet, so we can establish a range between 50 to 70 feet from off of the water line. All right, but we can use the minimum. Let's say it's 50 feet off of that water line. All right. So that horizon already is pretty far out there. You're looking at 20 miles, right? I'm sorry. You're looking at about 8 miles for that 50 feet. I think. Well, let's do the math. Let's just make sure. Let's not just guess. 9 miles, right? So if you take the minimum of 50 feet, 50 feet is 9 miles to that horizon already. So you already have 9 miles. So if the missile is skimming along the surface of the water at 50 feet, right? So that's an additional 9 miles. So the ship will be able to see that missile 18 to 20 miles away. You see how that works?
These
You'll be able
missiles
to
can
see the
also
top of that missile
these missiles
18 miles away.
can also lower themselves to be at a lower altitude above the waves as well, Robert. That's part of the
Oh yeah,
equation
I
you're
agree
not
with that.
factoring in
Absolutely.
here. And we have railguns that have a range of 200 nautical miles, brother.
Well, it's not about the range though.
So
It's not about the range. It's about what the radar is detecting. I mean, maybe it is about the range, but what I'm speaking about specifically is the ability to actually have line of sight to a target or an incoming threat. It's different than, you know, talking about the capability, which is probably a good point too. But again, looking at, like, let's say the array is at 150 feet, that still puts the horizon at 14 miles.
Well, Elijah, didn't he say that puts the horizon at about 9 or 10 miles with whatever height that he calculated?
I don't know if he used 100 or he used 70. I use 150 just to go max. It's 14.
What?
It's 14 miles. So
Yeah.
that, and then you have a missile that's 50 miles away, 40 miles away. Let's say 12 feet, 15 feet above the water. The naval ship shouldn't detect that. That's it.
Well, radar is different.
We don't have. Radar is not
Radar is different. The horizon
different.
doesn't stop the radar. Remember, radars.
Listen. It's not, radar is different, therefore it can go through my building or through my wall. The horizon in this context is a wall of water that the rest of the earth is on the other side of. So when we talk about, like, I don't know, divergence or whatever you would have with radar, the bottom line is it's not seeing anything beyond an obstruction. And that's what the horizon is. It's line of sight. It can't go over the horizon and still hit a target beyond the horizon.
Well, again, I just wanted to.
Sorry, Elijah, I had to take him out.
Well, I don't think he had to do it, but
well, Cyclone requested that I do that, so, and it's his room, so I'm just doing what he told me to do.
all right. We don't have an exact example, like I said, but with 150 feet, and I don't know, give an incoming missile, 10 feet or whatever, you're not gonna see it. There's no. Well, there's the horizon, but no, you're not gonna see it. The horizon is literally you didn't. What do we? Sometimes the shit really bums. I mean, but I come in here upset anyway. That's my own purpose.
Yo, what up, guys? I just joined. Flat Earth. You're talking about Flat Earth? I believe in the
We're
Earth
not.
is a globe.
We're talking about.
Change my mind.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I don't change the minds of people who are believers and stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Elijah, we've already been through with this guy. I mean, we've presented him long distance observations, laser tag, swan, pretty much
What
all
does
of
that
it.
matter?
You guys
Still
were
has a
talking
belief.
about a missile.
You could show
what do you
somebody like I don't. You could show somebody, a video of their parents like putting gifts under the tree. If they want to believe that Santa Claus is real, there's nothing that you can show them or do that's gonna stop.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly.
What?
Oh, I'm not here to change people's minds or force conversation on people who don't want to have it. I'm just here because, well, it's a flat earth room. I'm waiting for somebody to ask me a question that's actually relevant.
You're welcome. Do you believe in Flat Earth?
No.
What do you believe in?
Why would I be telling you my belief?
I don't know. I just wanted to ask. You don't have to tell.
Well, this isn't a religious server. So why are you coming into a place where we talk about measurements, observations, and whatever else information you can bring? Why would you come in here and ask me about my beliefs? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not just asking you about your belief. I'm asking you about if you think the Earth is a globe or a flat Earth.
Well, it is a
You
flat
don't have
earth.
to answer.
It is a flat earth, though.
You think?
What do you mean, I think? Isn't that how you experience it?
I can't say if I experience it that way, but I don't believe in it.
Well, what I'm saying is, I like whatever idea you have of flat earth, quote unquote, the earth itself, we all experience it the same way.
You think?
Yeah. That's why movies are good. That's why jokes are funny, because we experience an instance and we all have a moment together because we see something that was set up for us to understand. Or sometimes things happen that we don't understand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe the Earth is a globe.
That's good for you.
Yeah, I'm not bothering anybody with that. I just wanted to say. I just joined this server, like this voice channel, and I believe there's people here who think otherwise. Maybe they could prove me wrong, or
Well, there would
change
have
my
to be
mind.
some sort of dichotomy with belief versus belief. So if you say you believe something and you come into a room where people are saying, "Well, I've measured this," you're definitely gonna talk past each other, and then you're both gonna be audible, but it won't mean anything because you're not having the same conversation.
True, I know what you mean, and I get that, but still, over that, I want to have a conversation. So
I'm not stopping you.
that's why I'm here.
Okay. We're having one,
And
right?
hey, conversation is the best thing to exchange and to learn. No.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, I tagged you in some with some posts in the side chat.
Let's see.
Yeah. Okay. What does that mean?
That's a long distance observation. If you watch the video, you'll see how the guy set up his camera, and then that's a map showing you the distances between the shoreline and where the camera was set up. And then you have a list.
Professor Triangle, talk to me real quick, dog. What are you so mad about?
Universe, there's a conversation going on, bro. Why would you come in and start interrupting?
Look at your boy Triangle. He's telling me to get on the mic. I was in here in the chat. I said, get on the mic. He said after
That
you.
means get it. That means get it. That means get in line. That means get in line. It doesn't mean interrupt the whole conversation.
Okay.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Hey.
Yeah, so there's a long distance observation. There's all the data that you would need to between the geometric horizon based on the observer height or the camera height. So you have all that data right there. You could compare notes between the different universal curvature calculators. So
and
there's some data for you to take home and peruse through at your convenience.
The Earth is not a sphere.
What do I
That's
see
the conclusion.
throughout these numbers? What do I get? Like
The
if I
conclusion is the Earth is not a sphere. That's the conclusion.
But how is it proving that?
Well, the conclusion is that's the observation. That's the conclusion. Because
By observing with your eyes, you can say for true it is what it is, or you.
No, it has to do with context too. You can't just look at time. I can turn around right now, look at a tree, and go that's what. No, obviously, you need context. So what's the context? Here's the Modus Tollens argument. If P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, the horizon measured, not measured distance must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In this video, what do you mean? Which means that
How long? How far?
the Q necessitates it follows the P. So if the Earth was a sphere of this radius, then we would see this. That's it. You agree or disagree?
I agree.
Okay, we don't see this, therefore the Earth is not that. That's it. That's what
I disagree.
I know you disagree because your brain is broken. But you just said you agreed before you understood what I was telling you. And now you understood the implications of what I'm telling you. Now you're saying I don't agree. What do you disagree with, sir? Go ahead, tell me. What do you disagree? P or Q? Which one you disagree?
You are cursing him.
You disagree with P, Q? Which one do you disagree with?
No, you don't need to curse.
No, I just like you just told me to calculate the horizon mathematically.
So is P wrong? Is Q wrong? What's wrong? Do you know? Do you know why you told me you disagreed? Just be honest. Tell me. I don't really know. I just didn't.
Oh,
I need more
100%
information.
honest.
What? Do you need more information, or are you going to stick with your story? Because I'm going to keep asking you the same question. If you need more information, that's fine.
Yeah, I can answer. The For me, if I stand up in the mountain with a clear
No, what do you
sky,
disagree with? I didn't ask you to give me a whole soliloquy of what you'd be seeing on a summer day. You said
okay,
you
all
disagreed.
right.
I said if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You said when I said if P then Q, you said agree. I said okay,
Agree. Yep.
not Q, therefore not P. You said disagree. What do you disagree with?
Okay, for what you just said, you have give me an example for what Q and P, not P, but like you stand there, standing on the ground, flat.
No, the modus
metal.
tollens. No, the modus tollens. The example that you already have, which is the observation. Let's stick with that. Let's stick with the fact that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon would be 1.2 miles away from the observer's camera in that video. Let's stick with that.
But with your eyes, how far would you see?
Let's start over again. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. So here is what I would call an analogy. So I have Starbucks outside my house. I can see it outside my window. Okay. The distance is, let's say, 30 feet. No one in the world is going to tell me that that distance depends on if I'm seeing with just my eyes or binoculars. That's how stupid what you just said was. Because if the horizon is 1.2 miles away, it doesn't depend on whether I'm blind or not. It just is what it is. So if you don't accept that, then you don't agree with Q. And if you don't agree with Q, then the Earth is not a sphere because there's no claim to begin with.
Foremost, what is Q?
The horizon distance measurement is 1.2
horizon
times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay. Where does 1.225 come from?
Andrew Thomas Young.
Who?
San Diego State.
Hang on a sec. This is something you already agreed with.
I was
That's true.
I prejudice to agree. I was thinking about other stuff. All I wanted to say is like, if I'm let's imagine a globe. Yeah, for once. If I am standing there and I look,
you can't. All right,
yeah,
I'm gonna let you. But if I dismiss it and go back to my point, don't be shocked. So unless you're gonna say something that's sequitur to what I'm saying, because that's what you're supposed to be responding to. So if you
I'm not supposed
change
to do anything.
if you change the topic, I'm gonna call it out. Just so you know. I'm gonna let you say what you want to say, though.
You're free to do what you want to do. I wanted to say, if you just stand there, imagine the whole world. If it's a sphere, just imagine it is made out of water, and you're standing on a little tiny island, and you look to the horizon. How far do you think you could see with your eyes? How far?
On a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, 1.2 times the square root of 39 feet. That's how far the horizon would be. If I lived on a sphere.
And anything beyond what you would not see, you wouldn't believe in it, or you would not take it for proven fact that it exists.
That's a nonsensical statement because I'm not talking about seeing things. I'm talking about seeing the horizon.
Okay, that's an unfair question. Sorry, but to get my thought.
You asked how far away the horizon would be, and I just told you 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If I lived on a sphere the size NASA says that we live on. Then on a little tiny island on a very big Earth, if I were laying on the beach and I was laying down with my head in my palm propped up, by my elbow, right there by the water line, and I was 1 foot off the ground, then the horizon would be 1.2 miles away from me. If I lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay, nice, good numbers. I don't know, but I believe in it. I believe it's pretty simple calculated through radius and pi. Yes. And imagine for you to stand there and just look at the horizon. If you the simplest example, if you see a ship which is driving away, it goes down in the horizon. You see the bottom vanish. You see the sail
Where's
vanish.
the horizon?
The sail.
Where's the horizon, though? Is the question.
From your observable
I don't care about what the boat looks like. Where's the horizon?
From what your eyes see, your observable horizon. The ship goes down.
Where would it be? Because if you don't have a where, then we don't have a claim to stand on. Then remember when you were talking about just looking at stuff? Like that would be the case where you're just looking at stuff. Because you're looking at something, you're seeing some wonky things go on, but you don't have any numbers. For example, like where the horizon is. Because you can't say that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere, and that's why the bottom of a ship, as it goes away, is blocked by it. Because I would say, okay, I accept that so long as you can prove the premise of the horizon being the leading edge of a sphere in the first place, which would mean that the horizon. Well, that's the point, because it's supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That way, I know if that's true and I'm looking at a boat that's being, blocked by the horizon, I know that the reason that the boat is blocked is because the horizon is X distance and it's that far beyond the curves. But we don't have that.
I understand you, and I know what you mean. I see what you're trying to really make sense of it in that way. Yes, I can understand that. But if, for example, if it's not personally, if it's not a sphere as many people think it is, what do you think personally it is?
I don't know, because we have observations of toy boats disappearing bottom up. So it seems to be an optical phenomena, like we've been saying the horizon is all this time. It's an optical phenomenon. How do we prove that?
Meteor which goes over it.
No, that's a presupposition. So you think that things are going over the horizon on the edge of a sphere. That's you begging the question. So unless you're going to validate that that is the case, first, you can't say that.
Why?
Because it wouldn't be, if I'm saying to validate that the horizon is a specific distance and you literally just told me that you can't do that, then how on earth are you validating your statement? I'm looking at a boat sail over the curvature of the earth, which is the horizon.
Oh, I'm not validating anything. I'm just thinking about the.
So that's why I said you're a believer.
The logical
you believe. No, it's not. It's not logic. It's a belief. You believe that the boat is sailing over the curvature of the earth, the horizon. That's a belief that you have. That's fine. I asked you if you could validate it, the horizon being Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet for a measurement, and you said, "Oh no, I can't do that." So that's why I told you when you came in here, I understand if you have a belief, I'm not trying to
Right.
take that from you. I can't go against your belief with my logic. That's
Yes,
not how
thank you.
beliefs work.
Yes. True.
And it's affirming the consequent whether you conclude with definity, or whether you say it's a likelihood, or whether you simply say it's just a belief. Whatever conclusion you draw from seeing the effect, right, is going to be affirming the consequent.
Hey, Klexer, how come you reset? You were in here the other day and for like 3 hours, and you asked all kinds of questions, and then you reset back to belief system again. It's just a belief. Remember, we went through this over and over.
It's his defense mechanism, because as soon he asks us to prove something to him, so we do, and then he just reverts back to his, well, I just have a belief anyway, it's all good.
You're talking for me? Okay.
Yes.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. That's what you've displayed over and over again.
Yes, I come here again. Yeah, because I have nothing to do at my after work hours. But I am.
Yeah, Elijah just proved to you that the horizon is not Earth curve and cannot be responsible for blocking you objects from view, and you just dismissed it based on your belief. That's exactly what you just did.
Yes. Yeah. But I think that's fine personally for me. But if you look at it, if you want to have proof for numbers or something, yes, obviously it's not making logical sense for me to claim that point. Obviously.
Did you look at Slexa? Did you look at the material that I gave you 3 days ago? I said to you, look at all this material. You was going to look. Did you look at everything we posted for you? You didn't. Otherwise, you did.
I watched one video you sent.
One sec.
The like 30.
One sec. I can't let him get away with that. It's not logical, bro. I pointed out how it's illogical. Now, go on. Continue, June.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, because I gave him a whole load of stuff to look at, right? Yeah. And he hasn't looked at any of it because he just looked at 30 minutes of something you said. Why don't you watch everything we gave you? You didn't watch anything, really. And like it's been said, you've gone back to believing again. You know, you wanted proof. We agreed that you have to prove things. You've got to go out and prove things, because believing is not proving anything. Believing is not knowing anything. Okay? So, and we gave you the information that you would need to help you to prove things.
Would you say if you join a public server on, like, I don't know, a Spanish,
the truth is the truth
server, and a Spanish guy tells you some source of a conspiracy theory in what
they're not conspiracy theories, you see. No, again,
we went through this, dummy. Not a conspiracy theory. It's measured flat, navigated it's flat. You took the triangle test, remember?
Yeah, and you failed.
You guys think I don't remember who you are?
Yeah. It's silly.
Huh? The triangle test?
Oh, you forgot the triangle test that you failed.
With like the sphere to draw a triangle? Yeah.
Come on. Don't be silly now. Hey, just being ridiculous.
Oh, the triangle. Yeah. I still believe that D, like in the picture in the chat, D is not a triangle, and B is also not a triangle.
Oh, so there you go. You're a flat earther now.
And that's exactly what you said the last time, Radwin.
And then I went like this. Then I went like this. And I said, you're right. Those are not triangles. And I went like this. This is an elevation angle with the green check mark. X is not an elevation angle. And then I went like this because I do the same exact thing every time. You can't sail on a ball. Remember?
Of course you can. Why would you?
Of course you can. What's wrong with you?
Because you have gravity, man.
So gravity bends that triangle around the ball? Are you fucking retarded, dude?
What do triangles have to do with it?
That's how you navigate on the ocean.
No, it's how to navigate through the sun to one direction, but it's not.
No, I just posted how you pick 3 stars and you can figure out where you're at and then make your way from there. Yep.
Yeah, that's I don't
flat
know.
circles, not around a ball. How can you have a triangle on the surface of a ball?
For me to answer that, you should explain to me how would you draw a triangle, and if you wouldn't be able to do it, what is
triangles don't have curved sides, dude.
Do we want to try this Universe East guy? Because since this dude just resets every day.
Yeah.
You're free to do whatever you want to do.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey,
Universe Europe
is doing great.
Hey, dude, I'm not about to argue with any of y'all. This is hilarious to me.
Yeah, that's a cope.
Oh wait, I have wanted to talk to you though, Triangle. You're in there like just tripping out, dude. I don't know what's going on. That is wild.
Oh wow! Go ahead and answer the question I just posted.
Look at how mad you are right now, bro. That's weird.
Listen how you talk and giggle.
Yeah, because you're just weird, dude. You're just cringe, man.
Yeah, answer the test.
What test?
The triangle test.
Below. Okay, so you want to give me like a trick question from middle school? Okay, B and D. What is that supposed to prove anything?
It proves that you live on a flat Earth, and since you weren't paying attention to the last guy, this is an angle of elevation to a star.
I can't prove the Earth is a globe. I'm not gonna even try. I can't. This is funny.
So dip out then.
No, I'll listen as long as you let me. I'm interested in learning.
How can you listen when you're talking?
I guess you're right. I wasn't talking before.
No, you were talking while I was telling you the angle of elevation and what not an angle of elevation is. Do you see that? Do you even get that? This. Do you see a curve in this sextant? Do you? Who's talking now? Who?
Sorry. Oh, your name is Professor Triangle.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I mean, I see right through what's going on here. Like, this is retarded as fuck. I'm not gonna argue.
I know you're retarded as fuck. That's what I'm pointing out, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Universe.
Do you think you can have triangles with the curves?
Since I don't understand whatever you're talking about, I guess I must be.
I know. That's why you're a glober. But you don't understand what triangles are and what they're not.
If being a flat earther requires to be like that, I'm good. I'm solid. I'll just stick to being the globe.
Hey, gentlemen, give me a second. There we go. Never mind. He's been muted. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that.
I'm not muted. Oh, somebody else was talking. I don't know who was talking. But yeah, I can't prove the Earth's a globe, man. I can't do it to y'all. I don't have the capabilities, I don't think. I'm not the person to argue with, for sure.
Do you think you know somebody that might have Earth curve measurements that we could talk to, since you don't have any?
I don't know anybody personally. I mean, my brother is in the Air Force. He knows about curvature. I mean, he's currently active. He's actually, I was just on the phone with him the other day. Well, he works on the fueling systems for jets, I think, is what he does. He's not like a pilot, so I don't even know if you'd want to take his word for it. But no, I don't know anybody personally that I could go and ask for whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure he would come in. I'm sure he would come in here and talk to y'all, though. He's a pretty chill dude.
That's fine. Don't you find it interesting, though, that there aren't actually any curvature measurements anywhere?
Again, dude, I'm not like you're not gonna get anything out of me. I don't know anything. I'm just here to kind of listen to what's going on. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I don't really give a shit if it's an Earth or if the Earth is a flat Earth or a globe.
Okay.
It makes no difference to me.
So you wanted to get on the mic to just tell Radwin or tell Professor Triangle that he's cringe? Is that basically what you wanted to get out?
He wanted me to get on the mic, Doug. I don't know. I was fine with being muted.
Well, I mean, he was hoping you'd have a conversation and actually, state why
you should read the chat between us, dude. I asked him why he was mad. He said something. I mean, read the chat between us. I didn't say anything about having a conversation.
Why would you think? Well, why would you think that he's angry?
I did say something about but that's just a fact, dude. We've known this for 2,500 years. That's not disputable.
Well, how would you make a claim about what people knew 2,500 years ago?
We have evidence. Like I said, I mean, you can Google this. It's all in the chat. You can Google it.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that stuff for you. I don't have any intention of doing that. Dude, I'm not going to go on Google and try and search down things that are easily Googleable.
Well, then don't make the claims. Then don't make the claims if you can't support it.
Okay, fair enough, dude.
That's what we're all about here, man. If someone makes a claim, they've got to support it.
You should unmute Klexer. At least he seemed like he knew what he was talking about a little bit. I don't know. I wouldn't be.
No, he didn't. He didn't know anything about what he was talking about. He's
knows definitely more than me.
He said it's a belief. He said it's a belief, dummy.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, everything's technically a belief.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. I know my name. I know my age. I know my height. I know my weight. That's not all that he belief, is it? Silly ass. Shut up. Talking out your ass now, man.
You believe those things, man. You can get into philosophy of it.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't believe those things. I know those things.
Universe East is just Universe East thinks he's a brain in the jar. I'm sure he thinks that he's not really here. He's not sure if he ate today.
Yeah, so he believes he ate, but he's not sure.
Are you sure of anything, Universe East?
I think it's just interesting to kind of figure out why y'all are so angry, though.
Are you sure of anything?
You misrepresent me. That's why
y'all get very heated about everything, man. And you're in you're assuming. I don't know why you're even getting angry because you have the power to mute and
you're assuming.
People.
You're assuming, sir.
It's just weird. You can literally take people
talk through people, dude. He will just talk through people.
You guys talk over people all the time. What are you talking about? Isn't that the dichotomy here?
No, it's not. See, another assumption.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you sound mad, man. I don't know. That's my
The reason why we sound mad is if you're going to misrepresent us and strawman us, of course we're going to be mad. Of course we're going to be mad.
Doug, I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
Exactly. You don't even know. You see, you got yourself lost.
You're assuming. I'm assuming, dude. Okay.
You just said that we sound mad, so your assumption is that we're upset, right?
No, you're assuming I assume, dude. What do you mean?
Oh, we're not upset, so you don't have to bring it up anymore.
I don't know. Are you upset?
No, of course not.
No.
Well, that's your belief, man.
That's my belief. All right.
I
you
believe
have anything to add to the conversation at this point because you're talking about
something different, my guy.
So where do you observe the Earth curve?
I don't know, man. I'm just talking about mad people right now. That's what I know about.
Why are you? So you do
Emotion is irrelevant to the context, the substance.
Oh, you're right. It is irrelevant, but it doesn't change the fact.
So it's a fact now that we're upset. Hold up a second.
Yeah, y'all being mad has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but you still sound mad. I don't know.
I don't know why you keep talking about emotions. This is about flat Earth. So why are you talking
about the inflection, the tone, the level?
Why are you talking about it? I don't get it,
dude. It sounds angry, like little angry.
Why do you care?
Hungry,
why do you
like
care?
a little hungry. Like I need a little tired nappy. I need a nap.
I'm going to give you what you want. You ready?
Right, can you please stop? Can you please stop talking over people, bro? You heard Says Who talking to you, and you're sitting here trying to egg people on. You want people to get angry. That's obvious.
Yeah.
Trying to
It's a
decide
really-
a reaction out of
it's-
individuals.
So university comes in, he doesn't care about the up or anything else. He's more concerned about why we're mad. We're not mad, but that's what he puts forward. He accuses Radwin of being mad, but again, Radwin's not mad. But there you go. See?
He was hoping to get somebody cursing him out. Or he was hoping to get people angry. But he doesn't want to answer a question because he's afraid to being caught in a gotcha moment. He's terrified of it, so he can't even admit to believing in anything, which is pretty interesting. So it is what it is.
So he's a walking contradiction because he's not even living, but yeah, he's awake. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. What a life. What a shit life to have that you have to be scared of telling the truth.
Oh, I wish him well. Good on him and his future and his family.
Yeah, we wish him well. Hopefully he'll come round to the reality in the end. Excuse the background noise there. Let me mute myself.
Holy shit, why did he get muted? Two days. Goddamn, guys.
You were muted because you were talking over a conversation that was happening between two other people. Usually, if that happens, you'll get muted because it creates audio chaos.
Well,
you're free to do whatever you like now. You can speak whenever you like now. You're free to do that. Go ahead. Express how the earth is a globe to us. Can you do that? How you proved and validated it and confirmed for yourself. And if you haven't done that, then you can't be telling us it's a globe because you don't even know it's a globe yourself. But you're free to do that now, though. Go ahead. You're free now.
well,
Free.
I believe you don't think you don't know if it's a globe. Also,
Yeah, but believing is not knowing. So you can believe whatever you like. I believe you're an arsehole who's gay and he's full of shit. You know what I mean? That's just a belief, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's not the truth, is it?
belief.
There you go. So you can believe anything you like. The truth, no, it's not.
Hey.
Yeah, Jen, we gotta refrain from attacking personalities, even if it's just a belief and an opinion. So against the server guidelines. Just wanted to put that out there.
Hey. Please unmute him. I want to talk to him.
Hi, Shiro. Welcome, mate. You got something to ask? I just saw Shiro lining up there, and I thought maybe Shiro was trying to get a word in.
Yes, I want to ask one question. So, what do you think about like why does the length of day and night varies through the year, and that it changes on different points of the planet?
Good question.
It's because the sun moves above the plane that we live in. The sun moves. The sun moves above the Earth.
Yes.
Yep.
But on a flat Earth, with the sun just moving above the surface, like how do you explain this change on the length of the day and night? Like because especially in the in other different latitudes, it's way different. Wouldn't it be the same in a flat Earth?
No. I'm not sure. fully understand your question. You mean different day length?
Like the length of the daytime. Like, what are you asking me specifically? You didn't.
Yeah, just asking for clarify. I was just asking you to clarify that.
So I tell. So why does the length of the day and night changes so much from one point on or the other point of the Earth? If it's flat, why in the North Pole, what I think it's the North Pole, why does it change it so much from, let's say, the equator to those points? A flat Earth, there are no North Pole or South Pole.
Right. So throughout the year, right, the sun's position and its path across the sky,
yes,
it observably changes, right? So its angle above the horizon differs throughout the year as it passes overhead every day. So
No, but not the year. Like in the same day, why on one point and the length of the day changes so much from, let's say, the equator, something like Colombia, from something near the poles, like let's say Iceland. I don't know really, but why?
Right.
And
So-
I want to know.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. So the sun's light has a range, right? So it's not going to be able to reach everywhere. Okay. Now, as it changes its position above the plane of the Earth, right, it's going to be either further away or closer to certain places, right?
Yes.
Yep. That's about all I can tell you, man. Because I don't have all the answers about the sun.
So if it's too far, like
Go on.
of light, or
Say again, sorry.
so you're saying like if the sun is too far away, so the light won't reach some points, like because of what? Because the light travels a long way until reaching Earth. So why does a small difference make so much difference in how much light one place gets from how much light the other part of the Earth gets?
I'm not sure. Does anyone else want to help out here, please? I'm not quite sure I understood you that last bit, but okay. So the sun's light will not be able to pierce through all of the air, right? So the air is going to attenuate, the light, right? So it's going to. There's such thing as light extinction, and there's the inverse square law of light as well. So the further away from a light source, the less intense the light will be. The closer you get.
Yes, but how does it make so much difference from only because we are talking that the sun is way further from the Earth, and only a small difference from the equator to North Pole. Why does it change so much? Because why does so much light Why do the countries in the equator receive so much light when the others in the north? All right. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe you're thinking that of a flat Earth that is like in a solar system out in space, like a disk, and the sun's very, very big, much bigger than the Earth and very far away.
Yes.
But that,
exactly.
yeah, that's
That's what I think.
No, that's not what we think. No, we're not saying that. Earth isn't a planet in a solar system.
No. So there's no more planets. There are no bigger stars. There are no galaxies. No constellations.
Not as you've been taught. Like we see those things in the sky, but there's a story that you're told about them that is not apparent to the observer. Right? So we're not claiming to know what those things are exactly, and we're not. And when we look at those things, we don't see any similarities with Earth. So we don't classify Earth as being in that category of being a thing like it that's in the sky, not a planet. Planets don't look like Earth. Earth doesn't look like a planet.
So your answer to my question is like that as the sun is, so the sun is close to the Earth and it's small, and then the light gets attenuated because of the distance. So that's why it changes so much from the equator to the poles. Did I get it right?
Yeah, you pretty much got it. Yeah. That's about all that we could basically be able to tell you without making more extravagant claims. I mean, we're not here to try and explain to you how the sun works and how the moon works and how the rest of the observable universe works. We're just here to discuss the nature of the surface mainly. I mean, we don't have we don't have a replacement model. We don't have a replacement model for the heliocentric version of the Earth.
I mean, what you're describing is just apparent, right? So the amount of light based on the angular relationship of the sun, which obviously itself is moving, is going to determine the amount of light that's going to be received on a particular location on the Earth. So this has nothing to do with the nature of the surface. However, I might add that the angular relationship that you would be describing would require a flat Earth. So doesn't have anything to do with a ball.
All right.
So let me ask you just genuinely, do you not experience, or do you experience yourself being on what is apparently a flat and motionless plane with these celestials, meaning the stars and the sun and the moon, moving overhead? Is that your experience or not? Did he leave?
Yeah, I think he took off. Yeah. Well, that's could go for anybody else here that wants to attempt to answer the question.
Hey, hello. Sorry, what's the question?
Do you experience a flat and stationary Earth with the celestials moving overhead? Is that your experience?
No.
That's not your experience?
No.
Okay, so what do you experience? Do you experience curvature and spinning, and that the celestials are essentially stationary? Is that what you experience?
Me as a being, I don't experience it, but I believe in experiencing it without experiencing it that I'm spinning, and not the space and the stars.
Right. So I've had a conversation with you also. Everybody here seemed to have had discussions with you, and we always end up at the same place. Even earlier today, in fact, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, you said, I don't have any logical reason to believe what I believe. I can't measure any of the things that I believe, but I believe it anyway. So my question is, why do you want to hold a position that is illogical?
That's a wrong allegation. You just asked me a question, and I told you my answer. I'm not standing up for any point. I'm just telling you what I think. That's what I told you.
No, I know. I'm asking you a different question. I'm asking, why do you hold a position that is illogical? By your own words, by the way.
Because from what I've gathered from my life, through my understanding of what I believe in, just beliefs, from what I see, from who I talk to, I just believe in that. I have no evidence.
Okay, so your experiences of a flat stationary plane with moving celestials overhead, you agree that is your experience, but other people have told you about what your experience is, which is entirely illogical, that it is a moving ball with the heavenly bodies being stationary, and that is the position that you hold. And I'm asking, why do you want to believe in a position that is illogical?
For me, it makes more sense.
So it makes more sense to you that there's no curvature, there's no motion, and the stars are measured to be moving. And I mean, I just can't fit it into my head, bro. Like, this is ridiculous. Certainly you agree it's ridiculous to hold a position that has no evidence, right? No evidence.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I have no evidence for it, but there are people out
Nobody does. No, they don't. Who?
Who? Go against that.
Who? Who?
Says who? No, joking. With who, I mean scientists. Science.
Yeah, I want you to give me a specific example in the data that they gave you.
Oh. As before.
Right now, you're appealing to phantoms, people that don't exist, people that you hope in your mind do exist, but they actually do not, because you don't have any specific examples or any data.
Would you say Hitler existed?
What in the world does this have to do with anything?
Would you say?
No, this is non sequitur. I actually never met the guy, but I see picture books about him. You know what I'm saying? Movies, documentaries. I actually don't even know how to verify any of the claims made about him. So I don't know if this is really going to help you out all that much. So the problem here is that we're going to have to decide if there are actually real people with real data that have done the things that you hope they've done, and now you're going to appeal to Hitler? As a German, that's even very interesting to me.
Yes, I'm German, and what I wanted to ask you through that is, you can make a claim about anything, and you couldn't provide proof to anything, really. You yourself.
Oh, so I can't make the claim that I have a size 10 shoe. I cannot make a claim that I'm a certain height and then measure it and validate it. I can't make those claims.
To make those claims and tell to me and I believe you? No.
No, certainly we can, because, you know, I can get on a plane, I can head to Germany, you and I can hang out and have a beer, I could get a tape measure out, and we could validate how tall I am. We certainly can do that. Yeah. That's why this is a false equivalency. You've used a poor analogy, and now you've backed yourself into a corner where we're still back at empiricism.
Empiricism. What was that last word? Sorry.
Empiricism.
I'm not. My English is not my first language. What does it mean?
It essentially talks about your real physical experience.
Damn. Okay. Hey. You know what I wanted to say? I said to you, you can make a claim about anything and don't have to provide evidence because no one can. I believe through talking to Discord to prove anything doesn't make sense. Even
okay, so why are you here?
Even no. Even posting pictures or links, websites or YouTube videos or something.
100% I agree. That's why you should go ahead and see in reality if the Earth is curving.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
yep.
I would not do that because I don't have time for that.
Certainly you do. You're wasting a lot of time here on Discord telling us about all your beliefs. I think you should take a chunk of that time and go measure the Earth.
Well, it's like 10 minutes before 10 p.m.
We're not really interested in your belief claims.
You don't.
Yeah, tomorrow.
You couldn't care less. Yeah, and
So, bro, do you acknowledge that your position right now is extremely ridiculous? You're saying, yeah, I can't do that. It's getting close to 10 o'clock. So now this is entered into the realm of absurdity with you. It's so bad.
I don't start measurement if I tell you to.
No, I'm not saying you had to do it right this second. I'm just saying you should do this. I didn't say right now. Did I say right now? I said take some time out of your busy schedule on Discord, whatever day that is, and go measure the Earth for yourself.
I take it for granted. Thank you. I put this thinking on my schedule. I will go out there and I will take a ruler and measure the Earth. No, I will try to observe the Earth more conscious.
Great.
I will look at the horizon and think to myself, maybe, maybe not.
Don't do that. Don't think to yourself. Don't think to yourself. Measure. Leave the preconceived notions out of it. Leave all assumptions out of the situation and measure.
How would you measure?
Well, in this case, I think the most reliable way is to take an elevation angle, which is a measurement of the Earth, by the way.
Which means to take a camera or what?
No, it means take a sextant.
Okay, and to look where the moon is or the sun, and to what? To look at the angle. Or what?
Yeah, if you get an angle to the sun, you've measured a flat Earth.
What do you get by measuring the angle? What do you get if you have an angle of like 30 degrees? What does that mean?
You measure a horizontal distance across the surface of the Earth, where you're standing and the GP of that particular celestial is. That distance and the surface, the nature of the surface, and that flat line being the surface of the Earth, will validate to you that it is flat.
Oh, okay. I don't get that. Can you explain again? Very sorry.
It's in the side chat. We have 3 posts right there. It's not that difficult. I'm sure you've already heard this before as well. Now I think you're playing stupid, and this is just getting old and boring, friend.
No. Sorry. I will be quiet if it's. I don't care. Get a sextant.
You don't care, but you're here all day.
The sun is up from the horizon. Yeah. But what do I do with that degree angle?
Oh, you just need to get the degree, and then you can multiply. You can subtract that from 90 degrees, multiply that number that you get as the remainder times 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles, and you, my friend, have measured a flat Earth distance across the surface.
Okay.
You can do it the other way, where you can see if your horizon, which is supposed to be the leading edge of the sphere, the sagitta, the tangent point, is blocking out boats and buildings in the distance, or if it's at the geometric location that it's supposed to be, blocking out boats and buildings, And if it's not, well, then you've also debunked the idea that the horizon is Earth curve.
So I posted an example of the North Star. If you look at that last thing I posted, all the way to the left, there's a little 90 block, and that's directly underneath the North Star. And if you go all the way over to the right, you'll see there's another angle to it. That little distance, all those deet little blocks of 69 miles, whatever they are, all the way to the 90 part, that's a straight line. That's why when you get angle of elevation, you're measuring a straight line on the ground.
Okay. I will look at the picture you sent with a lot of text. I will look at it and read it. And I was in math class, but I still have to look at it to understand. One question, where do you get these pictures from?
Most of mine come from Globers, who we turned around on them.
But is there a source? Like,
oh, I don't know. Put it in Google, see where the originals come from. Sporadic, his comes from maps and shit. He's good at all of them. Yeah, he's the one who gives us our good satellite pictures, like the Echo satellite, that kind of stuff.
Wow. We have so many people here. What are these pictures in the chat? Yo, anybody talking? Yo, what's up, guys? Anybody here from Europe? Open question. Damn, no one from Europe. Sad.
Did someone say the Earth was flat?
What? Crit?
Yeah, you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Is anyone talking about the Earth being flat?
Some people do, yeah.
What say you?
I think it's not. I think it's a globe. But if you want to say it's a globe, you have to prove evidence of it here, you know. Otherwise, you.
Well, photos from space. What's the best proof for a globe? Like photos from space?
Well, the best proof is to take a camera, to get into a rocket and film it. How you go up there and I don't know.
Come on, Steve. Reality. What can you do to prove? Not what somebody else does to tell you it is. You can't get on a rocket. We can't get on a rocket. You know that.
No,
we know that.
Specifically.
No. Talk serious. How do you do it without using a rocket? Because you don't have access to that, and neither do I.
If I that the globe is a sphere, how would I do it? That's the question?
Yes, without going an appeal to authority, without looking at NASA's images and rockets and going to that Narnia bullshit, fisheye lenses, images of the horizon bending, how would you prove you're on a spinning water ball or that the Earth is even moving?
Do you think rockets are not real?
So you're not listening. Did I say I think rockets aren't real?
No,
I said I don't have access to. Whoa, Linda, you need to listen while I'm speaking. I said I don't have access to rockets. You don't have access to rockets. NASA and their agents and their astronauts have access to that. So they can get on them and blast them off and go up there and show me images of what they say they're seeing. But I can't do that. So I'm asking you, what can you and I do ourselves personally without appealing to NASA to prove to ourselves that the horizon bends, that the Earth is curving, that we're on a spinning water ball, and or that Earth is even in motion? Go ahead.
Well, personally, I can't do anything about it, but throughout that, you can't disapprove it, you know?
So you're saying I can't find evidence that the horizon isn't bending? Is that what you're assuming or presuming?
I say to you, I can't prove you evidence of that, but throughout that, you can't think like there is evidence of it not being evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Klexer, the problem is
you're making completely no sense to me whatsoever.
Really? Okay.
Well, yeah, so let me answer that question. You are bringing us a positive claim that rockets are going into outer space. There would need to be evidence to support your claim. Otherwise, it's baseless, and we can just dismiss it because you have no support.
Dude, you think rockets aren't real?
You're saying the same thing to me that he said, and did the words "I think rockets aren't real" come out of my mouth, or are you now attempting to strawman me? Are you attempting to strawman me? So what I said is, you have the burden of proof. Give us the evidence that that these things are indeed happening.
You know,
If I come to you and say Santa Claus is real, are you going to believe me, or do I need to show you evidence?
well, you would need to show me evidence.
Exactly. So if you say rockets are going into outer space, you would have to give me the evidence, the proof of that.
Not automatically, no.
No, yeah.
Proving my point.
Yeah, and your point is, and even in a court of law, by the way, if someone makes a claim, they actually have to support it with evidence. Same in the real world out here with us plebeians. We actually have to supply support for our claim, otherwise it's a baseless assertion, and nobody has to pay any attention to you.
Right. I was talking to Crit. Muted now, but what I wanted to say to him is he told me something about proving if. How would I show to him that to give him evidence that the Earth is a sphere? I told him, yeah, I will go into. If I could, I would go into a rocket and film it with my phone, you know. And
Correct.
if I'm up
And
there with a spacesuit, I would film down it. And then we would
correct. And we followed that up with not if you could, you would. What can you do?
Well, not much, not at all, pretty much. Of course.
So there's no way you can verify it to yourself on your own.
Of course, there's a
or
way.
when you go to or let me reiterate that question. When you go to find proof of it, none is there. The horizon's always flat. Water never bends. You're not finding any proof that any of what they say about Mars traveling or the moon missions are real or true, or you're finding that they're more fake and or CGI images. Is that what you're saying?
I believe the photos of NASA are real. Or what's your question? Sorry.
About your you need to verify on your own argument. There are so many things that we can't verify on our own because we don't have equipment or knowledge.
It's not so much that you have to, bro. Can I just stop you quickly there? It's not so much that you have to. It at least has to be verifiable or falsifiable.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I like it. How can you even verify if you are alive? God damn it.
Yeah, like
No, self-evident things don't require.
No, you know what I mean. What I'm just trying to say. You can disapprove anything if you don't see it with your eyes.
No, there's self-evident truths that don't require actually needing extra proof or extra validation.
Yeah, there's things that are factual that don't require mental gymnastics to believe in them.
Yeah.
No, that's just false. You still need to verify things, but the point is you can't verify everything at your own. That's the point.
No, you don't have to verify that you're breathing. Okay, that's just ridiculous.
Oh, you can verify that because you're doing it at your own.
Yes, but you don't have to.
Out of
Right,
context.
self-evident. Right, self-evident. Exactly. Yeah.
Self-evident, but the point is, verifying
the same way that
something to other people, not to yourself.
Yeah, the same way that it's self-evident that it's flat and stationary, that the horizon does not curve no matter what elevation you rise to. And so that's self-evident. Same as it's self-evident that you're on VC talking to us right now. We don't need to verify that. We know you're here.
Mm-hmm. It could be a recording of myself or AI. I don't know.
It goes to fake NSA voice chat, right?
For the people on the fence, I just want you to register what they just said. It could be a recording. They could be faking that they're here live right now. That's the globe side, people. Enjoy.
Oh, you generalize that by that? Okay.
No, that's self-evident. You believe you're on a spinning water ball and you're a hairless monkey. You evolved from monkeys, like a bear and a monkey mated, and then now you're here, right? So you believe what you're told. You don't try to verify any of it. And so that's where we at. You're not on the fence. You still believe NASA is telling you the truth, and we know that. And I just want the people at home to know that you think you could be a recording talking to us here on VC, and you're a globe believer. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, it's the internet. You're also a monkey on the internet, just talking here in this Discord. I could say the same thing to you.
I'm not a monkey. No, I'm not a monkey, and I know I'm not a recording. Thank you.
Yeah.
So again, you've got no way to verify on your own that there's curvature or that the Earth is moving, right? You have to appeal to NASA's information, and you believe that they're going to Mars. That's all firm, right?
Let's have this conversation, okay?
Right? No, I'm asking you, is that true or
I'm
not?
talking real now, okay? Let's
Go
have
ahead.
this conversation. You just 1 second ago you told me I can't verify that. Okay? But can you verify to me that your claims are true?
That what?
I mean, I don't know if you've made claims in I don't know, through speech or chat.
Yeah, you're asking me if I know if airplanes are true?
No, what the fuck? No, I'm just asking you if you.
Sadly, he's desperate now. He's saying, any claim that you make, can you prove it to me? He's really wanting to win here.
Death throes. Last breath. I thought I heard you ask me if I know that if airplanes are true.
Rockets.
And I never denied that rockets do exist and do go from the ground into the sky. I didn't say they don't and that they don't exist.
I like your choice of words there. Very careful.
Where do you think rockets go?
I don't care where they go. I know that it's a deception. I know there's fisheye lenses
see?
on those. I know that
That's the flat Earth mindset. I don't care.
Excuse me, I'm still speaking.
Yes.
From what I understand, they land in the ocean and they are recovered later.
But what
Okay.
about the things that go further beyond?
What? Excuse me. Am I still speaking? As far as them going into space and floating around a spinning water ball, no, I'm not buying that story. Because every time I watch one of these rocket launches, everything seems to be nominal and great as far as the images and the live stream up until a certain altitude. And then all of a sudden, guess what? We get to see CGI images of what the rocket's doing from that point on. So from there on, you lose me. I'm not buying anything you're showing me. So yeah, I don't believe in what SpaceX is doing. Elon Musk is a fraud. He's not helping none of us. I wouldn't take a nickel from that person. And yeah, space is fake. Thank you.
First off, fuck SpaceX, fuck Elon Musk, fuck that dude. But NASA or all the other agencies, why would they do that? Why would they? Why? No, don't. Why would they even bother to make up this whole fucking thing to millions of pictures and videos, live streams even?
This question has been asked and answered a million times over. I'm assuming you're new. So I can't answer why they would lie because I'm not on that team and I'm not trying to sell the lie to everybody. But I know that with a budget of over 60 million a day, last year 80 million a day, which is more than $1 million a day from each state, they continued to propose the lie, right? So could money be a motivation aside from deception and, Hey, let's bail the banks out again while we give NASA 80 million a day. I don't. It's something's not. The math ain't mathin', bud.
I don't understand your thought now. Why would there be so many
I'm
fake
explaining to you it's a giant fraud. NASA and SpaceX both. They are lying to the public. Nobody's going to the moon or Mars ever. No one ever has, and it's a giant waste of money. That's what I'm telling you. You asked why would they lie to us? You asked why would NASA do that? And I'm using NASA as an money as an example as to why they would. Aside from any other reason.
Or just getting money.
Being any other reason, for example, a secondary reason, convincing you.
Why are you being a little bitch?
Convincing you that you're no more than a grain of sand on a beach. Asteroid could strike you and wipe you out in a second. Don't even bother planning for your future. There's hundreds of millions of other planets like this out there. We have no significance or nothing special about where we are. We were just, this place was created from a big bang, and it was created so we could all destroy ourselves. That just doesn't make sense.
I believe in that. Even if it doesn't make sense.
That's
for you.
great. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares about your beliefs. Hey, Earth, open up your mic, please. Let's hear your voice.
But everybody can think of what they want on their own. And hey,
I said nobody cares about your belief.
Hey, but I'm free to speak. No.
No, not at the moment. I'm
not
trying to
at
get
the
Earth's
moment?
attention. Yeah, Earth, can you please open your mic and speak? Say hello. I'm taking your text privileges away. Open your mic and say something and speak to us, please, Earth, or I am removing your text poems. You've got 10 seconds. Sit yourself. Thanks for playing.
Is Robert back?
Okay, one quick follow-up question. Flat man can. So you don't think the moon landing from the USA was not real?
What day did Neil Armstrong step on the moon?
What day?
Yeah.
It depends on where you are on Earth on that day.
Are you retarded? And that's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. Yes, the same day for everyone. The day he claimed he stepped on the moon is the same day for everybody down here. It's not different because you live in Europe. You're Googling it, right? You're finding out the answer through Google. So my answer to you is you believe in it so much, you didn't even know the answer to that question. Yet you do know when Christmas is and Easter and your birthday and Labor Day and every other holiday. But the day the greatest accomplishment in mankind happened, you don't know the date off the top of your head. You know it was in 69.
Of course, I know it wasn't 69 because 69 is nice.
Whoa. Don't make this immature.
Yes,
more to the point, they claim they were going to have moon bases on the moon by 79, and they haven't been back since. And it's been a giant waste of money, brother. And there are homeless people in my city, your city, any city I go to. There are people with their hands out that need help. There are working men and women out there that can't keep the ends meeting because of the rate of inflation or the cost of living, and they're still selling you this bullshit. We're going to Mars. And you're like, yep, ice cream, I love it. Here's another 80 million tomorrow. That's your, I don't know if you live in the States or not, but for anyone that lives in the States, that's their money that they're doing that with. They sold you this idea that from a big bang, the Earth was formed into a spinning water ball through the forces of gravity. And they've also convinced you through the magic of NASA that an asteroid hit the Earth and wiped out dinosaurs, and an asteroid could hit the Earth at any minute and wipe you out. And you believe all that stuff, and you keep... Go ahead.
But imagine if it is what it is, and the moon landing was real and everything, wouldn't it be really good for humanity to take a step forward into space if it would be real, from your understanding?
You cut me off to say if in imaginary land it was real.
Yeah,
I'm going to
just
answer
asking
that.
you
I'm going to answer that. Let's go to imaginary land. It really happened. Well, then by 1979, there was colonies on the moon, or 78, sorry. There was colonies on the moon. And now, as of today, in 2025, you and your girl, me and my girl, we can go and pop $250,000 each in the NASA's hands, and we can get on a spaceship and we can go to the moon. We can spend time in the anti-gravity room, take pictures of Earth, knock a ball around 20, knock a ball around a 20-hole course up there on the moon, right? We can do that today, right? No, we can't. So obviously, in imaginary land, that's the only place that it happened. That's the only place that Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, is in imaginary land. It never fucking happened, and it never will. It's a big lie. It's a big fraud. What do you know about your spinning globe Earth? Do you know the angle of the axis from the 90-degree angle?
If
I asked you, I asked you a direct question. You believe in your spinning water ball paradigm that they sold you in school. What is the axial degree tilt from a 90-degree angle that they tell us?
If the moon landing really happened, wouldn't it be cool for humanity?
Okay. Did somebody want to mod this guy for me? Because I can't mod him myself. You're either going to answer the question or this conversation is not going to continue. Do you know the axial? Do you know the axial degree angle from a 90-degree angle, the tilt of the world they tell us we're spinning on? Do you know that answer, yes or no?
Of course he don't. He don't know
90
anything.
degrees or 90 degrees?
All he knows is a TV show.
Okay, wait, let him answer. What did you say?
He said 90 degrees is 90 degrees. He didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you some of your heliocentric information, okay? So they're telling us who know different, and everybody, and they have been telling everybody this for a long time, that from a 90-degree angle, Earth is tilted at 23.4 degrees. And if you do the math and you subtract that 23.4 degrees from your 90-degree angle, your remainder is 66.6. Now, that's just kind of funny, eh? That's a little odd, no?
Why?
With what we know, we're not telling you anything about 666. We're telling you to use your own senses. Look out there. Look for proof of the curve. Look for proof of motion. We're not being paid to ask you to think for yourself. And the people who are being paid to sell you something to believe in are telling you you're on a spinning water ball where the remainder of the angle is 66.6. That should be a red flag right there, a little bit of an alarm bell, aside from the fact that they haven't gone back to the moon in forever, and they never will.
Okay, you tell me that right now, but I still really can't understand your way of thinking, how that is.
Can't understand just going outside and seeing reality for what it is. Yeah, Flatman's right. Flat Earth is free. Doesn't cost you a cent.
No, Flat Man, I mean, not personal, but I from what you've told me, like 66 degree, if you do 90 degree minus, I don't know, the if you would say how everybody tells, like you say, the tilt of the Earth minus that is 66.
Yeah.
What do I do with that?
I'm trying to point out to you that if you, whether you're a man of the of scripture or not, that book warns you that the number of the enemy is 66.6. And when you look deeply into the heliocentric model, that number is all over it. 660,000 or 666,000 miles per hour, 66.6 degree remainder of the angle from the tilt of the Earth. It's everywhere, all over the heliocentric model. So it's a lie from the pit of hell, to be honest, if I can be frank. Thank you.
Who says that hell is represented in 666?
NASA in Hebrew means to deceive.
What? Really?
Just what I said, yes.
Damn. I didn't know.
NASA was ran by a former SS Nazi officer, Werner von Braun, that after he passed away on his tombstone, left scriptural a reference to scripture that refers to the firmament, which separates the waters above from the waters below. And I'm not trying to get onto a religion thing here. I'm trying to stay on topic of flat Earth. But yes, a Nazi ran NASA.
What's the name again? Sorry.
Werner von Braun, and you should be doing this research on your own. You want to listen to NASA and you don't even know the founders of that institution.
No, I don't, because I'm not American.
Whoa, bro. Well, I'm trying to point something out to you that's kind of a thing. Like, you should research something you're going to promote or believe in before you do that.
You tell me, and no, I tell you, I don't have to. No. If I grow up in Nepal, I don't have any idea about that, you know?
Okay, so you don't have to. So I'm quickly going to give you an example. All of a sudden, a new group pops up, and you like what they seem to be saying, so you're like, yeah, woo! Then all of a sudden, a year later, you find out they're really about something you don't want to be associated with. That doesn't matter to you, that you didn't look into it to begin with. That you cheered them on for a whole year before you found out, whoa, these guys are not something I want to be involved with. That's interesting. Wow.
Well, I don't know what you just said, but from what you said,
I'm thinking you can be indoctrinated into a cult pretty easily if you're just going to back a group or an organization without researching them first. Like Scientology. If you research Scientology, you'll learn about Ron L. Hubbard and the big lie and what they're based on, and that it's a massive cult, and you wouldn't get involved. But if you don't care, then you'll just, oh, hey, Scientology, woo. That's wild, man.
Well, common sense is a good word. 2 good words.
This is like, yeah, I mean, this is like an English speaking or teaching channel, right? So common, shared by all, sensed, right? You get it from one of your 5 senses. So when has the common, the common people, when have they sensed the Earth to be in motion or curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared? It's a good word.
Yeah, and I would advise all of you who are here to take your time and to remember that you are all human, and humans make errors. Humans are false. You can't.
You have to know the truth to be able to assert that something is false.
Humans are wrong all of the time.
So then you have the truth in this regard.
Yeah, but even then, hey, you're still a human, you know. Hey.
Yeah, so in order for you to know something is false, right? That means you must know that the truth of it then. So we know that we don't commonly sense the Earth to be in motion, and we don't commonly sense this drop over distance of level. So then could it be the case that we are wrong and the Earth is actually flat and stationary?
You think so?
I'm asking you according to your reasoning.
Sorry, can you say it again, the question, or like your statement to me?
I'm asking you, according to the metrics and the reasoning that you've established, the common sense and the knowing that we could be wrong because we would have to hold the truth. Could it be the case that the Earth is flat and stationary?
Obviously, 100% it could be that I am wrong, obviously. Because I don't know for sure, and I don't have a proven fact for it. 100%, I don't know.
This guy's a waste of time. Seriously.
Obviously.
Kind of sick of listening to it.
It could be
Maybe
flat.
I thought it was not.
Or
I thought it
it
was
could
not
be an octagon. It could be a fucking...
No, you don't get it, no tanks. You don't get it. I'll just.
What do you know?
Go on. Just find out.
Hold on, let's
Find
start
out
with
for yourself.
Hold on, we'll try one more time. Glexer, what do you know?
What I know?
Yeah, what do you know?
I know electricity.
Really?
Yeah. But from the topic of like Earth and everything else which comes with it, I have my opinion, and I would explain it to myself with science and like with my reasoning.
Really?
Yes.
Science.
Yeah. But
So
it
geometry
wouldn't
is science.
satisfy you.
Do you think geometry is science or something?
Geometry is science.
Yeah. So the claim that the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat, those are both geometric claims. They're not scientific claims. Science is about how and why, right? We know why things happen, how things happen, right?
Why things happen.
Yeah, why
well,
things happen. Why does something fall? Nobody knows the answer to that question.
why things fall.
So you know about electricity, right? So why does magnetism exist?
Why did it exist?
Yeah.
Well, it's
Okay, how does it
all
exist?
it's all of the spectrums of biology.
Okay.
Not
You don't
not
even know about
foremost,
electricity, what
but
you said about.
physics, mathematics. From what we understand of mathematics, how we
Okay,
name
you're
it.
getting lost in the sauce, brother. If I asked you how tall you are and we measure your height, right? Are we doing science there? No. The answer is no.
You would use the metric system.
Yeah, so we're just measuring your height, right? Your dimension, your height dimension, your distance from your feet to the top of your head. That's all we're doing. So if we measure the surface of the Earth, we can measure its profile.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so if we measure the surface of the Earth, we can measure its profile, right? And determine whether it's flat or curved.
What the fuck?
What do you mean, what the fuck?
How do you get to that conclusion? How?
That you can measure whether it's flat or curved?
No, how? What you just said? I don't know. You just said
that
I can measure you and your height, and then through curvature you can measure the.
Yeah, we're measuring the height. We're measuring, so if it's curved, right, and you have a straight line, the height from the surface of the Earth in that straight line won't change. But if the surface is curved, the height will change. We can measure that distance.
Mm.
So if I take a laser, shoot it out, measure the height at the laser above, say, a body of water, and then I go some distance down the laser. If it's curved, that distance will increase. If it's not curved, it won't increase. Very simple.
Yeah. If you point the laser 90 degrees upwards from your position, from all directions.
No, we're talking horizontally.
Yeah.
We're gonna tip it horizontally. Don't give us hypotheticals that are irrelevant to the question. What's in question is, does the Earth curve away from the laser, or is it parallel with the laser? That's the only question we need to answer.
In the long run.
Okay, that's the only question we need to answer.
Yeah, it curves away in the long run.
But it's actually not.
How do you know?
Because we've done this test. We've shot a laser 41 kilometers and measured the distance from the laser from the surface of the water, and it does not change.
But what does that mean if it doesn't change?
It means it's flat. It means that the surface of the water is parallel to the laser. Pretty simple stuff. There's nothing I said is science. You should just measurements.
Hey.
We went through this with you yesterday. Now you're pretending like you never understood any of it.
And this is why you don't know what the Earth is because you can't comprehend even how to determine what the Earth is.
Then I'm sitting on it right now.
So you're one step removed from even knowing. First, you need to know how to test it. And then once you know how to test it, you test it. And then once you get the results of the test, then you know.
But what if your test is wrong based on the knowledge of how to test it?
It wouldn't be wrong based upon the knowledge of how to test it. It would be wrong based upon other tests.
Okay, you got me. No. What I mean is, what if our
dude, it doesn't
understanding
matter
of
what's
measurement
happening
is
in
wrong?
people's minds, dude. No one cares what's happening in someone's mind. We don't care what's happening in the physical and natural world. We're just comparing two things. Laser to ground.
But that doesn't prove anything.
Okay, yes it does. Do you want the syllogism?
Does that mean?
It does a logical syllogism. That logical syllogisms are used to prove things.
Okay. To
I'll give you an
compare and to
example.
prove one thing or another.
So I'll give you an example of a proof. Okay. All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Therefore, Aristotle is immortal. Is mortal. Right?
God damn!
If the two premises are true, then the conclusion has to be true. Right? Aristotle's a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Aristotle is immortal. Okay? So the syllogism is this.
What is a man?
If A equals B and B equals C, then A also equals C. So all
You
of
can't
identity.
translate that universally, you know.
Yeah, you can. So A is the laser, right? B is the surface of the Earth. What's C?
Earth.
No, what's C?
Laser.
A is the laser. B is the surface of the Earth. What's C?
Earth squared.
Dude, it's flat. So
what?
Okay, it's flat. So one of them is flat.
Where is flat coming from the equation?
Lasers are flat, right? They don't curve?
Yeah, they go straight.
Okay. So if the laser and flat are equal, and the laser and the Earth are equal, right? The syllogism. Remember the syllogism: if A equals B and B equals C, C also equal A also equals C. So because A is equal to flat is equal to laser, and laser is equal to surface of the Earth, that means flat is also equal to surface of the Earth. There, I just proved it. There's nothing you can say. It's a deductive argument. It's a syllogism. It's sound, and it's valid. And both
It's not
premises are
sound.
true.
Give me, from what you just said, from the equation, give me, from the words laser and flat, give me the units. Put in units.
What do you mean in units?
Units like meters.
Are there
Laser
flat
is like
units? Are there flat
You know,
units?
you can't.
Are there flat units? What would I put units of flat in?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's an equation you said.
It's your claim that they need to be in units. No, they don't. So this is inequality. You can just compare two things without having any units, brother. This is how the Greeks did it for, several hundred years. They didn't have units. It's called commensurable and incommensurable. They would just compare two lines directly. They didn't break them into units.
I understand. Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you an example of how you do this, right? If you have a circle and you draw a line from one side of the circle to the other, horizontally, and one line vertically, the ratio of the vertical line of where it's cut, where the intersection is, the ratio from the short part to the long part will be the same vertically and horizontally. Now, you don't need to know any fucking units to know this.
Okay.
Yeah. So your claim that you need units is just wrong. You asked me to prove it. I did deductively. Okay. All you can say is one of these premises aren't true. Lasers are not flat. That's it.
I honestly can tell you personally, you made your statement, and I respect that, and I got what you mean with like comparing and seeing if it is the same or not, if it's compatible or not. But through that, proving that Earth is not a sphere is not reasonable to me.
Well, then that means you're irrational. Congratulations. So a squared plus b squared plus c squared, what units are those in?
A squared plus b squared plus c squared. What?
Yeah, what units are those in?
There are no units if you don't.
No shit, Sherlock. Thank you. I rest my case.
Huh? A squared plus b squared equals c squared? No?
Yeah. Pythagoras.
Yeah. And what is it again? The equation. Wait.
You just said it.
You just repeated.
Guys, hear me out. Who is thinking that the Earth is flat here?
God damn it, man. Did you interrupt us midway?
No. Yeah. I'm here to interrupt it. How is the moon is round as hell?
Hold on. Oh, whoa, brother. Whoa, check it out. Have a look at the title of the room. It says 24/7 flat Earth. It doesn't say 24/7 stare at moon. The moon is going to prove nothing. How about we measure the ground? That would prove if it's flat or round. True or false?
False.
I got a friend.
So if we measure the ground, hold on a second. Yeah, that one can stay quiet. Thank you. So if we measure the ground,
yeah,
that would. Anyway.
Yeah. He melted down.
There's nobody else.
Oh no, he's back.
Guys, get alive, guys. Get alive. You're here. All of you are here.
That's why you're
Talk
here with
about
us.
that the Earth is flat.
Hello.
I'm here with us to advise you, man.
Triggered.
Wow.
You're not going to be allowed to just come in here and scream into your mic and spew your fucking sociological opinion. We don't care.
Oh. cognizant
Why do
of
we
these
think
guys
we
is
care about how they feel about people? I don't get it.
My feelings. He called me stupid. There's a globe.
Flatman's feelings. I pointed out to someone else what the title of the room is. So, Klexa. It's very, very simple.
Yeah,
Yeah, you.
I can talk again.
You,
Okay.
you know what a tangent is, yes?
A tangent?
Yes, a tangent.
Explain it to me.
Straight line at the side of a circle. Touching circle.
A straight line 90 degrees
Geometry.
from a circle.
No. Geometry. You have a circle, and on the outside of the circle, straight line, touching the circle.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call that?
What should I call it? I don't know.
What do you call it? Not what should you call it.
A circle with a line. I don't know. What should I call it?
Do you not call it a tangent?
I don't. English is not my first language. Sorry.
Okay, you have a circle. If somebody draws a straight line touching one side of the circle, what do you call that?
A 90-degree line to. Oh, yeah. You can't say if it's 90 degree, but no. Just a line with a circle. I don't know. What do you want?
Line is touching a circle. So you're telling me you're arguing with people over geometry and you don't even know the basics of even what a tangent is?
I'm not arguing about geometry.
Yes, you are.
No.
What, are you arguing about science?
Yeah.
Well, you're in the wrong room.
Really?
Because science does not deal with shapes.
You're in the wrong room. Science deals with natural phenomenon, brother.
It's what's called a category error. You are in the wrong category, my friend.
It's the difference between a brick and throwing a brick. Science is telling us about throwing a brick. Geometry is about the brick.
Okay. No, not okay. I don't get it.
No.
Mosquitoes are strong with this one.
I like that, Mick.
We're being very generous with you, okay? You don't realize that we're being very generous with you.
Okay.
We're letting you keep making this error over and over again, okay? Science is a study of the natural world and the things in it through systematic experimentation.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Brick is square is not an experiment. Experiments
Neither is
have
measuring.
independent variables. They figure out cause and effects relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay? That doesn't apply to the shape of a brick or anything else for that matter.
Yeah.
Do you think the word science means true? Okay? Right? Is that what you think?
You tell something about me which I didn't say and not think.
I'm asking you. That was a question.
Uh-huh.
Do you think science means true?
Why would I think that? Yeah, science. If science is true,
No.
Generally.
Sometimes.
I do. Yes.
Okay. How do we know when a scientific claim is true?
If it's been questioned and counter investigated and proven right in one direction and proven to be right
Not even science believes that. They don't think science proves anything. Maybe you should go on Google and type in, does science prove things? They'll explicitly say, no, science does not prove things. Okay?
Well, if you Google something,
It's well known in the philosophy of, yeah, but it's well known in the philosophy of science. Has been known since like the 1700s.
Mhm.
It's called the problem of induction. Because science uses logical induction and not deduction to make claims, it contains the logical, all scientific statements that use this method of induction contain a logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. And since it contains this logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, it can't prove anything by definition because you can't prove something using a logical fallacy. Okay? It's really simple. This is known in science. It's been known for hundreds of years.
And you tell me that right now.
Okay, do you want the author? That first, David Hume. And writing in The Problem of Induction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is accepted in science. It was slightly modified by Karl Popper. He uses the standard of falsification. But he also admits because of induction, you can't prove things. And scientific theories are not proven, they're disproven. Right? And I'll tell you why. Say your theory was, my scientific theory is all swans are white. Would you go look for white swans or black swans? Klexer.
Swines?
Yeah, if your theory is all swans are white, would you look for black swans or white swans to prove your theory? Yeah, so that's we got a problem, right? Because you could go and find a trillion white swans.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as you find one black swan, that theory's wrong.
Yes.
So you'd go look for the black swan. You wouldn't look for the white swan because once you find a black swan, that theory's wrong. And if you can't find a black swan, the more you look in time and effort and energy, right, when you have a significantly large sample of not finding a black swan, that increases your confidence that there is no black swans. But you don't know for certain that there are no black swans, right? So it can't prove anything. That's the point. It'll just give you a confidence of, is it likely true or unlikely true?
This, what you just said, I can agree 100%.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but you said science proves things. Can't prove something this way.
Well, it came out of the context of how you question me, you know? Of course, if you tell me, yeah, like you just said, thousands of swines, you look for it, yeah, obviously you think every swine is white. But if you see a black one, oh shit. Yeah. Okay. It's false, you know?
You know that we have the same thing, the equivalent for the globe?
You can take out you can look at it like that. Sure.
No, okay. So all horizon distance measurements on a globe should be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. All of
I
them.
don't know where you got your numbers from.
Okay, it's your numbers. It's not my numbers. These are your numbers.
I don't have numbers. But generally speaking, or what?
The globe that you're defending right now, these are the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that all horizon, the distance to the horizon, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We know for 100% fact that this is not the case.
Why?
Because you can make observations, which we call the black swan, which probably, let me see.
Mm-hmm.
See if someone posted, someone that's in the chat right now, Matrix has posted it. How convenient. So how convenient, Matrix posted it. It's in the chat. So those oil rigs. So remember, I said horizon distance measurement, right?
I see them.
So
Yeah.
we're going to measure the horizon distance in this image, and we're going to use the rigs as our distance markers. So rig on the left is 9 miles away. Horizon is past that 9 miles. Therefore, it's not 1.22 miles. It's way farther than that. So the horizon distance measurement is not 1.22 miles times square root of the observed sight in feet, falsifying the globe geometry. Very simple.
But you know, if I look at that picture, from what you say to me, that proves nothing to me from that picture when I look at it and I see two platforms, 9.41 and 6.21.
Yeah.
It
Where's the
proves nothing to
Where's
me.
the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs or behind them?
If I look at it, obviously behind it, I would guess.
Okay. Well, the horizon's supposed to be a mile away from the camera. If it's beyond the farthest rig, that means it's more than 9.4 miles away from the camera. It's too far
But
away.
if it's beyond, I wouldn't see it. You know,
What do you mean
I
it's
wouldn't
beyond? You
see
just
what's
said it.
behind.
You just said it was beyond it. You just admitted it. It's past the rigs.
Yeah.
Yeah. That means it can't be in front of the rigs, right? It's a dichotomy. It's either in front or behind. If it's behind, that means it can't be in front. It needs to be in front to be a globe. And that means to be way in front, not just a little bit. It needs to be a mile away from the camera. But it's clearly not. So here's your black swan. You agreed with the methodology. We just presented you the methodology that you said was sufficient to disprove something. The globe is
What would
disproven.
that prove? What would that prove?
It disproves. It disproves.
But if it disapproves something, it would prove something other. You know?
Yeah, it proves it's not a globe.
Hello?
Are you picking up what he's putting down, sir? Like that second platform would be behind some curvature of some sort if it was dropping at 1 mile out. And it's not. You can see both platforms clearly from the surface of the water up. And you
It's
can
not
see
even
the
an
water.
argument, Flat Man
And
Ken.
random
The argument
picture,
is it's just the horizon distance. We don't care if the rigs are obstructed, not obstructed. We don't give a shit. We only care.
No, I know.
Where's the horizon relative to the rig? Past the rigs. How far are the rigs? 9 miles. That means horizon past 9 miles. Where should it be? 1 mile. It's really simple. This isn't hard to fathom.
There is no proof in there. Did you see it with your eyes?
That's the proof I'm pointing out to you.
Camera. It's a photograph.
Yeah.
Well, it's technically a screenshot from a video.
Okay. Yeah, but still,
So that's what I was trying to point out to you. The evidence in that image is that if it was curving at 1 mile out and starting to curve downward, you wouldn't see part of that first platform, let alone any of that second platform. More than likely, they would be obstructed by that.
Dude, this is just not the argument, though. Why take it there?
No, I'm
Let's
sorry.
say this is a
I'm
method.
trying to explain to him what it's disproving to him. Like, anyways.
What proof is there that this image is real and that it's not just the island in there?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. Please allow me. This is something that you could try. It's a method by which you could go out into and practice this and apply it yourself in a similar scenario or at the same location if you want, but you can try just using a large body of water that you have access to with distance markers. And if you see the horizon beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere Earth, then you have also done what this image does.
Yeah, but where do those ships
falsify the
disappear?
geometry.
Do they disappear bottom up over the horizon? Because I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah, that
shut up.
happens. Yeah, and that happens on a flat Earth. So it's cool.
So that's what happens when the horizon is behind them? they disappear bottom up behind the horizon that is behind them?
No.
Is that what you think, dude? Is that what you think?
They'll obscure the
Really?
horizon.
Okay, draw the line where you see the horizon in front of them then, because I see it pretty clearly
Thanks for
behind.
derailing. Thanks for derailing. Also,
That was his goal, but it didn't really work. Yeah, you're muted for playing that screeching through your mic. If you want to know, Sonny Cat, that ain't gonna happen again.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to derail, and I was accidentally doing that myself. So yeah, we're not going to let you come in with boats disappearing bottom first, whatever.
Okay, back to the point. Whoever was making
So
that point.
well, if he chooses not to apply this methodology in practice and go out and try it, and he just wants to continue to believe what he believes, that's his prerogative. Nobody can stop him from doing that.
Well, I mean, it comes to the point is he set a criteria. He set a criteria from which falsification is possible. But in this case, falsification is, for some reason, inapplicable. So we have to ask him the next question. Quaxer. Can the goal be falsified by observation or experiment? Can it be proven wrong? Or is it always right no matter any observation you make?
Well,
just answer the question. I don't need your monologue. Just answer the question. Can the globe potentially be falsified? Can it be proven wrong?
You're
struggling, huh?
Can be. I would say no. No.
Okay,
Definitely
we're done here.
no. It is matter. Matter
We're done.
is matter.
Matter is matter.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your goal proof?
We
the goal
agree,
can't be
agree-
proven
agree
wrong
to
because
agree.
matter is matter. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And if someone is posting a picture of two oil rigs there in a random picture, even myself can do this picture, you know? There's no proof in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's proof in it that the Earth isn't a globe. Duh.
Yeah, no proof of what? No proof of the globe, right? There's no proof of any curving water.
He said this religious nut said that no proof of the globe can even exist no matter what you do.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, okay, give us an example of what would prove the globe is wrong. An example of something you could do. Watch you say
tell me,
pictures from
man.
space. Watch
I
you say
told you
pictures
guys
from space,
multiple
dude.
times that I can't provide.
How about somebody else? Then why do you believe it? Can I ask you that? Why do you believe it then?
Because I believe in it. I just believe in it because it makes more sense for
That's
me
why.
the way I think it is than the way you maybe think about it.
Well,
So can I ask-
no, it doesn't make sense. Hold on. It doesn't make sense for this reason. Because you don't have evidence of your belief, and we have evidence of ours.
But your evidence you provided me does not satisfy me with source or
Yeah, because you just said
anything,
that
you know?
no evidence would satisfy you. You already said that. You said there is no evidence that can falsify the globe. That means you're a religious nut.
Here on Discord in this chat, no
Anywhere.
evidence.
Okay,
no evidence in the
anywhere.
world
Just give me an example of the evidence that can falsify the globe, that can prove the globe wrong. What do we have to do?
No, I'm not telling you what you have to do.
Yeah, that's right, because the only thing you could ever possibly say are pictures from space. But you just poo-pooed our pictures and said it don't prove anything.
Yeah, of course.
Do your pictures prove something?
I've posted pictures, but it's only been pictures of food.
Do your pictures, the pictures of the Earth from space, prove something?
No, not at all.
Okay,
It's
cool.
just some
We're
random
on the
pictures.
same page. So
we're on the
I
same
just
page.
want- what can be done? Okay, we get $1 trillion, and all the humans on Earth have decided we are going to test the globe and try to disprove it. What experiment or test or measurement do we do? Is there one that we can listen? Okay, if you can't think of it, fine. Do you think there exists one that can be done?
Tests or what? To prove?
Test to see if the globe is true or not, right? Test to see, to falsify the globe. The same way that,
Yes,
remember I was telling you about the
100%,
white swans
I
and,
believe.
listen, remember I was just telling you the white swans and black swans? We want an experiment like that, right? We're
It
going to
was
go
a
out
good-
into the
it was
world
a
and
good
look
thing.
for something, and if we find that thing, then the globe isn't true. What do we look for?
What do we look for?
Yes. What do we look for in the natural environment of the world, the Earth, that proves that the globe isn't true? What would we look for? We want to find the black swan. Where is it? What is it? Like, first you need to figure out what the black swan would be.
Well, the black swan is beyond our feet. We're stepping on it every day. To find a real proof, you would have to get into space
No, it's
and
a
look down.
disproof. Ah, really?
There you go.
There you go.
You called it.
You would have to get really,
Every
really,
fucking time.
really high.
What if we went to space and looked down and it wasn't a ball? Would that prove it? This dude is a fucking crazy person, bro.
Wow.
If you would get
You seriously just went,
it would be a disc. I would believe it would be a disc, you know. For example.
Who said anything about a disc?
I'm just saying something about a disc.
They all look like discs. Everything looks like a disc.
I just want to quickly address Snowy Cat. Nobody's afraid. You can unmute yourself at any time when the conversation comes to a break.
But yeah, space.
Okay, can we kick Sunny Cat out of this chat completely? He's
Yeah, sure.
insulting non-English speaking users, so he needed to go.
I think there's like a flat mute command or something. They'll join server muted. You can take him off if you want to hear him talk, and then he can't text. I wouldn't mind hearing them slapped around in VC, but whatever you guys want to do.
He's just gonna screech. I mean, if you want to try it, go for it.
I can't really
I think he
talk
left.
that
He
much
left though.
right now, so I can't. Okay.
I'm pretty good. I know what they're all like, but they're claiming that I'm afraid. I don't know. Maybe I should let them give a chance to say something to me. I don't know.
He left before he got server muted. Because it mutes. Oh, he already was server muted, right? It mutes him in all the VC channels, right?
Crazy.
It says he left the server.
Oh wow, maybe a freaking mod heard it and freaking toasted him.
I think he's leaving the server to clear any bans or any commands that have been used on him, probably.
Yeah.
Right back and just do whatever he wants.
Well, Robert Utah just tried the same shit a little while ago, so might be him. No, it couldn't be him. It's
Brother
somebody.
Utah is still slithering around.
They're firing up their stock account.
Yeah, we're getting stalked. Like, so they're following us over here from politics and the home server and wherever else. Yeah, there you go. Snowy Cat shares one server with me, the home server.
I have some good news I could quickly share that's non-topic related if I'm allowed. Indio?
Go ahead.
So we faced a renoviction last year. The building got sold to a new owner, and we fought to stay in our building and our home, and we won. But there was a tenant in here that was listed as an occupant on the lease, and I helped her fight, and we finally won. She'll be able to stay in the building. I'm with Acorn. It's an association that's international, and we help tenants with bad landlords and issues like that. But I just wanted to share the good news. I'm happy she can say she's been living here for over 2 years. When the old owner sold it, they should have given her a new lease with her name as a tenant, but they didn't.
So you helped her, or what?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did she acknowledge it?
Oh yeah, she's a very good person, and but eventually we're gonna go out and like have a little celebratory whatever. But yeah, there's probably one more thing where, because I want to advocate that she not only gets a lease in her name, but she doesn't get a mark as a bad tenant, because these slumlords have been, when they lose, they'll mark the tenant as a problem tenant when they move. So now the tenant has a problem finding a new place to move into because the new landlord is seeing this tenant as a problem tenant only because they won against the slumlord. Not that they were a problem.
Whoa. One follow-up question. Which country are you from, if you don't mind asking?
I live in Canada, but Acorn is international. We're in every country, and we've had landlords pay massive fines to tenants. We've stopped projects and saved complete neighborhoods. We do a lot of work everywhere, all over.
Yes.
Thank you to our sponsor, Acorn.
Thanks. I just wanted to share some good news. Go ahead, guys.
Just the one numpty left, Klexer. No other numpty. Just this one boring guy who just nut-uhs everything you show him.
In India, you there?
Dude, I'm a very reasonable guy. You wouldn't believe,
One sec,
man.
bro. One sec, bro.
No, you're
One sec, bro.
not.
Just wondering if India is there. You there, India? It's just that over in the home server, it's the commands are telling me that I need to be Gold Plus. Well, my roles say that I am still, so I don't get it. Bot's playing up or something.
You got a fake Gold Plus. They faked you out.
Dang it. I'll try something else.
You got one of them counterfeit Gold Plus tags? Wild.
All this time it was Fool's Gold Plus. Yeah. So you're not reasonable, Mr. Reasonable Guy. Not at all.
What?
You're not using
Me?
any reason at all.
Oh, I do.
Well, not when it comes to this, at least.
Personally, that I do.
Not when it comes to this.
Maybe compared to other people, hey, I don't know. But personally, I think I'm very reasonable. You can talk to me.
That's an unreasonable opinion of yourself that you hold.
That's your claim.
Well, I mean, I just heard the whole thing. He just walked you through the reason, the logic that disproves the globe geometry, and you just went, nope.
I walked you through the reason what I just think. and I think that's
There
enough.
wasn't any reason behind it. You just think it, and you ignore reason, dude.
I can give you an answer to why I think that.
Allow me to give you an analogy, sir. What you think of yourself is non-consequential to what others think of you. So your character isn't determined upon what you say about yourself. It's determined upon what others say about you. If you have integrity, others will speak that of you. You can't say, "Oh, I'm trustworthy," and people just believe it. That's your judgment of yourself.
I didn't fully got it. What do you mean? Because I didn't hear you quite right. Sorry.
Your character is based on what others say of you. So if you're reasonable, others would say that of you. You don't have to say that of yourself. That's your own opinion. Others can disagree with that. If everybody else disagrees that you're reasonable, then only you think that you're reasonable.
Of course, yeah. I think that I'm reasonable, and everybody here can talk to me whatever they want.
You're out of your mind.
And yes, you know why? You know why?
No, don't really care
Because-
why.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind. But I tell you anyways, if I can, if I may.
Please don't.
Because,
but
okay, then I don't. I keep my secrets.
If you want to be reasonable and use reason, then make an argument for the globe. Or keep using blind faith and no reason at all. Then don't claim to be reasonable.
I claim to be reasonable because I don't.
There's no reason.
I should not, and
You
I
use no
must
reason.
not. I
So
must not.
You say unreasonable
give a damn.
things, like I'm reasonable after using no reason. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I tell you, we are here on Discord on the internet, and I don't know you personally. Nobody knows anybody here, and internet nobody knows who anybody is. And for me personally, I don't take anything serious or personal here, which is like on the internet. You shouldn't do. You shouldn't put out anything on the internet, and you shouldn't take anything personal or like serious.
Dude,
That's what I
holy
learned
cow.
on the internet.
May I just ask you
I can
something?
tell you.
Dude, are you stoned or something?
Today, not.
Oh no. Okay.
But usually,
So you're
yes.
like you're on the tail end of a high from yesterday or sometime this week.
Maybe I drank like 4 beers today.
That explains everything. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
But alcohol is not the answer.
I just thought of a brand new.
Oh, yeah, well, that's just some crap I heard on the internet. That doesn't count.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Get off the
I would
internet.
advise you to do.
I don't want to listen to you because, by your own standards, anything on the internet is just not even worth entertaining. So why don't you get off of it?
Okay, that's what you say. I think the internet.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
No, I said that you shouldn't take anything serious or personal here.
I don't take you seriously. You're a joke.
And that's fine. That's your right. I mean, to even talk to you is amazing.
But pointless. Since you're just going to ignore everything I told you.
Maybe pointless, but amazing in itself.
Way to sidetrack from the main issue here.
I'm starting to get comfortable with you guys. I like you guys. Is this like a 24/7 the whole year voice channel here? Or is it permanent on the English side?
I got a brand new shirt design I just thought of. I can't wait till it's done. I'm going to do it, but I'm not going to share what it is. You guys are going to love it when it's done, though. It's going to be good.
Mm. I like the silence. Sometimes silence is good, but silence is also quite violent, you know. If you have silence in your mind, nothing kills a man faster than his own head, you know. But I believe in such, like here in such voice channel. God damn, it's beautiful.
Yeah, closer. So usually we're more interested in talking to globers who think they know and have knowledge claims about the Earth, right? And then we enjoy bringing them to a point where they realize that they simply have a belief, or at least triggering their cognitive dissonance, where they have two conflicting views wandering around in their head, in which case they usually just spiral out, call us a bunch of names or whatever, right? But in your case, you just already admit that you just have a belief, right? So, job done. You know, you've already realised that yourself. It's just a belief, and that you can't prove it. So that the conversation with you is really kind of pointless. I mean, we have knowledge claims, you have belief claims. You can't support your claims, we can. Game over for you, bro. I mean, there really is no point. You can just hang around and listen to the conversations and that, but you really got nothing to defend. I mean, there's no defense. You might have questions that pop up in your mind that you can ask periodically, but as far as defending the globe, you don't have a position to hold for defending the globe or defending your belief.
Not really.
Yeah, I'm telling you the way it is. This is not optional, bro. This is just the way it is, bro. Sorry. Yeah, it's not. No, it's not optional. You don't get to say now, oh, but no, I do get to defend my belief. No, you don't. You just have a belief. Beliefs don't get defended.
Don't you have beliefs?
They just get stated.
Beliefs.
Yeah, but I'm not here to discuss beliefs. I want to talk with people who think they know things about the Earth.
They know by.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'd be just as simple as me going, "Oh, you believe? I believe too." Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go. Let's go have a beer. No. Sorry.
I was just making some small talk for myself for the quietness here. I'm sorry. I know that the topic is about 24/7 flat Earth here. Maybe a majority of people here being quiet here approve my position. You don't know. Maybe some people here believe in my view of the subject.
Yeah, we don't really care about beliefs, bro. Just finish telling you that. So if your knowledge, right, if what you claim to know has nothing to do with the Earth and claim geometry, then really it's just, you could go talk with, go to a server where they talk about electricity.
Oh, that hit deep.
No, like I said, like if you're curious just to want to listen, you can listen in, and if periodically you have questions, you may ask, right? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, T-Dub, that was a very polite way for saying it. Thank you, and I respect that. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got nothing against people's belief. There's people with all different types of beliefs. When
yeah,
well, we kind of do shit on the globe belief a little bit. I mean, it is pretty ridiculous, but but it is your right and your prerogative, to hold a certain belief system, have a belief system.
Yours too, yeah.
Yeah. So, but we're not here to discuss beliefs. So.
You're here to talk about facts.
Yes.
The actual answer is yes. It's a permanent room. We're here quite often, but go to 3 different servers. So if we're not here, we'll be in one of the others. But usually there's someone here.
How long does this 24/7 Earth, flat Earth, exist? I mean, I've been here 7 years, I think, on this server.
Just a couple months, I think.
I've been here a long time, and I've never seen it like 3 days ago.
Yeah, it's well, it's definitely been here more than 3 days ago. Almost 2 months.
Nice.
But on the other Discord server, about what, like 5 years?
No, we've been in politics for about 2 years. And on the home server, we've had our own server for like 7 years.
Oh.
Maybe 8 by now.
I'm thinking that equals a couple million flat smacks at least. I'll be back shortly.
So one of the most simplest ways to understand that the Earth is flat is just the surface of water, surface of liquid at rest. Displays no convexity or concavity. Measures to be flat. It's the standard by which people are able to establish horizontal planes of reference, practical purposes, surveying, engineering, construction, navigation. All right. So you got an observation of liquid at rest being flat. You got the measurement of it being flat. You got the practical use of it being flat. Pretty severe amounts.
Hey, T-Dub, I can hear you when you're speaking, but it sounds like you're dragging your mic on a concrete sidewalk or something.
Oh, sorry, man.
Like only in between you're speaking. Like when you're speaking, I didn't hear it, but when you weren't speaking, it sounded really rough, like crackling noise.
I know what it is. It's the rain in the background.
Ah.
I don't know if that helps. I just set it to crisp instead of standard.
Yeah, so I saw the stats there. Looks like we're number one on English Hub. Also, everywhere we go, number one. Number of hours.
Yeah. And I'd say, because, it's a controversial topic. I wouldn't say it's conspiratorial. It's controversial, though. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. It seems like lots of people want to talk about this topic. They see us here and they come in, even though, the outcome of all of those people that come in isn't always the same. But we do have a
prime example.
We do kind of have a general idea of what happens to most Globers. They come in with no information. They come in not doing any homework. They come in with fallacious ideas like logical fallacies, one after another. And they think they're just going to continue while making these assumptions. Yet like knowing their assumptions and knowing that they're actually have a logical fallacy most of the time of appeal to authority, appeal to consensus, those types of things they want to continue on, yet admitting that they don't actually know these things, or they'll say they know these things are true, but the only proof they have is an appeal to a consensus. So that doesn't usually end up too well, because they usually start becoming dishonest about what they're telling us, and they start making shit up. And we can tell. We've been in this field for a while, so we know when people are not being honest, and when they're telling things that they're telling us they've done things they've never done. That's really common. Like, it's really obvious. So isn't it kind of odd? I think it's odd thinking about this now today in 2025. Well, tell me what everybody else thinks, but I think it's kind of odd that this group, the panel, or our general community here on Discord server 24/7, community, I would call it that. We're people who have looked at new information and have changed our mind based on this new information when we went out and checked nature ourselves with long distance observations and all these other observations, laser tests, infrared photography, like all these different things that we have done ourselves and experienced and watched many, many hours. So we were able to change our mind once we got this new information. We found out what the data was for the supposed globe, went out and checked. So really, we're people who we were able to admit about things we don't know. So we were able to say, honestly, if there's something we don't know, I don't know. Like, we don't know about the stars, the things up in the sky. No one can test them. So we're willing to say we don't know. But I think here's the point I was trying to make, is that it's very interesting that people come in here, mostly the people that come in here are the ones that are not willing to say they don't know something. They refuse to admit they don't know, when it's clear that they don't know certain things. So I would say that for the people coming in, or people listening that are about to come in, or whatever, you're listening on YouTube, you want to come in, it's just more honest. If you don't know something, just admit you don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually, it's actually the stronger stance to have, because it's honest. If you're claiming you know something, or you're claiming you know everything about the supposed globe, and then we find out through questioning that these things you're claiming cannot be tested and are unfalsifiable, then they can't be proven to be true. So in that case, I would say, just admit you don't know. If you don't know, that's what we all did. We only say we know things that we can test.
Exactly, yeah, and I like what you said too about not knowing something, right? But also, if you change, when you're presented with evidence, you change your mind, right? So, and I like when Hank brings up working on a vehicle, mechanic. So it's okay, I've got an idea, I've got a belief, right? Something that I haven't yet proven, that the problem that with this car is with the battery, right?
Yeah.
So, you test the battery, right? And it's fine, but you still suspect that it could be the battery. So you check the terminals, you rule out all the possibilities to do with the battery. You even stick a new battery in there, You test that battery, it works in another vehicle, you put it into that vehicle, you think, right, this should work, and it still doesn't work. And it's akin to still believing that it's something to do with the battery without having gone and checked other possibilities, right? And maintaining that belief. This is like what some people do, right? I'm not satisfied with the evidence presented to me. They say, well, what's the juxtaposition? What else have you eliminated, right? In order for you to want to still maintain that belief, which isn't checking out, right? None. Like some people, they just don't offer up anything else. It's just simply, well, it just seems to make more sense to me. Oh yeah, how? And then they don't give you anything. It's like, bro.
Right.
Are you talking about me?
No, because
if the shoe fits Cinderella.
Yeah, they're like the people that's akin, exactly like you said, akin to the person that still claims that it's the battery itself at fault, even though the battery's been gone through all the testing. It works in another car, or it works in several different vehicles. The battery's clearly not the problem. It's put on a testing unit, and you can tell the voltage and the amperage of the battery are perfect. You can put it on another car, find out if it charges the battery like it's supposed to, and you find out it does do all of these things. But yet the people with the globe a lot of times are saying, no, I think it's the battery still. And we keep asking them, what other things have you ruled out? Are you sure that, because when we go out and check water on the ocean, let's say, and we check and we find out that the water is completely level, horizontal, just like it's described in navigation, the line of the horizon. Horizon is horizontal, level means no part higher or lower than the next. So that cannot occur on a globe. All these other things, the practical use of the flat stationary plane that we live on, like all of these things, like aviation, including NASA, claiming they admit that they assume a flat stationary plane in their aviation and their linear flight models for rigid aircraft. So then the person's with the globe thinking they're on a globe still. And we say, what have you ruled out? And they tell us, I haven't ruled out anything. I'm going to go with the mechanic that still thinks it's the battery, even though it's been checked in every way possible that it's not the battery. No, I still think it's the battery. It's just absolute stubbornness and cognitive dysfunction. Cognitive bias is hijacking their critical thinking skills.
I got something to add to that really quick because I do mechanic work. For me, like it's very, very, very critical to test and do all my diagnostics first, so that I know it's the battery when I'm going to replace it. I'm not just throwing parts at it, wasting people's time and money. That's pretty much the most important part of what I do is the diagnostics. So I'm 100% sure before I make a decision to go buy that battery.
Right.
Yeah.
And as a mechanic that if your car won't start, there's other potential reasons why, besides a faulty battery or faulty battery terminals, right?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's other stuff in connection with that to kind of that'll be what your problem is. So the diagnostics is the most critical part in finding a good mechanic.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you want return business.
Yeah, I work in a small town, so word of mouth is everything. So I don't want to look like a fool. My name's on the building, right?
Wow, yeah, really.
And that's how I've always retained my clientele is word of mouth and just quality over everything else. Has kept me in business a long time.
That's pretty cool.
and being honest with myself and with my clients up front. I mean, being honest, and that's what I find with the Globers. They're not honest. They won't answer honestly. They duck and dive and try to avoid questions to try to find a different route. Like, what kind of lesson are you teaching your kids? Like, to me, that's everything. If you can't be honest with yourself, what are you? You might as well pack it up and go home, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I've done a lot of mechanicking myself throughout the years. It's been quite a while, but I mean, I know that there's certain things they do, and and you could probably, Kingsley, you could probably add on to this, but I'm just going to go through a few things to kind of give people an idea, and I'm sure you could elaborate on those even more than me. But okay, so let's start with the car doesn't start. Okay, fine. Is there enough power from the battery? So we check the battery, like we said. We check it different ways, try it in another vehicle, put it on a voltmeter, check it out, see if it has the correct amperage, and things like that. So let's say we have plenty of power at the battery. Now, are the terminals clean? Are the battery cables sound? And then you can go to the next thing. So let's say there's enough power at the battery, but the car isn't turning. So then you go, okay, so is enough power getting to the starter? So you check the voltage to the starter, find out, okay, is the starter, it either is turning the motor or it's not. So let's say you get enough spark to the starter and the starter is actually turning the engine. Then you check, okay, so the starter is turning the engine, so we have enough power from the battery to the starter, but it's still not starting. So then you can check, okay, is there enough spark, right? So you go to the spark and you can check visually. You can check the spark from the spark plug wire, see if it's enough spark. Yeah, there's ways of testing that, I'm sure. Other ways. Let's say you're not getting enough spark, then you go to the distributor. Is there something wrong with the distributor? So you see if the spark's getting through the distributor. If it's getting spark there, then you can go to the next stop. Okay, it's getting enough spark, the engine's turning, but it's still not starting. Then you can go to the fuel section and check, is the engine got enough fuel? Is it getting fuel at the carburetor or enough pressure at the fuel injectors? Fuel right?
Pump, fuel filter, yep, all of it, yep.
So you keep going down the line, and so this is kind of what you would need to do. Like if you think the Earth is a globe, but you go out into reality and check over water, and you find out the water is flat, horizontal. So you're going to have to continue to use okay, so we take the globe Earth data, the measurements, the matrix, not the matrix, the data that, the dimensions, the metrics, wrong word, matrix, the metrics, and we check, and we check the metrics.
You're just saying metrics in a New Zealand accent. It's okay.
Metrics, yeah, really. So we check the metrics for the globe Earth and see okay, what's the drop over distance supposed to be, and then we go out and check that, and we find out, like the Black Swan, we find out 10-mile horizon, there should be at least 67 feet of vertical drop at 1 foot above the water, right? So we go, well, there's something wrong with the globe then, right there. We don't care. Okay, so let's say the next day you can't even see the oil rigs. Let's say you can't see them because there's fog or haze in the air. Different things, inversion layer, heat, humidity, all the difference between the water temperature and the air temperature, all these different things you can check. Then you keep checking it and you find out, on one day it's really clear and I can see the islands off of Santa Barbara well beyond the oil rigs at 30 miles. Uh-oh. Now the globe's got a big problem because I don't care how much refraction you're saying, a view of an island at 30 miles The Globers have no excuse for all the water between the observer on the shore and the island at 30 miles, all rising up in your visual range. That should never happen on the globe. It's impossible to happen on the globe. It has
All right,
to be.
Sonny.
It has to be dropping off, and so I'll stop there because I talk a lot.
No, one sec. Okay. So let's say you don't take your car to a mechanic. You just take it to a battery expert, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you just say, check my battery because my car won't start, right? And he says, the problem is not your battery. Your battery's fine, right? And that the owner of the vehicle says, well, what's wrong with it then? And the battery expert says, I'm not a mechanic. I'm just a battery expert. I don't know. No, you've got to tell me what's wrong. If it's not the battery, you must tell me what it is then.
Mm-hmm.
Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable?
No.
No. But obviously, like, there is an issue, right? There would be an answer. Possibly. Maybe a mechanic couldn't even figure it out. Maybe the problem is that bad. Mechanics are going to tell you, sorry, bro. But who knows, right? You haven't been to the mechanic yet. But, so, yeah. So not knowing the actual problem does not negate the fact that you can rule out one thing as being the cause, right?
Yeah, and so what he said was really important, I think, is it's a logical line of questioning. Like, if I know the battery's bad, I'm not going to move on to the next problem until that's solved. There's no point, right? I'm not going to go check the fuel when the battery's not working. I got to address that first, and then, you know, if that ain't going to work, the rest of it ain't going to work. So you have to have a logical line of reasoning when you're doing it, and that's the same thing as when you're investigating the ball. You have to do it logically, and you know, there's no point in moving on to refraction if it doesn't apply to prior observations and stuff like that.
Right. So if somebody says, right, well, the reason we can't see the bottom of an object at distance over the water is because it's the Earth curvature is blocking it from view partially, right? And then someone comes along and rules that out as a potential possibility. I'm sorry, it's not Earth curvature that's creating that effect, right? And they demand a reason then, right? Just like the guy with the battery ruled out that your battery's fine. It's not the battery that's the reason, right? And then the owner of the vehicle demands an explanation from that person, right? It doesn't mean that it doesn't negate the ruling of the battery being fine, right? It's just like it doesn't negate the ruling that it's not Earth curvature that's creating that effect, right? And you are not obligated to necessarily give an alternative explanation, right? So falsification is independent of replacement.
Yeah, exactly. That's where that part falls. That's where that part falls into that category. Exactly.
100%. Yep.
Yeah, we can entertain the idea, but the thing is, like, we often entertain it, right, on the grounds that if we can't explain it, then the original premise must be true. That's where a lot of the Globers come from. Well, I don't care if you think you ruled it out, and I'm not going to pay attention to that part of it, the measurements, the observations, the falsification part. No, I don't. If you don't give me an alternative explanation, then my explanation must be correct, or the more likely to be true. That's fallacious reasoning. I think if someone genuinely comes to the understanding, okay, yeah, fair enough, it's not Earth curve, but I'm really curious, what is it then? Can then delve honestly and intellectually into the reasons why something might appear that way at distance over water. I think it's kind of casting pearls before swine when we do entertain it, and the person's just coming from a a stance of incredulity or, fallacious reasoning. Yeah.
It always blows my mind of how they're so unwilling to look into it. Like, it's just they'll do everything they can to not look into it. And I have friends that they're not lazy people, but when it comes to that, they are. Like, it's such a weird subject, and I find it so interesting. It just blows my mind of how they can just disregard stuff, and because I guess it destroys their belief system. They've had their whole life basically shattered in front of their eyes, and it's like getting a new job. Nobody really wants to do that, but they just refuse to look. It's crazy. It blows my mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the person. We can go back to the automotive part again. So the guy comes and says, "No, I looked here in the Chilton's manual at the library, and it says if the car's not starting, that it's the battery." Right? like really. And they can look at all the whole Chilton's manual, and it tells you like one of the reasons for it not starting is the battery, and they can go down this whole line of reasoning, but they never actually like tested. So that's like the Globers we have.
It's like from 1880.
Yeah, they saw it on TV, or they saw a NASA, like so-called NASA video. It's just like the guy like telling us what's wrong with the car based on what he read in the library on a Chilton's manual. Like, it's unbelievable, So like we're telling them, no, the car, like physically the car is turning over, so it's not the battery. We're trying to explain to them that's exactly very similar to what we end up having here. Is we tell them, no, there's no physical curvature that has. Not only that, have we not measured any, but no one else has measured any either in any kind of direct empirical way. Like, it just simply doesn't exist here in this reality. There's no curvature, no convexity. So, like, it can't be a globe if there's no convexity. We need to see the convexity. It needs to be measured. But every time we go look, like, I love the Mount Canahu, because it's perfect in infrared of that 275-mile distance. Like, there's no coming back from that. They can't pull that back and go, oh, the black swan doesn't make sense. Like they show in these other pictures. Well, just show them Mount Canahu at 275 in infrared and tell me, why do we see the water going all the way up to the shoreline, then the harbor, then the shoreline, then the foothills, then the hills, then the mountain? Like, no, it cannot be curved. If it was curved, you would see the curve, and the mountain should be like at least 1 mile below your line of sight with a hump of water in the middle, and the geometric horizon should be at like 110 miles. But you're seeing the whole entire mountain and all the foothills going up to the mountain, and the mountain itself at 275 miles. Absolutely impossible on a globe. And so they don't have a good reason or answer for those things.
The other one thing too I kind of find interesting is sometimes, they can't do the job, so they bring it to a professional. To me, I'm the mechanic, and then they don't want to take your advice. Almost like they don't, well, maybe it's something else. Well, no, like, I'm the professional. You brought it to me, and they still refuse to listen. People are crazy.
It might be because they don't like the cost. They don't like the price.
Yeah, that's a given. But I mean, then do it yourself. It's so specialized that you brought it to me for a reason. You don't want to take my diagnosis because you don't like the way it's.
Yeah, so even though we don't think of it as cost, so in the automotive industry or the repair, just like we're talking about, they might think of the costs involved and they don't like the answer because of the cost. Well, actually, here with Flat Earth, there is a cost for the Globers also, and that cost is in the total amount of cognitive dissonance that they're going to have to pay with to counter their cognitive dissonance. That's going to be costly. It could.
You know what? Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, it could even delve into that cognitive dissonance is tied in, and the belief of the globe is tied into their personality, like it's part of them as an individual. They've connected that belief system to themselves, their character, their entire upbringing, their learning, like it's part of their identity. So they've connected it to their identity, this globe Earth, which is really odd if you think about it.
Yeah. Actually, it can work in reverse. I had an altercation with a so-called expert, right? An exhaust specialist, right? Going back a few months prior to Christmas. Just before Christmas, right? I knew this was going to cost me a lot of money, right? Just about everything I had saved up at the time. And so I went, I'm going to go cheaper, but I'll make sure that, I'll get the part, right? And then I'll get my local mechanic. So he can install it, no problem. He's a mechanic, right? Doesn't need to be an expert specialist, right? Exhaust specialist, sorry. So I went and measured. I measured what I needed, right? And I made sure that the measurement specs on what I was ordering was the same. And they sent me the wrong thing, right? It didn't send me what I ordered. And I could prove it because it was the wrong measurement. Right? And so I ended up having to go to an exhaust specialist, right? And it was the rigmarole of getting it sent back, getting the right one was going to cost me more money. They weren't willing to, cover the costs, et cetera, So I just went, stuff it. I'll just go to this exhaust specialist, right, and get him to modify it and and weld it on, right, make it fit. Whatever needs to be done, make it fit. It was going to cost me around about the same anyway to end up getting the other one sent back and get it replaced anyway. So we need it on. We're driving around in this noisy vehicle. Got to get it done. So I went to this guy, right? I couldn't go. There was two in town. I couldn't go to one. He was booked out. So I had to go to this dodgy ass guy, right? He's so backwoods,
like out in the outback somewhere. He's got kangaroo helpers. Just kidding.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And so I'm telling him the story, and I don't know what it was about him. He did not like me. And he said, no, I know that company. They don't send the wrong parts. I'm like, yeah, no, they did because I measured it, right? And I know what I got sent isn't what was stated on the invoice, right? And on the website page and all that, right? And he ended up getting really angry with me. He says, I don't want to argue about it. You got the wrong thing. Got really angry at me, right? And like I'm the idiot, right? And I was just like,
wow.
Okay, bro. You want to argue with measurement. Okay, right, fine, right? I just need it fixed. That's all. I didn't care. I wasn't even trying to argue with him. I was just telling him the story, and he was arguing with me, telling me, no, you're in the wrong. That company does not do that, right? I was like, yeah, because they're perfect, right? They don't ever make mistakes.
How would he know? How would he know that? Does he work in the shipping department or something? How would he know that?
He's clowning.
He would have, and he would have been able to see when he went to modify it and install it, right? That it was the wrong measurement. It was the wrong length, right? He had to add parts to it. It was too short. That was the whole problem. Anyway.
One more thing, just adding on to that. I also do like windows as part of my job. So a lot of the times I have to go to the job site and measure first and then charge them for that. And then I go back when the parts come and install them. But a lot of people will try to save the, the $85 for me to come measure and measure themselves. And it's so precise. It's a 16th of an inch off, and now they've just bought the windows twice because they're going to have to reorder. So the professionals are there for a reason. I always usually try to talk them into, you better get me to come measure.
Yeah.
And save yourself. Yeah, it's $85, but it's better than a $4,000.
That's a good point.
Window.
That's a good point. But that was not only did I have the measurements to back me up, like this was off by like a foot, right? and it was the exhaust that I got sent was, I compared it to the image, and it was a different exhaust. It like literally did not even look the same as what I'd ordered. Like, yes, it was just like I won't do that. I will not do that again. But I will not use that mechanic, that exhaust specialist that I went to next time, if ever I have exhaust problem.
You had to end up just using exhaust and modifying it.
Sorry.
You just had to end up using the wrong exhaust and modifying it, is what you ended up doing?
Yeah, I paid that guy to do that for me. Yeah, he had to cut a bit of steel and weld it. Yep.
Yeah, it'll never be the same either. Like, that sucks.
Yeah, and it's like, and it's a little bit noisier, but it does the job. It's got like almost got like a sports thing like that.
I just ordered an exhaust for my Hellcat, and the reviews said it's supposed to be like decently quiet, and I got it, and it's like fucking retarded. I can't, like, it's unusable. Now it's on and used. They won't return it. It's always a fuck around.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, if there's a scratch on it, they won't take it back, right?
Yeah, and it's like, well, it's false advertising on me into buying it, and it's not what I want or thought, and now I'm stuck with it. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing got scuffed in transit, the one I ordered. So even then, they could have just said, "Oh, well, look, it's damaged," like.
Yeah, get it. Have you guys looked into like the shipping yards and stuff? They're all like not moving and all sorts of crazy stuff. You guys ever have been looking into that at all?
No, I heard a little bit here and there. I thought all that had like sorted itself out now. It's still going, is it?
Yeah, it was about a week or two ago when I was looking, and usually like there's movement everywhere and crazy ships, but it was all like all in China. All the ships were just idle, like sitting there. It was like, oh my god, it's gonna cause chaos.
Are you trying to say don't buy anything from China because it'll take forever to get here? Like, good luck with that. Like, almost everything we have now is from China. It's crazy. All right, I've got to sign off for a bit. I'll talk to you guys a little later.
Was Sonny on the plane, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, T-Dub, have you been listening to AV's podcast, kind of? Frontline Unhinged?
I'll be honest, I only caught one bit of one. I think it was the first or second one. So yeah. So I'm gonna have to catch up on it.
Right on.
What about you?
Yeah, I caught them all for sure. I really enjoy listening to those guys, so I'm all over it.
Yeah, I like the idea. You know, people do need to be talking. Not that there isn't people talking, I mean, the more the merrier, and maybe they'll talk about things that others aren't, or maybe they'll discuss it in a manner or think about it in ways that others don't. So others add their unique
I'm like,
quality to it.
how long until they're banned for too much truth? Sucks. We get punished for spreading the truth. I just got banned from Facebook for spreading truth. It's bull crap.
I mean, yeah. I mean, who really is making the rules? I mean, like, they're just, what they're doing is they're just forcing people into, finding ways to be able to talk about things that they want to talk about that aren't necessarily, illegal to talk about, right?
Yeah, the truth is the truth, and it's unstoppable as far as I'm concerned. It might take a little longer with their little roadblocks, but I mean, the truth will always prevail.
I mean, it's not much difference to going to, trying to get into a restaurant and, some big burly guy kindly but assertively tells you you're not welcome there because of your dress code or something, like, yeah.
For sure.
So you're forced to find somewhere else to eat, or, you could even set up your own gourmet restaurant where you do accept people of lesser looking caliber,
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be more people that they wouldn't let into that sort of restaurant than people they would, right? So the person that opens up a restaurant like that and allows those people in is going to make a ton more load of money than the others.
Yeah, it's going to kill it.
As long as patrons can afford the food. And that's another thing too. You could undercut them, undercut the competitors.
Yeah, just the principle alone. Yeah, it would be. If I was rich, I would do that.
Oh, right. Especially right now, big prime time. things are really topsy-turvy. Like, it has been for a while. Like, where the cost of living in a rural community is worse than in a city. And that makes absolutely no sense. Because it's these rural areas that the backbone fueling the cities. It should be the other way around. It's crazy.
Yeah, the whole world has gone insane ever since the 2020 stuff. It's that's all I can say. It just blows my mind.
And it's horrible, like, because what you see is, like, so major companies put money in the pockets of politicians, which then make it more difficult through legislation and bills and whatever, right? Or farmers, right? And they do it deliberately, so the farmer struggles, is forced to sell to the company that put the money in the pocket of the politician that made it hard for the farmer to survive, right? And then they buy the property and then they turn it and make it part of their multinational corporate entity. And then they're just worried about quantity, not quality. Whereas the farmer put effort and love into his work and made sure there was quality as well as quantity.
Yeah.
Not so focused on the quantity. Yeah. So then we all suffer and have to put up with shitty produce. These major retailers, these supermarket outlets, big brand names, they do contracts with these farms, right? The farmer is now either sold to a big company or is now working for the company, right? Didn't move, just sold the property and stayed there managing the place, right? But under certain conditions, not his own rules anymore. Right? So, and they're locked into contract with each other, so that if there's hailstorms, if there's a pest invasion or something else, right? A disease that goes through the produce or whatever, they still have to buy it and they still have to sell it to you, the consumer. You go to the supermarket and they have this sign up in front of the lettuce. Oh, we apologize for the poor quality of these lettuces that you're still going to have to pay $5 each for, right? It's like, what?
Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, frick. Yeah, I think Australia is kind of like Canada. That's where I'm from. It seems like we're kind of the testing grounds and we kind of get everything first and more prominent stuff like the masks and stuff like that. It was like, it just seems like we're first.
Yeah. They killed the greengrocers, I used to work for a greengrocer, and once a week or twice, once a fortnight, he'd go to the big city markets, right? He wouldn't necessarily get the same produce every week from the same person, from the markets, from the same farmer, right? He'd shop around, look for quality, look for, economy, like he was a businessman, so, he knew what he was doing. But he didn't, he'd look for a bit of variety too. So he'd go, that is really cheap, not the greatest quality, but it'll do for the people that are looking for a cheap deal, right? And he'd mark it up a little bit and make it still seem like a really good deal for customers. And then he'd get some really good quality stuff that he'd pay a little bit extra for, but not too much that he wasn't going to make a profit off it. You know what I mean? So, but you had this competition that was in the market, right? So there was incentive to have good food, good product, right? Now there isn't. Like these supermarket chains have ruined that. There's no competition.
It's a pretty sad state of affairs. I know in like Europe, a lot of the food is like banned there. And for us, it's like it's promoted as soon as you walk in the supermarket. It's in your face. Eat this, eat this. And then you look around, it's banned in other companies because it's poison, or in other countries because it's poison. It's like, I kind of can't wait till this world as we know it crumbles and start over, rebuild.
Right, I've got a question in the side chat from Der8IPM2. Can anyone on the flat Earth belief side explain the literal video of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, as well as the former prominent flat Earth advocate Jaron Campanella admitting that it's real after the fact and has since denounced his flat Earth beliefs? Or why stars rotate in different directions depending on what hemisphere you are on? Oh, a bit of a loaded questions and statements there. Anyone want to take that on?
One fun fact here, just before I dip out, is Jaron got a brand new house. FYI.
No one else? No one else want to give it a go? All right, so
You're up,
Duh.
G-Dub.
I guess
It's like, duh.
so. Duh, no, duh. So Jaren, right, had a particular idea of what he thought flat Earth is from a perspective that he'd never achieved before, and he believed that the sun must do a certain thing over a particular layout of the Earth, right, of all of known physical reality, as in an image, a map, right, per se. Now, he envisioned that sun could only do this one possible thing over that concept of the flat Earth that he had in his head. So after he saw the sun not doing what he expected it to do, he denounced that belief, right? Not knowledge, belief that he had. The funny thing is, right, the projection, the map and the modeling of the sun's movement over the top of that map is actually what's called a azimuthal equidistant north-centered polar projection of the globe. It's not flat Earth, right? It's just a squished out globe. So if he thought that was a true indication of reality to begin with, then he was grossly mistaken. So he already started out with fallacious intent. Now, also on top of that, right, he was going to be saying, if I go to Antarctica and see the sun do X, then the Earth must be this or that, right? So he's saying, if the Earth is this or that, in other words, I will go to Antarctica and see the sun do X. I see the sun do X, therefore the Earth is this or that. That's called a firmly consequent formological fallacy. So his premises are faulty to start with, and his logic is not sound, and it's invalid. So he didn't have a very good argument to start with. Also, on top of this, it's irrelevant what the sun appears to do over the top of the Earth. That doesn't qualify it as being this or that, right? You can say it could indicate this or that about the Earth, but the qualifier would be measurement of the Earth's surface. That would qualify your reason about the other thing, not in reverse, right? Not the sun indicates this about the Earth, right? The Earth indicates this about what the sun's doing. You might be able to say something about why the sun does this or that after you've established what the Earth is in the first instance, right? So if you don't have valid, or verifiable measurements of the Earth's surface being a globe in the first instance, then anything you claim the sun is doing and trying to relate it to the Earth's geometry is faulty. So I've just posted the definition of reification for you there. It's a pretty basic one. It's basically lending concreteness to an idea, an abstract concept, like it says there. Regarding something abstract as a material thing. A perfect example of this is the map is not the terrain. If you think the map is the terrain, then you're committing a reification fallacy. The hemisphere would require the Earth to be a sphere in order for you to have hemispheres. But there's no evidence that the Earth is a sphere, so because it measures flat, so you don't have a sphere. So regardless of what you see stars do from any location, it's inconsequential to the Earth measuring flat. So that's after you measure the Earth to be flat, right? Come to that understanding that it's planar in nature and not a sphere. Then, if you want to try and figure out why the stars are doing what they seem to do, well, good luck. Like, that's an endeavor that you could undertake. I wish you luck with it. You could come up with some ideas, but I don't see how you're going to be able to prove it. Maybe you will. Maybe you'll be the one. Also, you don't need to be in a particular quote unquote hemisphere in order to see what you're talking about. Right? So where I am, they say that I'm at 29 degrees south latitude. Right? When I face south, I see stars move from east to west. Right? And I turn around and face north, and I see them move from east to west. Right? So what I see is stars moving east to west from my right to my left, facing north, and when I face south, from my left to my right. They haven't changed direction, right? No, I just explained to you that they're not going in different directions. From where I am, and this is just what I observe from my location where I live, I look to the south and I see stars go from east to west, from my left to my right. I face north and I see them go from east to west, from my right to my left. Oh, yeah, duh, bro. Don't mistake us for the Flat Earth Society. Not affiliated with the Flat Earth Society. Sorry, they're a satire group. We're serious.
Yeah, Flat Earth Society is control op. I ran into them years ago when I first started looking to Flat Earth for the very first time. And it didn't make sense to me. Well, some information was okay, but then, it didn't really make sense at all. So I stay away from it. I said, you know what? Yeah, this whole Flat Earth thing is stupid, right? And then took a break. And and I seen some other Flat Earth content, and finally, I seen somebody mention Flat Earth Society, that the real Flat Earthers are not affiliate or have any connection, with Flat Earth Society at all. So that's when I was like, oh snap! They got control up in place too. So yeah, so most people would just assume that we are affiliated with Flat Earth Society, but we're not, bro.
Right. And
Flat Earth Society control up.
Durr said, okay, we're going off topic. I just used the term to group all of you together. Well, that would be a stereotype fallacy, Durr. That's quite insulting, actually. But anyway, the whole idea of flat Earth is stupid by nature. I'm sorry to say, it's all the same. Well, you're saying that what you observe and experience, right, your natural everyday experience of reality, is stupid. I'm sorry to say. That's what you're telling us. Oh, when I observe the surface of water to be flat, that's stupid. When I look out at the, when I go to the beach and look out at the ocean, I see a flat horizon. That's stupid. Right? When I don't feel the earth moving, that's stupid. How are you doing these mental gymnastics? I'm not doing mental gymnastics. You are. I look out at reality and go, it looks flat. The water looks flat. Right? You look at it and go, it looks flat, but it's not. I imagine it's curving. So it's you that's doing the mental gymnastics. No, it's not stupid to use your experience to explain the complexities of life. It's not complex, by the way. It's simple. What you see is what's real, right?
Why aren't they talking?
I don't know. But what you
'cause
can...
maybe they want...
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, they talking about being stupid and all that. I wonder how stupid they might be. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, you can do your test in a minute if you like. But what I was going to say is that the physical reality that you can directly experience and interact with, right, with more than one of your senses, right? That's what we're talking about. So you can actually interact with the surface of the earth. You can look at it, you can measure it, and you can use it, right? As in, you can navigate over it, you can build on it, right? And none of that requires it to be curving, and none of it requires the earth to be a sphere or rotating.
Okay, I think I understand where the disconnect is for y'all. It doesn't seem like you can comprehend scale exactly. So I get why you think things are built on flat surfaces, therefore the Earth is flat. But again, I think this just comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding of the scale of the Earth. But maybe I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. I mean, these are observable phenomenon. Why do we always see the moon facing us the same way?
We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about Earth. Go ahead and answer that question. Go ahead and stop. Go ahead and answer the question. No, it doesn't explain the shape of the Earth.
Rude, dude. I mean,
it doesn't explain. Looking at the moon doesn't explain the Earth.
And yet it does. And yet you literally can't use the model for... You can't explain it on a flat Earth model. So
hey,
bro, listen. Things that I can explain to you and how they work. So explain to me on your flat Earth model how it
okay,
works.
one sec, bro. One sec. Let us respond. Right?
Okay.
So looking at the moon partially helps you to be able to describe the moon, right? Not necessarily explain it, right? But describe what you experience, right? That's the moon, like Radwin pointed out. And he's wondering if you
all points all over the globe.
Well, we just want to gauge where you're at, right? With what level of maybe possibly
we're going off the topic of the simple question I asked. Explain how you can. You both agreed.
Before we do that, before we do that, you're going to answer Radwin's question in the side chat.
Yeah. So go ahead and answer that question. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
E and D.
Ooh, that's rough for you. Okay. So since you know what triangles are and what they're not, do you know what elevation angles are?
Yes.
Okay, so the green check mark is an elevation angle. The red X, that's not an elevation angle, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
What? So that's an angle where that circle is, where that curve is, and the straight line. That's an angle.
Both of those show an angle. Yes.
Wow. So you are stupid. You were talking about people being stupid, so we just figured out that you're the dumb one.
I think that you don't understand the fundamentals of your own name. Anyway, look, explain to me again. I still haven't heard this. Explain to me how stars
guy thinks
rotate
angles
at
have a
different
straight line and a
directions
curved line
depending on
that
where you're
intersect.
standing on the Earth. If I'm standing in Chicago, Illinois, the stars are
You're
going to
not going
appear
to
to
get out of this
rotate
anyway.
in cyclonic. How do you just explain it?
Yeah, go ahead. So does that look like 90 degrees on the circle, or does it look like 90 degrees over the flat line?
You're not talking.
Answer or no?
This is pretty simple. You need to answer my question. You asked your question.
No,
my turn.
We're not here. We're not here to explain the cosmos.
I'm not done
and the
yet,
universe to
dude.
you.
Oh, well, then I'm not here to have a discussion.
Oh, we were just finding out how stupid, because you want to put in there how stupid we are. I was finding out how stupid you are. You think triangles and angles have a curved side. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life,
That's
dude.
weird because he got B correct.
I think that was Universal's brother. Because he already knew about your triangle test.
So, well, it's all right.
I think
You
Universal
still can't get past the second part where he said, "No, those are both elevation angles." He's dummy, dumb. And he left because of the triangle test. Happens every time.
Yeah, somebody definitely clued him in on your triangle test. That was somebody that probably was whining to a friend or a family member. Said, "Oh, go in and talk to these flat earthers. You're smart enough to handle them, bro. Go in them, go there and show them what for." And then he had to try and explain to you how you don't understand how any of this stuff works.
He realized he made a fool of himself when he said you can have a line and a curved line meet, and that's an angle.
And we had somebody arguing that for like at least 45 minutes and just left while continuing to say, "Nuh-uh."
I love it when you post these triangle tests. I love it.
He wouldn't have gotten the test if he didn't call us stupid.
Exactly.
So, keywords for triangle test are triangle, you're stupid, you're dumbasses, you don't know geometry, all that. That triggers a triangle test automatically. Poof, there's a triangle test.
The guy in the meme that says, "Explain everything in the universe right now, flat earther." Oh, you can't? Checkmate.
He said B was not a triangle, but then he said it works as an elevation angle. So just a walking, talking contradiction.
Anyway, I pretty much already addressed what he was wanting us to explain. You know, after he already asked it in the text chat. Yeah, that's right, over fences. Why aren't you accepting my premise to be true? This is a sphere. It has hemispheres. Yeah, because that's not a loaded question, right? How does this or that work in the southern hemisphere? Flat earther. Well, we didn't find it today. From you. He must have gone straight to the YouTube stream. Oh, well, then I'm not here to discuss anything with you then, and leaves, and then goes and creeps into YouTube, watches, listens. Oh, they're talking about me.
Yep. What you cooking, Teed Up?
Not cooking anything at the moment, but I cooked a mad soup last night.
What kind of soup?
Chicken. Made my own broth. It's delicious. Added a bit of Indian spice to it.
That sounds good, yeah.
Yeah. Chicken and veggies. Yeah, the spices. Damn good. Oh, and some soup mix too, because I hadn't. So I made up two. I made one for my lady, and one for me, because I haven't had a soup with soup mix in it for so long, and I wanted it, so I had to make two separate because she don't like it. So. Yeah, the packets of dry soup mix you get with it's got lentils and barley and rice and whatever else they put in it. I don't know. But I love it. I remember it from when I was a kid. Grandmother would make it. make soup with the barley and that in it. I thought it was delicious. I hadn't had it in years.
You the head chef?
Yeah, it's just tough because so my son's got he's got a diet he's got to watch, and Mrs. is like simple sort of stuff. She doesn't like enjoy the fancy, multicultural foods and whatnot. Just grew up with very basic servings of 3 separate veggies and a bit of meat, so on the side. So but like I said, occasionally she likes a soup or a bolognese, savory mince dish, something like that. But not. So there's just like I've got to work around what she does and doesn't like, and my son's diet, and then I got me, right?
Yeah, I think Bonye is really good. I love Bonye. Yeah. But have you tried that chicken franchise that I told you about? Remember? Have you tried to make that yet?
No, I haven't. That sounds damn good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you like what you call if you like lemon flavor, type of flavor, you will like it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I like natural lime too, but not artificial lime flavoring. It tastes disgusting. It tastes like dishwashing liquid.
Yeah, the fresh one's always good. I don't buy the bottle, the one they had in the bottle already. But if you read the ingredients, probably like so many stuff in there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I've become accustomed to in my older age. Right, when I was younger, I had to have steak, really well done. Right, and my mother would cook it right, and I'd take it back to she'd feel insulted. I'd say, "I want mine well done, Mum," and she'd yeah, and then she'd serve it to me, and I'd cut it open. I'd get up and go put it back on the pan, each side for another few minutes. All right. Gee, you're gonna ruin it. It's gonna be chewy.
T-Dub, you doing this on a flat earth, man?
Yes, I am.
You want your steak well done?
But now, medium rare. Yeah, gotta have a medium rare. She was right all along.
Yeah, I gotta get you.
So
I like mine medium rare too. Yeah.
Yeah. Moral of the story: always listen to your mother.
Oh, APOC is here. What's up, APOC? What's going on, man?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. Hey, did you? I couldn't find it, bro. I couldn't find the link.
I couldn't either. And then yesterday I was talking to a group of guys in another server in EA, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna find it. We're gonna look at." They couldn't find it either.
But at least you have the video. Do you still have the video?
Yeah, the video still exists. So the article though, see, it's in the article where that guy, whoever made that video, he got the information. Hold on, can you hear me? My Bluetooth's going out. Hold on.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. I can hear you.
All right, is that better? A
lot better.
Okay. So that video, like, he made it, and he's not a flat earther. He's not even a globe earther. He's just like a person that just makes videos. But I'm sure he believes in the globe, obviously, right? But he's not like an anti-flat earther. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, he made a video, and so when I first saw the video, I was like, I wanted to verify it, right? Before I'm like, holy shit, like this is a gold mine. I go look into the video right away. Boom. I think I even typed up like drone 10 feet above surface of the water, USS Carney, USS Truman, Houthi, launch, whatever, something along those lines. Right away, boom, that article came up, and the Navy, like, they were bragging about it in an article, right? And this happened years ago too. This isn't like just like last week or last month. So I look at the report and I read the report, and like I can see like how this guy made his video. He was pulling the data from that article, and like how. And matter of fact, in the video, he shows that the system, it could see up to 200 nautical miles, but in the article it said that it was 250 miles. But anyways, so fast forward, I'm like, cool. I grabbed the video, I put it on X. Only like a couple people saw it, dude. Like maybe 8 people, and I even have like more followers than that, so I don't know how that works. But anyways, the video, I shared it, and then so I started coming in the Discord server, and I dropped the article, the link to that, like the Navy.military, whatever it is, their actual, where a lot of their reports come from, or articles, and I put it in the chat. Now, going back, trying to find that article, it's gone, bro. And I'm like,
yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because I think if you can do a presentation, if you can gather all the information, you can do a presentation. I think it would be amazing. That would be another Black Swan, right? Because one of the drone traveled 10 feet above water that never changed any elevation at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, if you can gather all the information. See, I don't remember saving the article. I remember saving the link of the videos, right, that you presented in the PNR.
Okay.
And I'm trying to go back and trying to find it. I couldn't find it. I don't know where I put it. It's it's in my little server, whatever, where I put all the information. But maybe I'm gonna have to double check, man. But if you can find that, I think that's amazing, though, because this data comes from military.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's crazy because they were like in the article. It's almost like they're just like bragging about like how like how awesome it's from their point of view. They were like kind of like giving themselves a pat on the back, just sharing like how badass we are, how our military is awesome, and then I'm like, wow, that's like a flat Earth proof, bro, like that. So. It's just, here, I posted the link again in the side chat, but of the video. But the thing though is, it's that article, bro. Like, how are they just gonna take that down? And this was like what, 2 weeks ago, maybe a week and a half ago. I even like shared it with Indio. Like, I'm like, oh, Indio, like, check this out. And then like I remember that was like 2 weeks ago. But how does from that point till what, now 2 days ago, like how does that link disappear? And then people are like, use the Wayback Machine. I'm like, dude, nothing, bro. Like, I don't have the link to like put it in. It's gone, and it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, nowadays they can also, like, let's say, if an article released like in the early 2000s, they can go back and change the article, change the phrase, the words, or certain information in there. So I'm not surprised that since the link is being shared around and proof flat Earth, right? They had to take it down.
Well, check this out. So like another thing too, I wonder if it's like maybe, I don't know, maybe, but how can they not catch that would have went against like them disclosing classified information? Because originally, I remember years ago when we used to talk about the Aegis system, the spy radar, the A1 spy radar. Back then, it was like it has like a 360 of 150 miles, right? That it could like line of sight, like it just watches over. And then now in the video, the guy's like, it's 200 miles, right? So, okay, now in the report, it said 250 miles. And this is when I think it's like from 2023 or 2021 or something like that. It's like it's a couple years back. So like, how did they not catch like, oh hey, we can't post this. We're giving away like we didn't disclose that we can see that far. Even though we have another like a guy who has a brother who was like in the Navy or whatever, and he was like, oh, we can do double that. It's just classified. Like, yeah, we tell you it's 150, but that's just what's disclosed. But it's like double that. It's like up to 300 miles we could see, like with our radar. We could catch enemies up on our, in our scan, of everything around us. And so just real quickly, it's like, how did they allow that to go up to the first place if that was violating some type of like, oh, they're giving away our secret stuff? But it's just really interesting that it just so happens that it starts getting shared as like proof of flat Earth, and like within 2 weeks it's gone. Like what?
Yeah. Listen, man, bro, I think that's really good information if you can try to gather all the information, or even make like I don't know if you can do that, make like a video, explaining what's happening in the video and stuff, because you actually read the article, or at least you had more information than a lot of people. So if you can put that together and post it somewhere in a home server, I think that would be amazing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the video that I posted in itself, I think it says enough. Because, and here's what happened. So like the Globers, the anti-flat earthers, should I say, they're all like posting Aegis, like the links to Aegis, and Aegis, it talks about how it's a network and it uses high altitude, and it talks about like radar, horizons, how it could only go so far. Like, okay, I'm not denying that it works with a network. I'm not denying that it can receive and send signals from high altitude. That's not in contention. What I'm arguing with them is that in this particular instance, and other instances as well, the Aegis A1 radar spy radar system itself on a vessel can scan that far away without the assistance. It doesn't need the satellites, the high altitude planes. All that does is it lets it even see farther than what the system itself can scan around itself. But what they'll use is that, they're very sneaky. They're very dishonest. What they'll do is they'll say, because it's a network, then that's how it's seeing over the curved Earth. It's like, no, dude. Like, that's not... Yeah. That's a lie. It has a 200-mile... Well, again, disclosed. A 200-mile, 360-degree view from itself. That in itself is a slam dunk. Because you shouldn't be, let's say you could put it at the top of their the radar's usually like in the middle of it though, but let's put it on the top of the mast, bro. What is it, like 40, 50 feet in the air? You still can't see 200 miles with the radar being line of sight. And if they try to claim some type of ducting or something, like sending radar transmissions through like this atmospheric ducting, dude, that is total nonsense. Like I said the other day, I was in here the other day saying ducting is unreliable. And even in their own paradigm, like they're saying, like, this is how it's doing, this is how it's done, but it's unreliable. So it's like, wait, you think our military is going to be like depending on something unreliable? And yet 100% of the time they like get it on the money on something that's supposed to be quote unquote unreliable. Like, dude, that is just a falsehood. And I think it's important to share that information with people. Like, nah, even though these anti-flat earthers are like trying to say like, oh no, that's not the way the Aegis system works, and you think they're just going to tell us how it works. Like, yeah, they actually did tell us how it works. Like, straight up. They just can't come to grips that it's 200 miles of a radar system line of sight. And they brag, Aegis, the military brags that they can see a golf ball from 200 miles away with the radar system.
How does that work on a globe?
Exactly, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's that's just another of many nails in this coffin, that we have set up with the globe inside, dead and buried. That's just another nail, bro. Another, something to add to your whatever you call it, your ammo or your whatever, however you say it. But yeah, man, I don't know these guys.
Yeah, I saved the video. You posted earlier. Is it on your Twitter? Right, that's the link to the X or Twitter, whatever.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out later. I gotta rewatch it because I remember that night when we were watching it, somebody jumped in when, I think it was you, AI, John, myself, or maybe a couple other people too, were there, and then some kid just came in, and then I think he kind of interrupted, our little watch party. But we'll have to redo it. Well, I'm gonna do it myself.
Yeah, for sure. It's just shame though that the article's is gone, dude. I looked for it, and I was like, well, how am I? And then here's another thing too. Then I was using ChatGPT trying to find it, and it's like, sorry, we can't find that article. Sorry, we can't find nothing that talks about. And then here's some other links, and it's sent me everywhere else but to the place that I needed to be. And like, it's not hard, dude. Like, how many, instances are they going to have of a 10-foot drone over the surface of the water coming to USS Truman? How many times has that happened? I mean, they couldn't find one. It couldn't find one story out of like all of the internet of the USS Truman being attacked by 10 when I literally just saw that fucking article 2 weeks ago. Like, where did it go, dude? Like, what the hell? How it's just crazy, man. The control of information.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, man. They have every reason to hide the article because that would also debunk the globe, right? But man, I think like from now on, like certain things, certain information that we have, we gotta copy them. We gotta make a copy. I've been saving stuff, man, but I think I'm gonna start saving like all the info in a external hard drive or something, right? Make a copy of it because I think it could be gone, bro. I mean, AI is popping like crazy right now. So who knows the next 5-10 years? AI could just hide stuff from us even more.
I remember a while back.
They've been scrubbing the internet for a long time, guys. I mean, there was stuff there's been plenty of stuff like that where it's like you can't find it. I've had whistleblower footage that still hasn't been found again. I mean, back when I was maybe like 22 years old, so you're going back 20 years of military whistleblowers posting something online, and then it's gone. It's gone to never be seen again. So, yeah, that's old news, man. This has been happening for a long time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm aware of that. I think they've been doing that for a while already. But I'm just saying I don't want to make the same mistake, because after 2018, I was like, yo, what happened to everybody? I couldn't find anybody anymore. And then I came across like some flat earthers, and saying like, yo, they just basically shadow ban like a lot of information and content creator, flat earth stuff. But yeah, I made that mistake by not saving all the information that I came across.
Yeah, there was a point to where we realized like, dude, they're just like totally scrubbing things online. But then I tripped out because not too long after that, I started realizing, and I'm not even kidding you guys, in my iCloud, right, on my phone, right, like. You know how you're about to run out of like data storage and they're like, oh, you're going to lose some of this information. Why did it always have to be the things like related to flat earth? To be honest, I lost so much. Like I had videos of just dumb shit, like recordings of movies and stuff. Like, why wouldn't my phone delete like just other things is what I'm getting at. Because it seemed like the stuff that I wished was kept out of the shit that I could have just let go and didn't care about it seemed like the stuff that mattered is what was being wiped from my phone. And I'm like, dude, I could have swore I had this on my phone. Gone. And then I'm like, well, maybe it's just because I ran out of storage. But then I started realizing, well, wait, it kind of seems targeted because all the stuff that has to do with, you know, whistleblower type shit, documents that I screenshot, you know, stuff like that. Why is that stuff deleted? Like, how's a screenshot going to save, you know, one screenshot going to save you data space when you have like, you know, like gigabytes of videos that they could have just like, it could have just easily just like, yeah, let me just take off one video and make up for like 15,000 photos, bro. So I don't know, dude. I just realized that my phone started getting like, I'm like, dude, I know they do it online, but to be like targeting my phone at this point, then I was like, okay, now I'm going to sound like a really crazy conspiracy theorist. But I think they're going into my phone and taking shit off, and it's just gone forever. I don't have it no more. It's not on my iCloud. No, nothing.
Don't put it past the 3-letter agencies to have a caseworker on you.
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
ever
for
put
sure.
it past you. Think you're not important? I mean, every person that's talking about declassified stuff and trying to make it loud to like more than one person in their friend group. Like if you were just talking to your friends, it'd be one thing. But the fact that you're talking to strangers online about the stuff,
No, actually,
that puts
hey,
you in a different category.
Actually, to share a story with you about just talking amongst friends. So let me give you a story that's what at this point it's since now it's 20 years old now. Here, let me give you a 20-year-old story, okay? So way back when I was in high school, I was that conspiracy theorist guy. I was the guy that was like raising their hands up, and I was like, "Hey, so like we don't have to worry about these nuclear missiles. Like we have a project called Star Wars, and just shoots them down from high altitude, you know, like satellites." And I remember everyone laughed at me, like, "What, are you drunk? Like, what are you like? You know, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Like Star Wars? You living in Fantasyland?" And I'm like, "No." And this is way back, like, you know, like not everybody knew about this. Put it that way, right? And I was the guy that would like I would find out about stuff that like most people didn't know about. And then 10 years later, I have a buddy that called me up, dude. He's like, "Hey, remember way back in history class?" He's like, "Dude, I just saw this thing on the news. They're talking about it, bro." He's like, "How'd you know about it?" I'm like, "Dude, that's old news. Like, I just looked in places that most people don't look in. I read things that most people don't read. Like, I'm that guy that watched C-SPAN and C-SPAN 2 when they're talking about government things, and I'm like watching them speak from the horse's mouth about things, and then the media will lie about it. They'll twist what these guys are saying on Capitol. Anyways, I'm that guy, right? So for a long time, I was always one, and I used to be a little computer guy. I used to hang around groups, you know, on the down low, online, and we transfer stuff and, you know, talk about stuff. Anyways, so what I used to do in high school, I used to get really drunk. I guess I kind of still do. I used to get really drunk and talk about stuff and share with them. And they always like, "Hey, so what's new? You know, like what's new?" Because they knew I was always like looking for stuff and coming across stuff and finding stuff, even way back then. You know, back then, obviously, we had different stories. Like, remember the Oklahoma bombing and stuff happened? Like, all that stuff, like, during that time? Like, there was a lot of stuff about that. A lot of, like, you know, things that the media wasn't talking about. Anyways, so I remember talking with my friends. And then one time, this, like, random dude came in, like, a friend of a friend. I never met this guy before. But I got super drunk, super high, started spilling, you know, all the stuff I came across. And then, like, a couple days later, I go outside, and I see a car with two guys. We'll just say, for lack of a better term, two spooks. Like, I know what a spook looks like, and I know they know that I know that they know that I know. You know what I mean? So I'm like, whoa! Like, I was drunk, and that like immediately sobered me up. And they're parked across the street, two dudes, just the way they're explained, black suits, black hats, exactly the way they're explained. That they were across the street. I walk down the street, and then I make a left to where I live because my friend lived down the street from me. But before I like cut off that street, I look back to where his house, that the car's gone. So I'm like, whoa. Okay, so maybe that wasn't a spook. I don't know. I'm tripping, right? I walk further down to my house because now I'm on the opposite street to get to my house. And they're across the street from my house now. Same car, same people. And they just look at me. And I just look at them. My heart dropped. I walk inside. I stopped fucking talking about shit for years. Like, for years, bro. Probably like about good 15, 20 years. I shut the fuck up. I stopped talking about shit. Not 20 years, obviously, because I'll talk about it right now. But like probably about a good 10 years. Matter of fact, I didn't stop talking about shit till my buddy called me. So yeah, about 10 years. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it, dude. I don't care anymore. But so yes, talking amongst friends, and you. But I think it's that guy who was like a friend of a friend. He must have known somebody. He must have went and told somebody, and they must have said like, "What the fuck?" That guy said what? And that somehow I knew I was like being watched because of the shit that I knew. But they also probably knew because I used to dilly dally around, on online looking up shit that people shouldn't be looking at in regards to government stuff and classified information. Shit like that. I get it.
You were just drunk, okay? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I wish it was just that. I wish it was.
You get flagged. We get flagged for viewing certain things. Like I said, it's not nothing new. It's not.
Oh yeah,
nothing
for sure.
new.
They
Like,
had that
they've
shit
been
around
part of
since
that.
back then. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
at this point, they got a file on anybody, right? Because now it's all AI based. They don't even have to have an agent on you for stuff like that. Yeah. And I mean, if you're talking about sensitive stuff that they don't want to be talked about amongst like friend groups, right? And depending upon how big your following is, whether it be on Facebook, whatever, even going back to freaking MySpace, the CIA was involved in all that stuff.
Oh
So,
yeah.
there's a file on everybody, man. That's what people don't get. Like people are like, no, it's not that bad. It's like, no, it is that freaking bad, dude. And you've given them most of your information like freely. Like, here, this is what I'm into. This is what I like. My choice of movies is the music I like.
Everybody's
they have a profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a profile on everybody that's beyond what they got. All your search data. They got all of that stuff. Why do you think they need these large data centers?
Dude, it's crazy.
And they most likely had a ChatGPT large language model since when your grandparents were kids. So I'm just putting that out there too.
What's crazy is like social media in general is one huge like just data gathering. You remember like even like they used to send around like it'd be like a trend. Like answer the questions, my favorite thing is this, my favorite that. Like they were literally like the FBI just building profiles on citizens, and then they can what's the word I'm looking for? They could if they were looking for something in particular, they could cancel you out. Like he doesn't fit the profile, she doesn't fit the profile. So they can narrow it down just by people's just having data off of people. And that's crazy. And that's like real. Like they really do that. They legit have, everyone has a can fit that profile, if you will, of certain things. And, it's crazy, dude. Especially when 9/11 happened. Dude, that was out the gate. I was like, oh, nah, dude, this is not, this ain't right. This ain't right. And I talked a lot about that way back then. But I stopped talking about it in groups of people that I didn't know. I had to. It was a little scary. Way back then. And then you just get to a point where you're like, nah, I don't even care anymore. There's got to be people on here listening to all of us. Like, okay, this guy says this. Like, there's some pretty smart dudes in here, and I'm pretty sure they're like, okay, yeah, that guy, he's. I don't know where he read that information at, but he's spot on. Pretty sure we're all profiled. And then remember that TED Talk like 8 years ago?
What size hat do you wear?
What?
What size hat do you wear?
What size hat do I wear?
Yeah.
I don't even know, to be honest. Remember that TED Talk where they literally talk about how he developed the program that they use today that tracks conversation in real time, and like if you say certain words over the phone, whether it be a cell phone or a landline, or even if you type it, if you text it or email it, like it's a real time software. It's on a TED Talk literally years ago. And it was like something really innocent too. They're like the first words of my baby or something like that. And like they set up these cameras and in real time they just record all the data. Then they were able to like implement that and then they can see everything across social media, across Kiwi, across communications, like in real time. They can pull out certain words. Like let's say if you want to pull out anything having to do with, like, let's say a bomb, like they can in real time, they'll see every place that's talking about it, mentioning it, any particular chemicals. Like that's how they narrow down, and they'll pinpoint where the person. That's how they catch people. But I'll post the TED Talk actually. If you guys never seen it, it's old.
How they catch people doing what?
Let's say you were like, "Hey," I'm like, "Hey, Radwin," I'm like texting you. Let's go ahead and let's take out this person. Whoever
That's
it be.
Weird. Okay.
So they could take the text message, like those words will trigger.
I see what you're saying, but you would think that would happen quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, they say that the
You would think that first 48 wouldn't have to go through text messages and order them from AT&T if everything was monitored, wouldn't you think?
Yeah. It would be a lot easier for detectives, I guess, if they had the same access as government of like Homeland Security had, but they do sometimes. They will call, like if it's a big, like a sensitive or a high, if it's a high whatever, a rich person or something, like they will utilize what they have, like their resources. They will get the FBI involved or Homeland Security, which can be like, here, AT&T, let me see that. Then they'll get it. Here, I'll start it for you though.
Yeah, Central Intelligence Agency has most everything that you can think of.
Yeah,
in databases.
Think about this. This was 14 years ago that this video came out, and they were already producing it even before that. So I'll post on the side chat. It's a really good watch if you guys want to check it out. The Birth of a Word. But, the first, 10 minutes of it or whatever, the first beginning bit, it's like all like cutesy and stuff. But then he's getting into like what they're really going to be using it for. And they show like all these graphics and like the way they pull words from anywhere in the country. And like they show like this. It's really cool, man. Check it out. This is an old ass video though. This is why back then we're like, yeah, they know what we're talking about. They know who is who and what's what. That's how they thwart attempts on lives and people. This is how they know what's going on, dude. They have a very close eye on everything.
Well, I guess at the end of the day, we all have to kind of make a decision, right? So it's no shock that most people are being monitored in some form or fashion. And there's databases and perhaps servers that store all of this information. So are we going to be afraid of or going to back down from sharing things that are patently true and patently false, no matter what they might be storing on us? That would be the question. Like, you're still free to share whatever you want. It just may cost you because the people that don't want you to say it, who are apparently very paranoid. I mean, we're supposed to be the tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorists, but if someone is monitoring me, then they must be more paranoid than I am, right? So I'm going to say what's true, and they can be paranoid if they need to, but I don't know, what size is their tinfoil hat?
Exactly. And you know what? I have honestly, like, real talk, I have no problem if they are using it to, like capture people that we do need to be capturing. I mean, I'm not a bad guy. I'm not out there making bombs, and I'm not out there making threats. Like, I know I'm good. I don't care if they murder me. I'll like, I want them to fix my credit. You know what I mean? Like, help me out, guys, if you're listening. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm if you're a good person, you don't do, like, you're not doing bad things, like, you shouldn't worry about it. Like, it is what it is. Oh, well, that's their job. They're just there to catch the bad guy. Who cares? But I do see people are like, nah, like, I don't want you monitoring me whether I'm doing good or not. That's illegal. So, I mean, I get the side. I get the story, or the argument, should I say. but it's definitely not going to stop me from like coming on here and sharing like, hey guys, like there is this video, you know, the Navy can line of sight 200 miles, you know what I mean? Like it's not a globe. Like what are they going to do? Take it down? Oh, they did.
We got one spiraling in the chat, boys.
Yeah. Hey, dude, like what? Are you everything all right, bro? Like, I don't know. Saying you don't care
Yeah,
anymore.
isn't there a hotline we could post?
Right.
You can open your mic straight, Kurt. You don't have to stay mute.
I can talk, but my English isn't so good. And I'm just here to hear you for fun. But I have no problem with your. Do you think the Earth is flat? But yeah, it's like a word. But I'm okay with that. I'm just joking.
Were you joking when you said, you know, what you posted at 49 past the hour there? My life's shit, and I will in 3 or 4 days. Did you mean that?
Maybe because I have to go to the hospital in like 5 hours right now.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
So you have scheduled surgery or something?
I have broken arms and I have to go. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying that because I'm depressed. I'm sad. I'm bad, and I'm sorry, guys. Sorry.
No worries.
I don't want to disturb you in your conversation. I'm listening to you. But yeah. If you want me to speak, I have difficult to hear you thinking the Earth is flat. I don't know why, but it's okay. It's okay. I have no problem with that. But why? Just why? Because every planet in the solar system is like round. So why? Just why?
Right. Yeah. Like I said, Earth is not a planet, and your everyday natural experience of the Earth is that it's flat and it's motionless. It's not moving. So that's just your natural everyday experience. Right, so that should take precedence. That should be more important than looking up at the sky and saying, "Well, I think those things are this or that, so the Earth must be this or that too." Because those things in the sky are those things, and the Earth is the Earth. And we're not saying that Earth is a planet, like a disk in space. That's not what we're saying.
So do you think we live like in a simulation or something?
No, it's just different to what we've been told. That's all. It's what it's what you experience. It's not, you know, when you look at the surface of lakes, you know, and they look flat. That's not an illusion. It's flat. That's what you see, and that's what you're experiencing, and that's what is. That's reality. Not some picture on a screen, right, or in a book that shows you curving oceans, right? And that's not your experience.
Yeah, I never go in space, so I can tell. But why do you think people lie about the?
No. Well, yeah, the thought that you need to be able to gain that vantage point in order to really see what it looks like, that's been imprinted in your mind since you were born, through being told and listening to stories and seeing all the supposed imagery, right? That's a relatively very small handful of people that even claim to have had that experience, right? And they're strangers to you, right?
your direct experience of reality is more important than what a stranger showed you on TV. Right? That's what you should go with, not what somebody who you don't even know and which you can't go and experience for yourself is telling you is true.
But why do you think it's flat? Or what's the point of lying to us about the wrong earth? I can't understand.
Well, they're not necessarily lying to people about the round Earth. They're lying to people about being able to go to space, to be able to go that high and what you see from that height, right? Or from that far away from the ground. That's what they're lying about. People already thought that they lived on a spinning ball. Because when we ask people, well, how did the first person know? Like, where did it come from? Where did this idea that you live on a ball come from? They appealed to somebody from over 2,000 years ago, or nearly 2,000 years ago, right? That's what they appeal to. They don't appeal to that. Like, usually they don't appeal to people from like in astronauts and on all space pictures. Well, they do. They appeal to them, but when we ask them, but how did they already thought that before that? It wasn't like everybody thought the Earth was flat, and then somebody said, "Hey, let's go in a rocket really high and see what it looks like," and went, "Oh no, it's a ball." No, they already thought that it was a ball.